incentives. One incentive is during the Final Fantasy VI run. We are adding a $5,000 incentive that if we raise $5,000, then the opera scene will be acted out by Essentia, Wexel, Mr. MV, and Bro Sentia. We'd also like to announce that we're doing adding some total incentives. If by the end of Friday, so midnight, before Saturday, we get $300,000. Then we will add in some Super Mario 64 runs by Slugwimic. So 300,000 is a 16-star run. If we get 400,000, then we're going to do a 70-star run. And if we manage to reach $500,000 by midnight on Friday, then we're going to be doing a 120-star run. Once again, that's done by Slugwimic, and Slugwimic's amazing at Super Mario 64. Every star in the 120-star run has amazing tricks to go with it, so we really want to reach that number. On top of that, we did get all your donations. I'm going to see if I can't speed through a lot of these without any sequence breaking. So $25 from Sashbot, donating again for Halo CE. Really awesome, and the FPS that got me into FPSs. I lost my grandmother to colon cancer in 2006, and I cannot stress the importance of early screening. I'd like to quickly note that we're doing this charity marathon for Doctors Without Borders. Doctors Without Borders is an international medical humanitarian organization created by doctors and journalists in 1971. Today, MSF provides independent, impartial assistance to over 60 countries to people whose survival is threatened by violence, neglect, and catastrophe. We have a $50 donation from Kyle. Thank you very much. We have a $20 donation from The Gourd. I'm making a donation in honor of my deceased friend, The Quake. His big Rams is a big Thames. A $100 donation from Zero Town. Thank you. Love everyone at GDQ. Do keep up the good work. $250 donation from C-Note. Great event, great cause. Good luck to Goat Rope and all the other runners. Found GDQ last summer and was thrilled to sate my big grunty thirst for speedruns. $60 donation from Control Ballo. The Germans are still here, Mr. MV. Don't forget to thank GE2. $200 donation from Melkor the Great and Andic. Hey Goat, excited to watch the run. Everyone in secret chat. We're wondering if there's somewhere you could go to learn more about Halo runs. As they've mentioned several times during the run, that's haloruns.com. Shout out to Reed and Bo and Burnham on the couch, and happy birthday to Mr. Monopoly. It's not actually his birthday. Sorry we couldn't be there. Money goes towards Goat Rope's choice. $25 donation from Notoriator. Goat Rope is a kind and really amazing guy who'd rather see you donate to charity than donate to him. So here's $5 for every month I haven't been subscribed. Goat Rope, keep up the classiest man in Twitch, and good luck with the run. $15 from Timekeeper. Sorry, my Marine strat failed on TNR. Here's 15 towards the flood bump on the keys. Just kidding. I know you won't do that. $50 from Robin11. Awesome Halo run. $400 from John. Thank you very much. That's amazing. $659.48 from LC Creed. That's another amazing run. Oh, hello, SGDQ. How's life treating you? How do you like my cute little donation? As a supporter of the President of the United States of America, I can't sit idly by and let Metal Wolf Chaos not be experienced to the masses. I mean, really, it's like a big old carnival like Mardi Gras in Colorado or something. With that in mind, I choose to believe in my own justice and polish off this incentive. Seriously though, this should finish the Metal Gear Wolf Chaos incentive, and hopefully everyone enjoys. Take care, folks. And that has been met. $50 from David. Go Andrew from Dave, Mel, and Gene. $100 from Mr. and Mrs. Barge. The guys on the couch have to yell, "Barge, barge, barge." They'll know what you mean. $100 from the Blaze JP. From the Blaze JP, here's going to the ropes and Halo runs. Good luck to everyone. Good luck with the run. Goat rope. We'll keep going. $77 from Dockham77. I just love SGDQ2014. Watching it non-stop. Keep it up, and greetings from the Minecraft community. $100 from Johnny Chu. I'm watching you from work right now and not going to leave until you finish. Good luck on the run. You've left a bunch of help desks for you to speed run when you come back. 360 hype. Delta 15 donates $20. Hey, this is a great cause. Glad to donate. Keep up the good work. $35 from Blast Frog, the Vent Core. $50. $50 from Andrew O. Good luck. $15 from So Wacky. I'm at work, missing the Halo run. I bet it's a legend. Wait for it. Dairy. $50 from James DePhillips. Go rope. $10 from Niconator. Love the best series on the Xbox. Love your work, guys. Go on for the last 2 days. $35 from Amy, Robert, Dustin.
I displaced one also shaking too.
Halo CE has shaped my fondest memories, best friendships, and also my career. From all of us at 343 Industries, good luck, Goat, and thanks for the great run and commentary. Also, shoutouts to Monopoly and Dad Submarine. Bridgewaters represents Andy Bravo Disney.
If you want a kid.
$50.
I can sort of see this playing this square.
$50 from 01 Mel. Thanks for the awesome Halo
Between the
run.
two of us, we'll watch it. Maybe you'll be able to.
Yeah, I've got one.
Skyward Sword. So that should be a great run.
He's too shiny.
Just we're gonna stay right here.
Quick commercial break, we'll be back.
I don't know, low percent's pretty short. Let's be real.
Yeah.
Oh, short. 100%.
Best category.
Yeah, low percent's like what, like 10 hours?
That doesn't even go into double digits.
Oh, in Japanese, yeah. We did on English.
Oh,
for some
you got
awful
sub
reason,
10.
Indie. Yeah, Indie got.
It's really good for headphones.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. You can read so many donations during low percent.
Oh my god. You can read so many donations in 30 minutes.
Yeah, the third and second loop, don't you have to comment? It's exactly the same thing.
So this is what we did the last time.
Yeah, it's because it's...
Do you want me to plug in the component cable? Okay. So what's the trade?
Yeah, because there's a...
I mean,
Wait, are there any other HD consoles?
what's the issue? I don't know. They're only getting one channel of audio.
So when... Probably just leave it on the file select. So they at least have audio.
Yeah.
If it wasn't, we wouldn't be getting any audio at all. I think that's for headphones. I think
we are apparently smoking.
So this is world record, right? Oh yeah.
Yeah.
It's gonna be like, it depends on how bad, how bad these species.
Welcome back. This is Summer Games Done Quick 2014. If you're sharing this, make sure you use the hashtag Summer Games SGDQ 2014. We are Speedrun's Demos Archive and Speedruns Live. Doing a charity marathon for Doctors Without Borders.
Every single
Doctors Without Borders is an international medical humanitarian organization created by doctors and journalists in France in 1971. Today, Doctors Without Borders provides independent and impartial assistance to over 60 countries to whose people are threatened by violence, neglect, or catastrophe.
This is why English is superior. Dude, you can make the duck on English.
Yeah, I think this is so many like cool characters. Yeah.
I mean like this.
Did you not like spending 15 minutes?
Jeez, this was
Oh my gosh, I was dying there.
Or in my case, 25 minutes.
Yeah.
You're drinking
They're
and
this
starting
the
it.
I
same
know,
height.
dude.
Yeah, I was
You're not gonna make it.
I don't make it.
Hello, you're not gonna make it.
I'm gonna make it.
I didn't buy this
Yeah,
I
I
used
can
to
make
be
it a
able to
whole
do
run.
runs no problem. But nowadays, I'm becoming an old man.
I've gotten much better. I can do it now.
I think we have a third ball.
You chat more.
Indy's
You're
got
talking more than you do.
I thought we had a
You
third
think?
ball.
What?
Indy's got one.
I was kind of curious if that like noise was like over there. It's like going on the street because it's like
I doubt it.
It's pretty loud
Just
here.
streaming with Mido distracting me. It would have been bad if they did it at the beginning.
Nope, not that part.
That was incorrect.
Mute the channel. Shouldn't be on. Now the channel will be searched. I guess I'm apologizing.
We have a $10 donation from the Elliot Tyson. I've been waiting for Skyward Sword for so long, and I just want to say good luck to you all. Skyward Sword is my favorite game and brings back some good memories from a year ago when I beat this game. Also, can we get a roll call? Thanks. I love you guys for doing such a great thing. I will make sure. I will make sure that roll call is called before this game is started.
I guess so.
I guess we have some quick time to go over some of our sponsors.
We
If
have
you
a sale
want to
cloth.
get some
Yeah, it's my
t-shirts
blindfold.
associated with our group, then you can go to theyeti.com, and every $3 from the $11
We can add it.
$11 t-shirt is going to go directly to Doctors Without Borders. We also have the Humble Bundle going on right now, where you can get several of the computer games from this event for, I think it's a minimum donation of $25 to get the games. All of the money goes directly to Doctors Without Borders.
Are we? I don't know.
Also, 100% of the subscription money to our channel goes to Doctors Without Borders. The ad revenue actually goes to be able to continue to have these marathons as well as make their stream quality better.
Unless you lean uncomfortably close to me. We're more important than this.
Where's my sensor for? I need to fix that before we kill. The sensor bar. No, it's perfect.
There's a prize for this game. If you donate at least $10 during this game, then you are entered to into the raffle. There's only one entry per person, but entered the raffle for the Legend of Zelda Skyward Sword bundle. So get in your donations. $10 will get you into the drawing for that. we have several incentives coming up. There's still some bonus games that haven't been met. Pokemon Snap, Ocarina of Time, and Tony Hawk 2. Also, with the total, which is 300,000 by Saturday, then we're going to have a 16-star run by Sylvainic. If it reaches 400,000 by Saturday, we're going to have a 70-star run by Sylvainic. And if it reaches 500,000 by Saturday, then we'll have a 120-star run by Sylvainic. Super Mario 64.
I can't find it.
Yeah, what if TLoZSR and Testrunner get the world record with this run and it's a team RTN?
Dude, the people always ask that
I
question.
know.
Okay, let's answer one.
There's also a donation war between Chippendale Rescue Ranger, whether you want to do one player, 2 controllers, or a co-op run. There's also a bid war for the character in Castlevania 3, Dracula's Curse. And we still haven't met the donation incentive for Bionic Commando 100%. We have a $50 donation from Lundgren. Greetings from the UK. Thanks for keeping my company. Thanks for keeping me company as I struggle to sleep. Wishing Testrunner the best of luck with the Skyward Sword run. We have a $35 donation from Bex. Been waiting all week for the Skyward Sword run. Shoutouts to my gal Amanda, who's the biggest Zelda nerd I know. And also, there's been plenty of murder this week, so please save the animals. $100 from Sam Getsby. Great to see Skyward Sword being run for SGDQ. Also, good luck to TLO and Testrunner. Shout out to everyone making this awesome event possible. Cheers.
You heard my seat for me while I'm gone, right?
Yeah, all the way across.
It's good.
$200 donation
Twitch
from Frank. Hope SGDQ2014 will enjoy Mr. and B's opera thanks to the runners and SDA. So there's a $5,000 incentive that I just added to have the opera from Final Fantasy VI be acted out by Mr. and B, Essentia, Brosentia, and Plexa. $35 donation from Chris M. This is the third GDQ I've watched. It is an amazing event, and I think it's a great cause. Here's to many more.
The Corgo spans a lot.
I'm not sure if we can be heard on stream, but we have been getting flood warnings, because right now where we're at is under Colorado flood warnings, but everyone here is safe, and that's what the loud noise is.
My part anyways.
Yeah, it's okay.
I would like DLC too.
No, this is perfect.
The back.
Indy, don't fall asleep on the couch, please. Make Testrunner move.
Yeah, I'll just lean this way, right?
Those guys look squished together.
I don't think it'll.
I don't think
I don't think the one little
That's fine.
I'm like as far to the right as I can go.
Maybe you should just get off the camera, Testrunner.
You measure stuff in pixels, right?
I'll just like lay down.
No.
How big is a pixel in like? How many pixels is this? How many pixels is this?
It depends on the resolution of the texture.
What resolution does this couch have?
$50 donation from Yahaiko. Hello everyone, been watching GDQ for a few years, starting with SGDQ a couple years ago. I look forward to seeing these events every year. You guys are doing great things, and it's nice to see gamers doing this. Looking forward to Skyward Sword. Good luck to all the runners. $10 donation from RV Works. Hey guys, Skyward Sword is one of my favorite Zelda games, only behind Oracle of Seasons, which I sadly missed earlier. But I'm so glad that there's now a Skyward Sword run. Good luck to
Plays live.
sorry, TLoZSR on this on the run, and put this $10 towards Final Fantasy 6, the train suplex. I'm sorry. $50 donation from the Oberonio. Oh, sorry. Roburo. Super excited for Skyward Sword run. I wish you the best of luck. Put this towards Flavio and TTYD. $35 from Hero Mystic. Nice to see Skyward Sword on stream. I have work in the morning, but screw it. I've missed too many runs already. Time to support my fellow gamers. We have a $100 donation from Squidzar. I'm sorry, I probably butchered that. Awesome things happen here. I'm sure this takes the trip to the arena next time. $10 donation from Brandon Booth. I just want to say thank you for making me the happiest man in the world. Ever since I came out, I've been playing so much more, playing a lot of Zelda. You guys inspire me to be all I can be. Thank you. $50 from Bear Green Eyes. Having a blast watching SGDQ. So far, keep up the good work.
Oh my god. Jesus Christ.
I'm gonna say it's pretty exciting to be this.
$200 from Ever Alert. Yo, what's up, Choco? And good luck on the run, guys. $100 from Ben H. Thanks for keeping classic games relevant to a new generation. I've just had my first kid, and I can't wait to show him all the games. Hope you'll be streaming for years to come while he grows up. I'm sorry for the wait, everyone. We're working on the audio right now. We'll be ready to start in a few minutes.
Nice. Nice. Very appropriate.
Not quite Scarlet Sword. Pretty appropriate.
Thanks. No luck there.
Yeah.
Just me.
We have an $11 donation from Aaron1. Shout out to my wife, Adriana. Big time. Making this event a reality. It's really nice to see a great community in action. Very entertaining.
So I guess, are we all ready to go, or last minute tweaks? I think so, maybe, possibly. That's the sort of...
Okay, we good? We good? All right, you want to count down? Okay, 3, 2, 1, go. All right, so this is Skyward Sword. I'm TLoZSR.
And I'm Testrunner.
We're going to be co-oping this run. I'm taking the first half. I'll be going from here until entering Sandship.
And then I'll do the rest of the run from there.
So one of the first things you might notice is that we're skipping cutscenes. This run is done in hero mode, which is unlocked after the game is beaten.
Which is really important because there's like, what, like 2-3 hours of cutscenes?
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
Yeah, it's terrible.
You still see a lot of cutscenes in the run, but a lot of them are skippable.
So playing on hero mode also has two different differences. The first thing is that you lose health twice as fast, which is going to be useful.
Yeah, it's actually a good thing.
Coming up actually really soon and just throughout the whole entire run. And then the other difference is that once you get the Skyward Strike, it charges like it just charges a lot faster.
Yeah, it actually allows us to do a trick.
I don't know why they did that. That's just like, almost seems like a bug, but whatever.
No, it's good.
Yeah, it's good. It's useful. Use it.
Okay, so Skyward Sword is one of the latest Zeldas that's been made. It's pretty solid compared to the other 3D Zeldas, but there is one big glitch, and we're gonna see that in about a minute.
Yeah, it's pretty complicated. We'll try to get through it. Things are happening kind of quickly all of a sudden. And,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm gonna make a save here because I'm actually gonna reset the game really soon.
Yeah. The only reason why we save this here is because, if you paid attention when we started, all the files started blank. So every file is blank when we began. But part of the trick we're gonna do here, we need to copy a file, and you can't copy blank files. So we save so it's no longer blank.
Okay, so I'm gonna be killing myself. This is the fastest place in the run to die.
Yeah.
If you're on normal mode, this would actually take 6 hops off of this, so it's a really good thing we're on hero mode for double damage. The glitch I'm going to be doing is called Back in Time. If you're familiar with Twilight Princess, you might know about it already.
Except for it works completely differently in this game.
Right.
And it's 1,000 times more useful.
So when you die in Skyward Sword, you're prompted with a game over screen that gives you continue or quit. I'm going to continue. I think that works.
Yes.
I'm going to continue and reset the console at the same time.
That was
or
a reset prompt.
roughly afterwards.
And then,
what-
yeah, this is going to happen.
Yeah.
This is totally normal.
Okay, so right now I'm on the title screen map of Skyloft. You can see it's a little washed out. It's actually a completely separate map from the regular Skyloft.
And he's copying a file over to file 2 right now.
Yeah.
So what this does is, since this is a completely different map, okay, that was bad. Since this is a completely different map, there's different things going on it. For example, the goddess statue is actually open right now.
Also, before we continue that, because right here, he's going to delete this file, and then he's going to save the file right here while it's still deleting. What will happen is when it deletes, it sets all the data of the file to 0. When you save, it thinks the game is not empty. So it's just got blank stuff. There's no file name. There's 0 hearts on the file. Even though it displays 1, there's actually no hearts. The time is set to 0.
Yeah.
Just
So what I just did there is I actually saved myself onto the Back in Time Skyloft map. So as you can see, it's way washed out. It's a lot different than the regular map. And this area is not supposed to be open right now, but it is by default on the Back in Time Skyloft map.
So that area there is the Back in Time Skyloft area, which is the same as the title screen. So if you actually watch the title screen at distance, you look carefully, it'll look exactly that way. And the title screen's all super faded and bloomed out. That's why it's looks so bright like that.
Right, so that's one of the early uses of Back in Time. There's a lot cooler stuff coming up later in the run.
A lot of different uses, yeah.
And a lot of things you won't see that are kind of crazy.
So we kind of mentioned he did 2 different tricks back to back in Back in Time after he activated. The first thing he did was the corrupt file, which is that 0 heart file. It's not really that important to the run. When you load the file, all it does is you have 0 hearts, so you just instantly die. And since you activate Back in Time by dying, it's a pretty convenient way to do it.
It's only used about 2 or 3 times.
Yeah, it's used like once or twice right in the beginning and once at the end.
Yeah, once you get bombs will kill you a lot faster.
Right. The second thing there was a Back in Time save, where all you do is you save a statue and then load your file. And all it does is it saves your file into the Back in Time area. It's got a couple really neat uses. The first one is, as TLO mentioned, none of the actors are people, the doors, they're all missing. So you can just enter the goddess statue early, which allowed us to get the goddess sword early, which completely skipped the practice.
Right, if you're not familiar with this game, there's a tutorial with the sword, and you're supposed to go to some house on Skyloft and get the practice sword, but we completely skipped that.
The second use is that, which is I think only used once, or it's used a couple times in the run. It's you save on this area, so if you activate Back in Time in any place in the entire game, you could be saved in the 6th dungeon, inside the dungeon. And if you do that trick, it will leave you in Skyloft, because that's where you save. So it's a nice way to warp back to Skyloft.
Okay, so there's a little bit of downtime here, so I'm going to talk about the game itself. It's on the Wii. It uses motion controls, and a lot of people are like, how in the world do you stand the speedrun a game with motion controls? And the motion controls are actually pretty good in this game. They work pretty consistently. You do have some problems because you play it for so long, and that was good. But it's actually a lot better than a lot of people think.
Yeah, there's a lot of tricks that you can do to like, try to get the calibration to stay consistent. There's also certain things you can do to make the calibration worse. So if you're aware of like what messes up calibration, then you know what to do to avoid it.
And I'm sure somebody's wondering, the reason I let stamina refill to just a quarter before taking it back down again is because the last quarter of stamina actually drains at half the rate of the other 3/4, but it recharges at the same rate as the other 3/4, so it's faster to just charge that up.
It's really noticeable when you're doing the really long stretches and you're running for a long period of time. You'll see it like kind of draining, and as soon as it hits a quarter, it almost stops. It goes like much slower.
Yeah, it gets really slow.
It's also a little weird though, because when you do say like a roll or spin attack, the amount of drains is based on whether it's above or below a quarter. So I think a spin attack uses about 1/3 of your stamina, roughly.
Yeah, something like that. But then once you get to a quarter, it uses like nothing.
if you have less than a quarter, then it halves it. So you actually only use 1/6 of your stamina, so you have plenty of stamina remaining. But if you have slightly more than a quarter of stamina and you do a spin attack, then 1/3 will completely drain it out, and you won't have enough to do, and you'll run out of stamina. So it's a little weird. Stamina management is very, very complicated, and it's a big part of optimizing this run.
Yeah, most of the glitches in this game are pretty easy to pull off. Like back in time, you could go, if you have the game, go try this at home right now. I guarantee you'll hit it pretty quick.
Yeah.
There is a trick coming up though that is not very easy to hit, and I really hope I get it. It's a cutscene skip. If I miss it, it'll cost about a minute. This Skyloft is really the only part of the run that I reset over consistently. Like,
We won't reset here.
no, but what I'm going to be attempting to do is side hop out of a cutscene, because there's 2 frames before the cutscene triggers, where I can put in an input and the game will do it.
2 frames out of 30 FPS.
Right.
This training thing is just like an auto scroll.
Yeah.
You just wait a timer. Just like screw around.
Okay. So here it is. After the save prompt, I need to mash really
Please
fast.
save, please
I'm
save.
gonna save.
It's
I don't want to
actually
lose.
faster to not save, but for safety, there's a backup strategy if he fails it. If only he saves. Nice.
Nice.
So basically the way the trick works is after every single save prompt, you actually have 1 or 2 frames of input before it actually, like before any cutscene that would plays. And right after that save prompt, there's a cutscene where Zelda talks to you, and then there's like this whole like intro ceremony.
It saves about 3 minutes overall if you
Well,
I think
don't.
that's on English, yeah.
In Japanese, it's like
Oh, yeah.
2 minutes. Or
I don't
something.
think we've talked about Japanese text. It's ridiculously fast in this game. Like, I think Indy timed it out, right? And you got 17 minutes and 29 seconds
Yeah,
faster.
I think
on
I timed it and it was
Japanese.
like 16 minutes and 40 seconds. Like
It's
depending
about
on
17
Yeah,
minutes.
depending on what run you time, it's different. But yeah.
Yeah, because text in this game is a lot different than other Zeldas. In other Zeldas, you just mash it, and that's
Yeah.
it.
Yeah,
But
so-
in this game, you actually hold down A, and that speeds the text up, and then you have to let go of A to advance the text. So it's actually kind of difficult.
Yeah, it's like Super Mario Galaxy if you're familiar. But one of the weird things about text in this game, for Japanese, normally a lot of people, when you play on Japanese version, there's 2 main reasons you'll play Japanese versions in speedrun as opposed to an English version. And the first one is it's usually text, and because English is just like a way more sparse language than Japanese. It takes more characters to say a word than in Japanese. So in the Japanese text, there's just fewer characters and so less text. And the second reason is that the Japanese version is usually released first, so it tends to have more glitches. Funny thing is, in Skyward Sword, neither of those are really the reason you run on Japanese. It turns out that in Japanese text, while it is like more compressed, the text just moves like twice as quickly. Like the text actually moves really fast. If you open up the YouTube video right now and like open up a run in English right now, like the text just moves like awfully slow. It's unbearable.
So right now I'm doing another back in time glitch. As we explained earlier, we set up this corrupt file on file 2. And because all the values are 0 on it, I have 0 hearts. It shows 1, but I actually have 0. So I'm gonna die as soon as I load this right there. This allows me to activate back in time without jumping off those posts again.
What this skips is normally what you do here is the gate to in front of the statue of the goddess is like blocked off, and you have to go all the way around the island following Fee. And this skips the entire thing because everything's unloaded, there's no gate. This saves like I think a second. It doesn't take long. It seems like, oh man, you skip this whole sequence, but this actual whole back in time thing actually takes a long time to do.
Oh, and just a little heads up, pay attention to what I'm doing with this gate over here. It's right there, you can see it at the top of your screen. I have to jump off the bridge to get to the other side.
Because the gate is closed, you can't get through.
That's going to be important later, I promise.
So what we're doing with the story here is that we're going back to the statue to place down a tablet. Now, when we first got the sword, we could have placed it down just right when we got there. But we need to hit a couple extra triggers to actually let us advance through the game later on.
Yeah, basically what happens is when you get the goddess sword, you get the tablet at the same time, and you can just go and place it. And if you place it, it plays all the cutscene, Link gets his clothes, and everyone's like, all right, go leave Skyloft and save the world. And then you jump off the Skyloft and you try to call your bird, and you're like, oh wait, I never saved my bird.
Yeah.
And you can't actually leave. So you have to go through that whole ceremony just to get your bird. And the second thing is that, as Choco mentioned, you can actually skip getting the sailcloth completely, but the process of getting the sailcloth, it's like a trigger that you need to beat some end game thing.
Yeah, it's really silly.
It's really stupid.
It unlocks the doors and
the details is that like there's a door to Instructor Orwell.
Yeah.
His room. Not even the Owlwell.
Instructor Owl.
Yeah, sorry. But it's not even the headmaster. You get the headmaster fine. And so you only need to talk to him to learn Spiral Charge. And the only reason why you need to learn Spiral Charge is because the guy in the Lumpy Pumpkin won't give you the pumpkin soup unless you have Spiral Charge, for no reason. And then the only reason why you need the pumpkin soup is that the Levias fight won't start unless you have the pumpkin soup, for once again, no real reason. So it's just like a series of triggers.
Dude, he wants the soup.
Yeah, dude, he just wants the soup.
But it is nice because having the sailcloth.
The sailcloth is nice to have, but giving the sailcloth would save about a minute.
Yeah. So now's probably a decent time for a few donations. You think? You think? Maybe not. I don't know.
I don't know. This game's endless.
No, go ahead. The couple's fine.
All right. One other thing I was going to mention about the version differences in English and Japanese. One is the text. The other thing is, even though the Japanese version was released before the North American and the European version, the English version in North America, the original release, actually has more glitches than the Japanese version. And that's because the English version in North America was in production earlier, even though it got released later. And it makes sense if you think about the fact that I think more than half of the sales were in North America. And there's actually a pretty major glitch in the 4th dungeon that lets you skip most of it, but we're running Japanese because even though that skip doesn't save nearly the amount of time saved compared.
Okay, so when I dive off the Skyloft, you're gonna see me bank a little bit to the left instead of just calling my bird right away. And just like, okay. So if I bank to the left, like right there, what that does is it actually gets me closer to the pillar of light you can see.
Yeah.
I hit another load zone, or a different load zone that's
Yeah, there's
closer.
I think 6 or so jump off points around Skyloft, and basically do is you fly towards a different jump off point, and so the game thinks that you jumped off that other one. Right here is when you get really close to the light pillar, Fee will actually talk to you, and it's like a 20-second or not even. It's
like 10.
15.
It's like
We have no idea.
We have no idea. We're completely guessing here. But there's some length of time, and if you just glide in, Fee won't talk to you if you're not on your bird, so you completely skip that cutscene.
Yeah. It's not faster to fall through the sky like that than to just ride the Loftwing. Okay, so we're off of Skyloft now. We have a little bit of downtime. We're gonna go through, what is this place called? Faron Woods, and make our way to the 1st dungeon. And then things start picking up from there. It gets pretty exciting.
One other thing about movement is that when you're standing still, you're gonna see him just rolling right from
Or shield dash.
Shield and roll are mapped to the same thing, so you're gonna see that a lot.
Yeah.
So the reason why he rolls from a standstill is because rolling will give you speed instantly, whereas trying to sprint will you'll have to build up the speed.
Right.
So it's faster to roll there.
When you roll, it uses a lot of stamina compared to just running. So running is the best stamina like management, but rolling is technically, if you're running at full speed, if you roll, it's technically 1 frame faster.
I don't deal with it
But
because I screw it up so much.
But it's only worth it if you have lots of extra stamina, because once again, like an extra second of running is going to save you way more time than 1 frame of rolling.
Yeah, and if you start messing up the rolls at all, it's actually, the roll timing in this game is pretty strict. So
Yeah.
I just don't like to deal with it. Testrunner, I think, does more
Yeah,
of it.
I try to roll as much as I can.
The reason he didn't take damage when he jumped off those cliffs right there is he actually pulled the sailcloth right before he hit the ground
Yeah, I got
twice,
2 frame perfect pulls
which is
there.
harder
Yeah.
than it sounds.
Yeah, if you pull the sailcloth like the frame before you hit the ground, Link will just like hit the ground and you won't see the sailcloth at all. It's kind of risky, but it saves a frame, I guess.
I don't know.
I don't know.
I think it saves more than that.
I mean, it saves the amount of frames it took you to pull the sailcloth out earlier.
Yeah,
It's a pro
we're saving
strat.
frames here.
Yeah, it's
In a
important
6-hour
not
run,
to
it
hit
matters.
the ground. I mean, besides the damage you take, because when you hit the ground, there's this like Link has this like 1 or 2 second of like stun animation where he's just like in pain. And interesting, if you jump slash, the jump slash animation, like picking your sword back up, will actually interrupt that pain animation, and you can recover almost instantly. So if there's places where we jump down and take damage, we'll jump slash.
Yeah. If you'd like to read a couple donations now. that'd be
Yeah,
great.
we have a $200 donation from Nicholas Bird who says, "Sadly, I've been too busy at work this week to watch any of the streams, but I'm looking forward to seeing them on YouTube, which is amazing. A huge thank you to everyone who makes SGDQ and AGDQ possible, and oh so enjoyable, even when we can't partake in real time. Also, Skyward Sword is one of the most beautiful games I've ever played, so I can't resist donating for this block. Put half this donation toward the runner's choice and half toward the reader's choice." And yeah, speaking of donating during this block, there is a Skyward Sword bundle that if you donate $10 during this game, you'll be eligible to win that prize. And that is a sealed copy of Skyward Sword with a music CD and a golden Wii remote with Wii Motion Plus.
Oh, we didn't zoom in. Yeah. It's a little thing. When you zooming in, you have like high resolution to replace it. But in addition, like where the X is, I'm pretty sure the X is in the wrong spot when you.
No,
zoom
it's
out.
not. It's just
Sure?
you can go slightly to the right, but you can't go slightly to the left.
Yeah,
left.
see what I'm saying? It doesn't sound like it's in the wrong spot. You have
No,
to go to the
it's-
right.
I'll
I
show
don't know,
you.
man.
Doing that, you're forced to place a waypoint. That's the
Yeah,
only
you have to.
waypoint.
If you place it in the wrong spot, like Granny is very picky. If you place it in the wrong spot, she's like, "Oh, you're suck," and it's like, place it again.
No,
You feel
this,
terrible.
This cutscene here actually like shows the pillar that you place. You can actually remove the pillar, and this cutscene still plays out, and it looks kind of funky.
Yeah. The beacon placement is actually a pretty cool system in the game, but it's not used at all in speedrun, obviously.
Yeah, because we don't need to.
Yeah,
We know where to go.
We know where things are.
So
There's actually a place later you can get 5 beacons and you skip it.
Yeah.
Right. So here you're going to see one of the first uses of upgraded Skyward Strikes. It just knocks out all of those guys.
Yeah, the upgraded Skyward Strike has the same power as the Master Sword, so it's a lot better than just using your sword.
Yeah,
Yeah,
if you play through the game in normal mode, the Skyward Strike you see now is the Skyward Strike you get when you get the true Master Sword in normal mode. When we get there in this run, we'll actually get another upgraded form, which is the instant Skyward Strike, where there's no charge time at all.
It's good text.
Yeah. Speaking of that, like the Skyward Strike is a little weird in this because normally in normal mode, your Skyward Strike does the same damage as your sword, which is what you would expect. But since your Skyward Strike does way more damage than your actual sword does, and if you are too close to an enemy and your sword hits them and the Skyward Strike hits them, it'll only do sword damage. So like your sword has priority over the Skyward Strike. So
Yeah,
you do
it's
those, he was like backing up in the fight to make sure that he didn't actually slash them.
So you're going to see me go through this area, and I'm going to pick up quite a few statues. Actually, only a couple. But I'm going to pick up statues throughout the run and just talk to them and cancel. What that does is it lets me fly to them later.
Yeah, they're like warp points.
There is a $101 donation from Nathan Jackson. Really hyped for Skyward Sword. Looking forward to watching a full run of it at a GDQ. This donation goes toward naming Lok Abda in Final Fantasy VI. And we have another $50 donation from Michael Port, who says, the next game should be a link to nothing. Runner's choice. Nice job, TLoZSR.
Thank you.
So these are Kikwees.
They're kind of like
Kikwees
penguins.
are really cute.
Yeah, they're probably the most adorable thing in any Zelda game.
So in this section, we're going to be going around and finding lost Kikwees.
Yeah, the Kikwi elder is lost and worried about where his all his tribe members are or whatever.
Yeah.
The Kikwees in this game are actually all named after types of tea. And it's most obvious with the Kikwi hermit, whose name is Yerbal. Herbal tea. But there's also an Ulu and some others.
Yeah, Indy knows like so much about this game.
All their names are actually different in Japanese, which I never really pay attention to, honestly. But I don't know if there's still tea names in Japanese or they're just like completely different puns. Actually, most of the characters in the game have completely different names in English and Japanese, with the exception of, I think, Link, Zelda, and I guess Garaham, I think.
So that run you're supposed to hit with a slingshot when you get it. We just hit that wall and it falls down. And it
Yeah,
saves a bit of time.
you can actually bonk. I think it's intended to be able to bonk into that tree there and
Yeah.
it will fall. But the wall's close enough and the game just takes it as you bonking into the tree.
I did that on my first playthrough.
Wow. Dude, the strats.
It's not a huge time, so it like lets you skip running around a little bit of the area.
Yeah.
Okay, I just want to say TLO loves running this part on English.
Dude, we did an English race yesterday and the text is so slow, I was crying. Like, this feels really good.
Also, the Kikwi Elder is the best fighter in the entire world.
Oh yeah,
I didn't see champion.
the elder is the master.
His camouflage is too strong.
Oh, I actually wanted to talk about something because I want to go back in time for a minute.
Okay.
Now that we have some downtime where I'm just rolling around. So back in time, a lot of people might wonder why it's called that. And there's actually a logical explanation.
Not really.
No, it's logical, trust me.
It's not.
Okay.
It's dumb.
No, it was found originally in Twilight Princess. It exists in Twilight Princess, Wind Waker, and Skyward Sword. And I'm sure it would be in Wind Waker HD, but the Wii U does not have a reset button. So we won't know. But it was originally found in Twilight Princess in, I believe, Arbiter's Grounds.
Yep.
So how it was activated in Twilight Princess is you reset your console on like a specific frame when you void out somewhere.
Yeah.
So this guy voided out in Arbiter's Grounds, reset his console. I think he's doing segment
he's doing
or something.
practice
Or practice.
Yeah.
And he ended up on the title screen, which is kind of weird, right? And oh, nice. In Twilight Princess. No. Nice.
Oh.
You guys.
There's a frame perfect trick there where you can knock the Kikwi down a second faster.
I've never once gotten it. Anyway, back in time. In Twilight Princess, if you play out like the title screen portion, you actually go further back in time, assuming you did it in Arbiter's Grounds. So when it was first found, people thought, oh, you can only do this in Arbiter's Grounds, and this takes you back to a previous location in the game. I believe it was like one of the Bublin fights, King Bublin.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, so I don't know if you could hear that, but after reloading the game, you're spawned into the Bublin 1 fight, which is further back than Arbiter's Grounds.
And you
So
lost all those items to that point.
yeah. So it was originally called Back in Time because it took you back in time. And then it was found that, hey, you could do this about 40 seconds into Twilight Princess.
And then it takes you forward into time, but they
Yeah.
didn't change the name.
So that's why it's called Back in Time for those curious.
It's kind of silly. But
Yeah.
the name stuck instead of calling it, like title screen glitch or something like that. But
Yeah, if you're just getting into speedrunning and you're just learning about the glitch, it really does not make a lot of sense why it's called that.
It's
still,
a
yeah.
bit weird when you think about it, but
It's I think it was named a little prematurely before people actually figured out what it did.
Okay, so here I'm going to attempt to cut the grass in such a way that the Kikwi here doesn't move, and that should be good.
Yeah, if you reveal him, then he'll just start scooching around and it just wastes time. So you want to be able to cut all the grass, like all the grass is cut when he is revealed. You do a 2 scars.
And throughout the whole entire run, we're gonna avoid trying to pick up any rupees,
Good luck.
just because the first time you pick up a rupee of a certain color, it'll give you text for that rupee. So throughout the whole entire run, we're only going to be picking up one red rupee, which is underwater, so you don't even get a text box for it.
Yeah, and so the only rupees that you'll pretty much pick up are green and blue rupees, or 1s and 5s, and getting this wastes like 2 seconds, but I don't know, it's a good feeling to finish a run saying like, yeah, I didn't get any rupees.
Doesn't happen very often.
No, it
or
doesn't.
often, yeah.
It goes for treasures.
Treasures
treasures
are
are
really
the worst.
Yeah, you usually can finish a run without treasures, but when you get a treasure, it not only does it play a text that's like, oh, you got a treasure, congratulations, it also opens up your inventory and shows you where it is in your inventory and counts it up, and it wastes a lot of time.
And it does it for like every treasure, assuming you don't pick up 2 in the same area. If you leave the area, it'll do it for another treasure. It's really annoying.
Treasures are, it's
If
pretty
you go
annoying.
to save, it will show it again.
Yeah.
And doing back in time reloads a save, so if you get more than one of the same treasure during that segment, then you're fine, but if you do back in time, you have to get all the text boxes again.
But that's not true at all for rupees. Once you get a green rupee, you can get 100 green rupees and reset the console and, I don't know, do a dance, and you won't get you will not get the text box. So that's at least something, I guess.
So dialogue options in this game. A lot of people in my stream ask me, how do you memorize which option to choose when it's in Japanese? And to be honest, like most of them, almost every single dialogue option is faster to choose the right option. This is one of the exceptions where we choose the left option because it's faster.
Yeah, generally the rule of thumb is if there's a cancel prompt, always hit B. If there isn't, usually choose right, except for like a couple exceptions.
And when we're talking about a difference, it's like
Yeah, it's like a
generally
second.
fractions of a second,
Yeah, it's-
except for this text box, which is
It's
actually like 10
ridiculously long
seconds
if you go right.
if you
Yeah.
choose the wrong one.
Okay.
Something that we kind of mentioned earlier, for those who aren't familiar with speedrunning, we mentioned frames a few times ago. Frame is essentially just the smallest unit of time in video games. Since the game runs at 30 frames per second, 1 frame is 1/30th of a second.
Right. The game is drawn or all games are drawn kind of like a PowerPoint that just moves really, really fast. Just a bunch of pictures,
Super
one after
fast
another.
slideshow.
Okay, so pushing over this log, it's really intense to explain. Do you
It's
mind if I
magic.
take a few minutes to do this?
Yeah, go ahead.
Do you want to do
Jonathan.
it? Sure.
Okay, so pushing over that log, it activates a very specific bit or a piece of memory inside of the game save file. And so what happens is, doing that, when you push over that log and then you save later in this next area, what'll happen is that back in time, that gate that TLO mentioned earlier, it's gonna be open because of that specific bit
Dude, you just
that was
spoiled it.
activated after pushing over that log.
You're using the word bit, and it's like confusing with back in time.
I'm sorry.
Just say flag.
Yeah, so for a very, very long time, we had absolutely no idea why it worked, and we just call it back in time magic. So if it sounds confusing, complicated, don't worry, it's basically just magic.
It's pretty actually complicated.
Yeah, it's like some weird like memory pointer like stuff going on with some temporary stored data in some weird places. Like, yeah, just don't worry about it. It's magic.
Oh, and kind of along the same lines, there's a tree in this area that if you roll into it, it gives you seeds. And that actually sets a value in the save file to a 1 instead of a 0. And it just spawns a random seed into back in time Skyloft.
It actually works kind of differently than
It does,
bit
but it's-
magic, but it's pretty much kind of the same concept.
Okay, so right here, we were talking about the upgraded Skyward Strikes. This is the one trick that you can do with it that you can't do in normal mode, because the Skyward Strike just won't reach far enough. Okay. What?
Ooh, too
Did I
far.
really miss?
If you're just joining us, this is Summer Games Done Quick
man.
2014,
Oh man.
Oh no.
an event run by Speed Demos Archive and Speedruns Live to support Doctors Without Borders, a charity that helps provide medical aid.
Well, rest in peace.
That is not something I miss a
Casual
lot.
mode. Let's play. Let's play.
Literal.
So basically, what we would have liked to have happened is basically you hit a Skyward Strike angled off of the Bokoblin upwards, and it'll clear the cliff edge, and then just barely scrape the top of a Goddess Cube. And that Goddess Cube there is special. No other Goddess Cube is like it, and when you hit that one, it plays a special cutscene where the Goron the Gorko with the Goron, whatever, he'll talk to you and be like, yo, that's It was amazing.
Why?
Dude, come on.
I don't do this ever.
Let's play.
This is like the forbidden lands. Like
Yeah.
no one ever goes back here.
It's okay, he's allowed a mistake.
Yeah. That's your one mistake.
Yeah, that's my one mistake of the run.
One mistake of the
The rest of it's world record. But yeah, you will scrape in. The cutscene will move you on top of the cliff, which skips this like entire section you're doing right now. Takes about a minute. If you get it first try.
And balancing on the ropes can actually be kind of annoying, so it's a good part to skip. You have to hit the goddess cube. The Goron won't let you leave if you don't hit it.
They'll just keep interrupting you.
There is a way to skip it with back in time, but it doesn't work in any %.
Also, as far as I know, there's goddess cubes scattered around the area, but they don't work
Right.
until you hit this
Yeah,
one.
no goddess cube will
Yeah, I almost
activate
forgot
until
the
you
log.
hit that first one.
Oh yeah.
This one's just for makes a shortcut for later on,
Oh my god.
Or
now.
or a shortcut for right now.
Oh, I guess I don't need
Yeah,
it.
you avoided.
Okay, after that, okay. It's time for Skyview, which it shows off another use of back in time.
Yeah, but before that, we're gonna go ahead and copy the file run into
Yeah.
file 3, and this will be our third file, using all 3 files for the speedrun.
It's, if you've looked at donation incentives, you'll see like a glitched run incentive, which I think has already been met.
Yeah.
You can do the game in 10 minutes, and that uses pre-made files. It's important to the run, or it's not important to the run, but we've all agreed that you need to start with blank files.
Otherwise, you beat the game in 10 minutes. It's kind of dumb. But basically, what's going here is a little crazy. If Bob was here, he'd be able to explain it in a little more detail, but maybe you guys don't want the technical details. But this is actually just 2 things. One is that back in time magic, you need to copy this file in order to work, just cause, don't worry about it. And the other thing is that file allows us to do some pretty important glitches later on, which once again, the reason is like kind of weird and convoluted, and I don't personally understand it myself.
Magical.
I think the short form is that bit by default takes certain information from the third file slot.
Yeah.
And you can mess around with it, but by default, it's file 3. So by putting that copied file in slot 3, the gates will automatically be open and other things.
Well, on the bright side here, you can just kill yourself to the piece.
That is true. I should have taken another half-hearted damage.
Yeah. You can like, back in time, sometimes we'll load data off of the third file, but it's saving in that area specifically is like special because there's like special like auxiliary data with that area that causes certain back in time tricks to work. And it just, I don't really know why. There's some areas that just have this extra code associated with it.
So believe it or not, that death was actually on purpose. We're gonna do another back in time here.
Normally we would have loaded the corrupted file because he had so little health that was
Yeah.
faster.
Yeah.
So we actually die, I believe it's 22 times on Japanese, on purpose.
Yeah.
It's a lot.
Link's gonna have a bad night.
Yeah. Some of them are death warps, which I don't think we've done yet, and
Yeah.
a lot of them are back in time.
Most of them are actually in the first half. The
Yeah.
second half is going to be a little more, I guess, standard in terms of your casual playthroughs with tricks and ball strats.
Okay, so I'm gonna do a different back in time tech, and these gates are gonna open as soon as I press A.
Yeah, so the gate magically
This
opens.
straight up magic. Okay, so he doesn't here called a back in time warp. It looked like a back in time save, but it wasn't. The difference was instead of saving and then loading, he saved and loaded simultaneously. If you look carefully, you might notice. Look out for next time. The difference is, or if you want to explain it? Sure.
No, go.
Oh, okay, sure. I mean, I don't care. But basically, the way it works is we're still, when you do a back in time save, you're still in the same area you were saved in. So we were saved in the Skyview Temple, and we're still in the Skyview Temple. The only difference is when you do the back in time warp, it changes your coordinates. Your coordinates are rewritten with your coordinates that you were when you were in back in time.
Yeah, essentially it doesn't have enough time to complete the save, and it does pieces of it.
Yeah.
What I wanted to explain is when we actually dropped down into that room after doing the bit warp, the room was actually completely unloaded. There was no enemies,
Yeah,
no...
None of these enemies were there.
No,
There definitely wasn't a spider here.
Yeah, nothing was
That guy's a
here.
jerk.
So what we had to do is we had to get it all back because there's a rope to the right that we need to get across. And then we also need to go into another room,
Yeah.
which there was gates that were closed and we couldn't actually get in there.
Yeah. Yeah, but you're supposed to have the beetle to cut the I guess spider web that the Skulltula is hanging from, but we don't have the beetle yet, so we had to use
Pretty easy to get by with the Skyward Strike.
yeah,
Oh,
with a
that was
little
my
bit of
shot.
practice, but when you first start running the game, that guy can destroy you.
Actually, we can get into this room when we first get in, but we're
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
stuck.
you're
So
soft
Yeah,
locked.
so the door, so what happens is door closes, and the gate goes down, and that's it.
There's no
this
enemy,
boss does
yeah.
not spawn, and you're just stuck in here. It's a prison.
So this is going to show off the first shield tech in the game.
Everybody stealth first.
Beautiful.
Nice.
Good
fight.
fight.
So the swordplay in this game is actually pretty neat. There's a lot of cool bosses that use a lot of cool tech. And something I didn't explain earlier is that the shield is completely optional in this run.
But
You don't
ridiculously
need it.
broken.
Yeah, but the shield just speeds up so many fights that it's much faster to get it.
There's some loud noise coming from the room. Yeah, so you can shield bash a lot of attacks. If you know all the enemy attacks in the game, then you can shield bash most of them. And a lot of enemies will get stunned, which leaves them vulnerable against a lot of hits.
The deal with the shields in this game, there's a wooden, an iron, a sacred, and the Hylian shield. The wooden shield is it's
very
weak to fire,
Yeah, it'll burn instantly the fire, and also very little health.
and the iron shield doesn't like electricity.
Yeah, it's weak to electricity,
But-
but it has like twice as much health, I think.
Yeah, the funny thing is you can just straight up shield bash fire attacks with the wooden shield,
Yeah.
and it's perfectly fine as long as you time it right.
Yeah, shield bashes don't care about elemental types or anything. You can shield bash with an iron shield against lightning. You can shield bash with a wooden shield against fire. It's kind of silly. You can also shield bash other weird things. I'm not going to spoil just because there's some unexpected things you can shield bash. I assume you're going to do.
I don't know. I don't even know what you're talking
All
about.
right, all right. If it doesn't happen, then I'm sorry for leaving you guys with like a totally unresolved thing. But I'm hoping it happens.
Doesn't that also give me
Oh, there's the rupee.
There you go, rupees. You got it.
Well, we're good on green rupees for now.
The nice thing about getting the rupee text is during the last mini boss of the game, the mini boss in the final dungeon, it's very easy to pick up a rupee in the middle of the fight, and if you already got rupees beforehand, you don't have to worry about dodging them. That's kind of cool. Also, these vines are just major trolls. They do not cooperate usually. This is
No,
going pretty well.
I have a hard time with the return trip, so we'll see how it goes.
Yeah, normally you're supposed to go up those vines on the wall and just go back
Yeah,
around.
you're supposed to like walk across that the rope the way he came the first time.
This is just easier.
Ooh!
We're good, we're good. I hate
Alright.
that. I've been failing it so much.
Who wants to bet on number of darts?
I'm gonna bet 5.
Zero. It's happening.
9.
Wow.
Kirby.
Two.
I will donate $1
Okay,
for every dart.
Well, okay. So this boss here is the first boss game. You're at 1. You'll fight him a few times in the run. He's got 2 phases, and the first one is very straightforward. There's no RNG at all. The second one, he's got a number of attacks he can do, and what he does is kind of uncontrollable. And one of his attacks is spawning darts, which just wastes time and just gets upset.
You can send the darts back to him, but it's
Yeah,
just
the amount of
it's
damage
no good.
the darts you compare your sword is like trivial.
So you're gonna kill him with a dart, right?
So you can do,
No.
jump slash, jump slash.
I know, I'm working.
All right,
I'm
so
ready.
it's a cool strat.
It
that
might not
only
work.
works like 10% of the time.
Nope, I missed it.
Sometimes he just doesn't jump backwards. I have no idea why.
So if you push Girahim too close to a wall, he'll just teleport away back to the middle.
Like he's
That
gonna
was
teleport
weird
here.
that he teleported behind you against the wall. Usually tries to teleport to the center of the room.
That's one.
So one of the strats that you kind of want to use for this fight is just kind of like push him around in a circle.
Yeah, he's
A lot of times when you
maybe
fight
yeah,
him,
okay, good.
you'll kind of walk around him because every time you get all the hits in, he'll jump backwards. You try to get him jump towards the center of the room and away from the walls because he'll usually only teleport when he's against the wall, which wastes time.
Wow.
I'm sorry.
Oh,
Okay.
well, 3. That's
That
pretty
might have
good.
actually killed him. I'm.
So 3 is a bad average.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
That's $15. You said one for every dart.
You said $100 for every dart.
Yeah, there's 5 darts each set, right?
Exactly.
Yeah, right.
Okay, so if you're familiar with other Zelda runs, a lot of them skip heart containers. We're gonna do that to an extent, but we actually pick up 3 of them, so half of them.
This one's actually faster to get
Yeah.
because this is the only dungeon you visit twice, and when you visit here the second time and you don't get the heart container, you'll see that like spawn animation again. So you actually just want to get it.
And since we kill ourselves so much anyway, when you die, you respawn with 6 hearts. A lot of the run is spent at 6 hearts, no matter how many hearts you pick up throughout it.
So yeah, the extra hearts usually don't really matter that much, like until like pretty much the end of the run.
Okay, so after this dungeon, where there's going to be a back in time trick, I'm going to let Chaco or Testrunner explain it because they'll do it a lot better.
I actually haven't brushed up on exactly how this
Okay,
works, so I'll let
so
Testrunner
this
take it.
trick was originally discovered by Parax, or Parax8, or Parax0.
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, he has a billion names. But the method used here is slightly different. But let's like get into the back in time before we continue.
Wasn't the method that Parax found originally not that useful at all?
No, it was...
No, it was useful. It was used in the run, but it was it was like a good minute.
I thought the original method found used the pre-made file.
Yeah, it did.
Not what Parax found.
I don't think Parax found that though.
This one trick is probably the one trick that saves the most time.
This is the biggest trick.
This saves somewhere around 15
And you won't
minutes.
even notice it happened. It's just gonna look like another back in time.
Just look for a few frames of a cutscene.
You can make it noticeable.
I'm gonna say, look, pay very close attention to the very end of the back in time. What he's gonna do is, he's gonna do normal back in time, he's gonna go up to the statue, he's gonna save at the statue and then load. So it seems like a normal back in time save, but if you look at the very, very end of as it's fading out, you'll notice the camera will just all of a sudden appear somewhere else and like another cutscene starting. So look very carefully for that. And essentially what happened is, because of what's on the third slot, and as you mentioned earlier, it has these certain flags and memory. Back in time, you're not supposed to control a link and load and save files, so it'll just read memory off of just weird places on your file. And what we're gonna do is we're gonna trick the game into thinking that that on this area. Oh, what are you doing?
I don't know, man.
What are you doing?
Hold on. Okay.
Oh no!
Hold on.
It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. We're all good. You'll just have to do this again.
Okay, so I was gonna say something.
Yeah, that was a soft lock, by the way. If you didn't know. Yeah.
It'll play
soft
through
lock.
the whole entire cutscene, and then right
Yeah.
at the end, you'll just get stuck. Where
So
you're
that cutscene that played is a cutscene you're gonna watch, but when the cutscene finishes playing, you don't regain control of Link, and you just can't move.
Right.
Yeah.
It's silly.
So what he's gonna do is he's gonna save at the statue, and then load the file right when the save prompt is about to disappear, and then as the screen is fading out from the load, that cutscene will play. Because that cutscene will play after talking to a bird statue. And that cutscene in particular is the cutscene for the opening of the Thunderhead, when you play the Ballad of the Goddess, I think?
Yep.
Something like that.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, Ballad of the Goddess on the Tower of Light.
And that's after the third dungeon.
Which you do after the third dungeon. Yeah. So this is like a really late game thing.
That should work.
There you go. Yeah. Right at the end,
Hence-
you saw the camera changed over to the Tower of Light.
Yeah. So it's very possible to miss that. The timing's not very strict, but it's a good thing I got it.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you screw that up, then you don't really have another good chance to do it until after the next dungeon.
Yeah. When you beat the second dungeon, you have another opportunity to do the trick. And it.
Hello?
Hello. I think you must talk to the
Yeah, you
potions.
probably looked at the potions.
Nice, dude.
So when you beat the second dungeon, you can do the exact same thing again, and it should work. Sometimes the trick doesn't work for me for like 1% of the time, and I have no idea why. So.
I have never once run into that.
Yeah, that's only happened to me, so I don't know. I'm just like really dumb or something.
So talking to her, she gives you another bottle, which you could skip that bottle, really, you don't have to get it. But later in the run, we're gonna actually buy a potion from the shop to make one of the sections easier and a lot faster to go through. But you can't actually buy the potion unless you've already gotten the...
Yeah, it's kind of weird. You have to have at least one bottle to beat the game. Like, it's just impossible.
Yeah, and having those 2 bottles makes Elden a little faster.
Yeah, there's
in one of the revisits.
When you enter the 6th dungeon, you actually need 2 bottles of just regular water, and you can use the same bottle twice, and it's about 40 seconds slower. Or you get 2 bottles and just fill them both with water and make one trip. But as Choco said, we need the second bottle in order to buy potions, and we're gonna buy 1 potion near the end of the run.
Right. There's a section in the end of the run where you do a lot of swimming, and there's an air potion in this game that gives you double the air, and it really speeds it up.
Yeah, you can do it without it, but getting the potion saves like a minute. So.
And since we're playing on hero mode, while you're underwater, your air actually you lose air twice as fast.
Yeah, which makes it like really scary. Like if I was playing on normal mode, there's no point at the air potion. You would just do the air potion strats without it. So.
And actually, drowning in water is one of the fastest ways to lose health in this game. So if you run out of air at the wrong point, you can die very quickly.
Yeah.
As Testrunner showed us yesterday in practice.
Which will hopefully not happen today.
So we're making our way to Eldin. The story of the game right now is Zelda's been kidnapped again, and we're trying to rescue her, but she keeps like getting whisked away from us. So right now we're just traveling across the land, flying down to the surface, and each dungeon that we beat here is actually going to unlock a new part of the world.
Actually, one of the interesting things about this game is that Zelda was attempted to be kidnapped by Graham for unknown reasons, which I'll explain later, obviously. But when you meet him at the end of the first dungeon, he's looking for Zelda, and he's like, "Where's Zelda?" basically. So no one knows where Zelda is right now.
Pretty much everyone's chasing Zelda at this point.
Okay,
The bad
so we're
guys,
dying
the good
again.
guys.
These fire chews and electric chews are probably the most damaging enemies in the entire game.
Electric is pretty deadly, yeah.
Dark keys. So yeah, those guys show up much later in the run, but when keys attack you, they don't like hit your invincibility. So if you get hit by keys, you can hit immediately by something else. So if you're like surrounded by just like a swarm of like shadow keys, they'll just combo you and bring you down to 0 like almost instantly.
Yeah.
You can't counterattack them after they hit you.
Yeah, because shadow keys, they jigs you, meaning that you can't use any of your items. So
Lightning.
pretty sucky.
This is one of the more interesting back in time warps.
Also, I think the first back in time warp ever discovered.
The lag.
The lag. It lags a lot right here.
This is actually a rather specific back in
This
time.
one's very weird. So what happen is he's gonna appear inside of a goddess cube, which will clip him through the floor, and he'll fall into a loading zone, which drops him in here, which skips the whole first like half of the area. It's like ridiculously like specific, and it's like, how did that even happen to work?
If you actually stand too close to the statue when you save and start, it won't work. You'll just spawn inside the goddess cube.
Yeah, you have to stand in the right spot when you do the back in time. So like if you don't clip inside of the goddess cube, then you will totally screw it up and you lose a lot of time.
This fight here is probably one of the hardest fights. They're the easiest fights to screw up.
Easiest fight to screw up, yeah. One of the nice things about this
Yep.
too close,
There we go.
Okay,
Nice.
that's
That
pretty
wasn't
good.
too bad,
I was
actually.
alright with that. But it's one of the interesting things about Skyward Sword is because there's a lot of different things you can do in all the fights and combat. A lot of different runners have different strategies.
Yeah, if you watch like all the different top runners, we all do different things.
Yeah, so it's really interesting. So I assume when I take over, you guys might notice a slight change of style of gameplay.
Now would actually be a great time for donations.
Actually, I've been asked to have you guys do a roll call. I don't think we've done that yet.
Okay, I'm TLO and I play StarCraft 2 competitively.
I didn't know how to follow up on that.
Claim you.
I'm Runner Guy 2489.
How do I follow that up? I'm Choco Pop Tart.
I'm Russ45.
I'm Bananas.
Indykenobi.
All right.
Donate
We do have
$20
some
to Game
donations
Circle.
here.
Oh,
They're gold.
Greetings from this $25 from Alana Sass, who says, "Greetings from Canada. Just want to thank you for the awesome runs and for supporting such great causes. The animators on night shift with me are all tuned in and are super stoked for this run. I'll donate an additional $75 if you guys can serenade us with Hakuna Matata. Keep up the great work, and the bid can go to Runner's Choice."
What we refer to circles is when you enter that cutscene, like you roll at just the right angle.
We have to sing.
No.
Yeah, you don't
You can sing.
Come on, Tess.
Hakuna Matata.
This is going on too long.
Man, we didn't even sing the
Here's an easier one. I got $10 from David Morgan, who says, "Shoutouts to TLO and to everyone behind the scenes making this charity a wonderful success. Save a life, save an animal. I will donate $10 more if everyone in the audience yells, yeah!"
That was totally in sync, by the way. Glad we worked this together. Okay, so circles, just like
Means
totally
no
irrelevant,
way.
but if you roll into a cutscene a specific way, Link will just run around in circles during the cutscene.
Yeah, it saves no time.
It saves no time
It
at
actually
all.
lines you up
It's
pretty
just
bad after it.
I'm pretty sure you have to enter the cutscene in a bad angle, so you actually, like, it is indeed slower even when you get it.
I don't care.
Nobody cares. It's circles.
It looks funny. It's called circles because one time I got it, I said circles yay, and apparently that showed on Frank or Q.
Yeah, it did.
Yeah, and ever since then, I don't think I've gotten circles like again.
I
That
get
was like
it
a year. That
every
was like
so
a year
often.
ago. Yeah, I don't know.
One other thing that I'd like to point out is that when your stamina bar is recharging, if you hold Z, it'll actually recharge at half the speed.
Yeah. So you actually want to like release the. Also, I think it recharges slightly slower if you are moving, so you want to stand still. Another thing that we're kind of mentioning is when you're running up slopes, if you have to run, if you try to walk or you stop sprinting, then you'll slide all the way down. You'll lose control of Link. But if you it takes a while for the game to register that you're walking after sprinting. So you can actually just sprint for a short period and then walk for a short period and kind of alternate sprinting and walking. And it's called stutter sprinting, and it extends the length of your stamina and allows you to do some certain tricks with lets you run further than you're supposed to be able to do.
We're going to be using it at a specific spot in the next dungeon.
Yeah, I'll let us skip a whole puzzle.
It's also useful in quicksand.
Yeah,
just
anywhere
to
there's
get a little further.
quicksand, you'll pretty much always use it.
Okay, so right now, the Mogma's there. We're talking about how they were going to get into the dungeon because it's locked, and they're like, whoa, we could just dig in. And they were talking about 5 pieces of a key scattered throughout here, so right now we're collecting those in order to get into the dungeon. Because unfortunately, we can't dig in.
There's a really stupid glitch in this game. I don't. A cutscene delay. What do we call it? I don't even know.
I think we called it
Cutscene
storage.
delay.
Storage? Yeah, that's not confusing. So, yeah, basically, if 2 cutscenes play at the exact same time, sound familiar? Well, actually, probably not the most used. For those of you familiar with Wind Waker, it's familiar. There you go. There you go. But what will happen is I'll play one cutscene, and then the second cutscene will play. It'll get queued afterwards. But if the second cutscene is like really far away from you, like that bomb explosion, then the cutscene won't play until you look at the actual rock. It's really weird. There's no actual use for it. But if you dig into that first key spot and that rock explodes in the same frame, you won't see the rock explode, and you'll like think that you missed the rock, but the rock actually just
I don't
is
like
like
this.
limbo state.
I don't like this. I don't like this.
You're
I
gonna
don't like
get
this.
hit.
No, I'm good. The AI on these Bokoblins is really weird. Like half the time they'll try to stomp you there, and I don't know why they do and do not.
That cutscene delay thing is sort of a principle of out of sight, out of mind, and that applies to certain enemies in this game too.
Yeah, that's
They
very
can
true.
be standing right behind you, but since they're off camera, they're not going to do anything.
Yeah, a lot of games just do that in order to conserve resources.
So TLO saved at that statue back there, because right when we get
Oh,
the 5th
I
key,
have stamina.
so the 5th piece of the key,
ran out of
he's
stamina
gonna
right here. This is what
teleport
happens.
back to there.
Bad things happen. Don't run out of stamina. You pretty much are completely stunned for like.
I have an announcement to make. We reached the donation goal for 100% Bionic Commando, so that run will now be a 100% run. That's at 7 a.m. tomorrow morning.
Very nice.
Ooh. Sometimes you can like kind of get stuck on the corner
Yeah.
there.
Yeah, I did.
It's really random. There's like no reason why.
When
it
you're
should
like
happen.
hanging, when you're climbing vines, when you're hanging at all, like climbing or hanging, and like there's some sort of curved surface, the game's just very buggy. It's kind of frustrating.
Oh, dude, I completely forgot because I don't even look anymore. But I'm sure chat is erupting, and why are we using the casual HUD layout?
Oh yeah. I don't even think about that anymore.
Yeah, I don't even see it. But you can actually turn off the HUD. You
Yeah,
can see
like,
the
there would
Wiimote
pretty
there.
much be like almost nothing on the screen at all, except for like your hearts.
But that takes time.
Yeah, it's just slower, so we don't do
you
it.
have to enter your options screen basically and say turn off like.
And we never once enter that screen.
Yeah.
I have a $50 donation from Victor Svensson, who says, "Good luck on the Skyward Sword run. Call out to my friend Zakat, and I'm putting my money on Save the Animals. Keep up the good work, everyone."
I can't slash this wall. I took damage to one of the Bokoblins, which is slow. There's a lot of really cool damage strats in this game because, like I said earlier, we died 22 times. So there's a lot of different ways you can optimize your health to speed things up. Like if I didn't take damage to that Bokoblin, I would slash this bomb and blow up the rocks, but instead I'm gonna have to just shoot it with the seed.
Which is not only slower, it also is bad for your ammo management. Whatever.
Okay, so like Choco said earlier, I saved at the top of the mountain, and this is just gonna be a death warp. I'm not gonna back in time off of this, but it's gonna take me back to that statue.
Yeah.
And you'll notice him jump slashing into the lava, that's faster than jumping off the ledge.
Yeah, just like small decisions.
Yeah, this game is full of really small optimizations.
It's also important to note that if you death warp, you keep the progress you've made, so he has all 5 key shards. But if you bit warp, you lose the progress you made since your last save.
So it's always important whenever you do any kind of back in time to always save right beforehand.
Never forget to never do it back in time.
There's like one spot in particular that's really easy to forget to save, and it's
I've done
next
that
dungeon.
just really bad.
Everyone's done it at least
Yeah.
once.
Yeah.
This is my least favorite dungeon in the run. It's just
Keys are annoying and everything.
Like skip hype.
there are a couple neat tricks.
Whoa.
Unnecessarily.
It
You can
doesn't-
use the Skyward Strike to break that.
That just saves a little bit of time.
There's all those small strat that I'm going to know what to do.
That
It's
also
all
only-
good. I forgive you.
That also
Style
only
points.
works with the upgraded Skyward Strike.
Yeah. Actually, I forgot about that.
I have a $50 donation from Jeffrey Miller, who says, "Good luck TLO with the run. Since it's a marathon, can you go for a slingshot skip at Bokoblin Base?"
Sure, Testrunner, you want to go for that?
Oh yeah,
You told
I'm
me you
doing
do
it.
that.
Didn't you know?
Also, my friend Fun Island Guy donated, and his comment wasn't read. Can you please read his donation? I'm sorry, I'm not sure where that comment is. I only get what the donation processing team sends me, and I don't see that here in the list. Apologize for that.
Oh, that guy's scary.
Yeah, this guy's kind of a jerk.
Yeah, hopefully it doesn't hit me into the lava because that deals a lot of
Yeah,
damage.
because you get hit from the enemy and get damaged by the lava, so it's 4 hearts of damage. Pretty much everything in this game on hero mode does 2 hearts of damage, and since you have 6 hearts pretty much all times, you basically have 3 hits to death.
After reading that donation comment, it's probably a good idea to remind everyone that even though we are getting a ton of comments, we're only able to read a select few on the air. We are receiving all your donations. All the money will go to Doctors Without Borders. We just don't have enough time to read all the wonderful comments that we're getting.
He's gonna charge you. So if you turn around fast enough, this guy, as Indy said, when something's off camera, the enemy just like doesn't exist anymore. So if you can flip your camera around fast enough, then this guy will just totally not be there.
Yeah, sometimes they'll hit you, so it's something you want to
Sometimes he'll hit the bomb and kill himself.
Sometimes he'll hit you before the cutscene starts and then after, and you get hit twice in the same swing.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
Has that really happened to you?
Yes, it is.
Okay, so this is gonna be the first fight where we're gonna see the use of final blows.
These
These
fights
fights
get really annoying
Yeah.
because after you knock down one of them, your target will like the block on the other one. And you
Yeah.
want to still be knocking.
Your camera generally wants to lock onto the enemy that's not incapacitated, so you have to be very careful to select the right guy. But
You have
those,
to be really careful to
Yeah.
dodge the
Yeah,
Lizalfo's tails as well.
oh yeah, because those are treasures, as we mentioned, which have a pretty long cutscene.
That's like the only guaranteed treasure drop in the game.
No,
Yeah,
that's
so
not
there's
true.
a few of them. But, yeah. These guys.
Okay, now that we have bombs, back in time, we're not going to use the corrupt file. We'll use it once more,
Yeah.
but we're not going to use it that much. Bombs are really quick to kill.
No, we'll use it.
Two.
No, once.
Well, yeah, it's only one. So this dungeon has a couple neat little tricks. Other than that, though, like I said earlier, I don't like it much.
Good luck at it.
Oh, I'll get it.
Yeah, I mean, you got a cube.
I already missed cube warp, so I mean, I can't miss other easy tricks.
Yeah, this guy gives you 5 bombs. That was kind of funny because this is one of the probably only Zelda games where you get an empty bomb bag and get the item at the start of the way.
Crowd bombs is nice because
It's like pretty much just as many as you need.
yeah.
He's not going to follow me? Oh, man.
Something I will mention about Back in Time, it's not really relevant right now, but if people are trying at home and getting upset about it, for whatever reason, this is once again in this realm of mystery, but you can't activate Back in Time in all places. In particular, if you, that's close. If you
was it?
activate, yes it was. If you activate Back in Time in the cave like behind the waterfall on Skyloft. It doesn't work there. It also doesn't work in most boss rooms and like a few other places.
Yeah, it works mostly everywhere though.
It works almost everywhere, but there's a few places don't. So if you try doing it right now and it's not working, try saving somewhere else. Try again.
We really don't know why that happens.
Yeah, it's really weird actually. We thought it might have something to do with the way continues work in this game, but I don't know. I guess I could mention.
Yeah, if you want to.
Basically, when you death warp, you don't go back to your last save point. You actually go back to your last checkpoint. It just so happens that whenever you save, it's also a checkpoint in almost every situation, except for like one. But basically, whenever you enter a new area, you'll hit a new checkpoint. And so if I save at a statue in one area, go to a different area, then die, I'll respawn at the beginning of the second area. I won't go back to the same statue in the first area. So some places you might think that like, oh, why don't you just death warp out of this room into some other place? It doesn't quite work. Can't go anywhere with a death warp.
Horrible cycle. Dang. Okay, so right after this, there's going to be a couple pegs that the game wants you to push in. I'm going to attempt to only push in one of them and do a jump slash onto...
It'll look very cool.
Yeah.
It's pretty self-explanatory.
On this bridge right here, you can actually, like right towards the end, you can push the ball like halfway off to the side, and you'll like start falling and you'll go really fast.
Yeah.
And then you can like get back onto the platform and you'll just keep that speed and you'll go really fast.
It's pretty difficult.
What's it called in GX? It's like edge boosting?
Shift boosting. Yeah, it's like that.
It's like shift boosting.
It literally
It's like
saves
shift
like
boosting, but going at like 1 mile an hour.
It saves like a
Skyward Sword
second or two,
confirmed
and it's
F-Zero.
extremely risky, so it's not even useful.
All right, I'm going to play this safe. There we go, that should work.
I don't know
So
if this
I'm gonna-
is relevant, but we have a $150 donation from John Enderton who says #blame. We have a $150 donation from John Enderton who says simply #BlameTK.
Yeah, that trick is actually kind of scary because if you fall into the lava at any point, it takes you back to the last solid ground you were standing on, which was back right after that Lieselfos fight.
Okay,
So it
right
loses
here, I'm going to show off, it's called stutter sprinting. We touched on it earlier, but you can't sprint all the way up this slope if you just hold down the sprint button. But what you can do is you can alternate with sprinting and not sprinting.
Another thing to do is notice when he rolled up, no boulders fell down. And the reason for that is he spawned all the boulders, and then he let them fall into lava, and he ran past them, but they didn't despawn yet. They're still in the lava. And since they're off camera, they don't exist yet, so they haven't been despawned. But the game still recognizes that they are like outside of the containers, so it doesn't spawn any new ones.
Right. And
I've had it happen a few times where like one of them just respawns.
Yeah. Because they don't sync at the same speed. Sometimes like one will despawn, the other ones do.
True to her word, we have a $75 donation from Alana Sass who says, there were giggles from all my coworkers for the very sad Hakuna Matata. Thanks, guys.
I apologize, it's probably my fault.
Always blame TR.
Blame TR.
so I learned this boss strat a week ago. Hopefully it goes well. Actually, all the boss fights I've done in this run, I've learned new strats for them within the last week.
Yeah.
One of them I learned today.
Yeah, like an hour ago or something. Well, I mean, an hour into the run. It was like an hour before the run started.
Yeah.
We have a $1,000 donation from Jeffy Mieres, who says, MSF is a great cause. Props to runners, staff, and YSG. Kill the animals.
Yes!
So, if anyone out there wanted to save the animals, you have some ground to make up.
It's been pretty close, actually.
Can we taunt the animals?
I mean, taunting animals, like, it's really slow in the speed
It's a time waster.
Yeah, you kill the animals and the run. No one's happy.
Either kill the run or kill the animals.
But I wasn't sure if we were clapping for the amount of the donation or the fact that we were killing animals. Okay.
Only that amount.
Should I go 7 or 10 test runners?
7.
All right.
It'll be fine, don't worry about it.
So this boss coming up here has different periods of vulnerability. We call them cycles. The best strategy will kill this boss in 3 cycles, and we call it a tricycle. And
Someone's
there's a very
amazing.
amusing
It's a
picture
very,
out there
very
of
cute
Scaldera riding a tricycle.
Yeah, someone please post that GIF. Yeah, it's adorable.
So we all try to ride tricycles when we run this game.
And like I said, I learned a new strat for it, so if I do it right, it's basically a guaranteed 3 cycle. As opposed to my old strat, it was like half and half. Maybe it's a 3 cycle, maybe it's a 4.
Sometimes it's terrible. It's like a 10.
How do you get a 10?
I don't think I've gotten worse than 7.
You got a 7?
Yeah.
I don't think I've gotten worse than 5. Okay, so here we go.
So what you're going to do is he's going to actually blow up a bomb here and ends the cycle immediately, resets it so he can throw a second bomb. The main purpose of this is this breaks 2 blocks on the same side, which lets you get the Skyward Strikes in almost guaranteed. If you only break 1 spot, you're pretty much always going to miss them. Well, maybe like half. And then as he runs back here, since 2 blocks are broken, he'll instantly start attacking, and he won't. Normally he walks back up like the ramp, so he can start attacking right away. And I'll get all his spin tags in. And the last phase is, he actually has quite a bit extra health. That damage was intentional, by the way. Don't worry about it. He will die instantly with just a Skyward Strike if he lands it. If he misses, you should be able to get it instantly back. There you go. Yeah,
I'm really glad that went well because I've had a train wreck of a fight.
That was like
there
a perfect
lot.
fight, yeah. And missing the Skyward Strike, by the way, like I said, you kill him with the spin attack still, but you have to use 1 extra bomb. So now his bomb management is really nice.
And that looks a lot harder than it seems like. His eye has the stupidest hitbox in the game.
It's also the kind of fight that if it starts going bad, it can get really messy really fast because the more injured Scaldera is, the more his eye dances around. So it can be very hard to hit him if he's really injured.
Yeah, that's true for a lot of Skyward Sword, actually. In general, when things go bad, they go very bad, so...
Yeah.
Go ahead.
So, I actually know the answer, but that's big. I noticed that you skipped the hard container here, but you got the first hard container. So why do you get the hard container from here on? But skip this one.
There are actually 2 reasons for that. 1, we kind of want the help, just to be a little safer. And 2, it's slower when we go back to Skyview and fight the stealth.
So you pretty much have to get the first hard container.
Right.
We want to get as few hard containers as possible and still be reasonable.
7 would be the fewest you could do, but we're going to do 9 for safety.
Right.
Some runners do 11. I personally do 11, but since I don't need to run the end of the game, we're doing 9.
I think myself and Indy, you do 9?
I do 9.
Yeah, and you do 9 also? All right, so most runners do 9 nowadays, apparently. Okay. There's a few, and obviously Tender. It used to be just a couple who did 9 hearts, and then apparently it's been taken up by storm.
I need to learn it.
Okay, yeah,
Another
really tiny optimization right there. I just want to point this out because he learned this recently.
No, I learned this a long time ago.
Oh, fine. Well,
Tilo was the one that taught me that.
But if you hold Z, which is your lock on camera, if you hold Z when you beat that dungeon, you gain control of Link immediately, and if you don't, you get control of Link after like a second. It's like really tiny.
You can do that in both the Fire Dungeon and
You do it after Fire Sanctuary, and you can also do it after Sky Keep. And there's also a few other places in the game you can do it. But
you can do it after Skykeep too?
Yeah.
Yeah, you can do it after Sky Keep. You can do it after basically after there's a save prompt, the game loads you into a new area. No, Sky Keep. When you load into a new area, basically Link will just start walking forward. It's like, oh, I'm walking to a new area or whatever. And the thing is that speed at which you walk is dependent on the speed at which you enter the area. And when after save prompt, it just sets it to like walking speed. But if you hold Z, it sets your speed to 0 because you're just locked on. And if it has a special check that if you're not moving, then it just gives you control right away. So that's just the thing. But if there's any place, the reason why it doesn't work for any other dungeons, because all other dungeons, there's some sort of like text or something immediately after the dungeon.
Yeah. So I just placed the final tablet. Now we have every area unlocked. Like there's still some areas that we can't get to until we get other items. But the whole map of the world is unlocked now. And since we did early Thunderhead earlier, if you were here, I'm actually going to go into there now and get Feor's Courage, I think it is.
Yeah. You could have actually gone there immediately after you opened Thunderhead open, but just for routing, we do it now.
Another reason you don't get the hard container after Scaldera is because we're going to do a lot of back in time stuff when we get to the desert, and it's quicker if you're on lower health.
Yeah. So it's kind of like a trade-off. Like some hearts you want to get because actually the health refill is good because the heart containers are really the only way to refill your health in this game in a speed run with any reasonable amount of time. But there's some places where you actually going to do a lot of death warps. You actually want to be low in health, in which case you want to not get a heart container. Another good example is after the 3rd dungeon and after the 5th dungeon. After those dungeons, there's a lot of death warps, and you want to be low health.
I'm actually worried that this is not open.
It's open.
Is it? Okay, good. I
was
guess
there.
it doesn't show in the cutscene.
No, it doesn't show in the cutscene.
I never even watched that cutscene.
Yeah, it's because the cutscene's like I don't know. It's because the cutscene assumes that you never opened Thunderhead before, because it's actually normally impossible to open the Thunderhead before placing all 3 tablets.
When you get towards Thunderhead and coming up from Thunderhead, it'll spawn these random tornadoes. Sometimes they can spawn like really far away from you.
Not to mention, since he's got 2 hearts, everything is supposed to damage, these tornadoes will kill him.
And like normally right there, only two tornadoes would spawn, so that was...
Yeah, that 3rd one spawned in a really bad spot.
Yeah, and the fun continues because inside the Thunderhead there's these monsters called Skytails, and they just randomly attack you. It's pretty much
their AI is really funky.
Guys, you can like just chill right next to them for like an hour and they won't attack you, or they'll just like charge at you from like across the sky.
Yeah.
It's stupid.
That's why I'm flying really low right now, because it keeps me out of their way.
Yeah. When they're out of sight, they're out of mind.
Alright, so $100 for wormhole?
Not happening.
I do have a rather impressive donation here. $100 from Renato Menezes, who says, not really caring for the World Cup around here in Brazil, and actually thinking about planning to save up some money for the next GDQs yet to come. Props to all runners that make such an awesome event come to fruition.
Alright, Tilo, are you gonna hit the stone?
Oh,
not yet, not yet.
Somebody's
donating if I don't screw this up, so... Hero's gonna donate if I don't bonk the sword.
Yeah. Hilo is known for missing these targets.
There's actually a small cutscene skip after you solve this puzzle. I've gotten it 3 times in a row, which means I'm not gonna get it this time.
I've never gotten it ever. I don't know, I'm just bad or something.
I'll see if I can get it. Nope. So you could skip that cutscene. It's not a big deal.
That wormhole thing we referenced, there's actually a way to get into this crawl space without solving that puzzle. It involves setting the platforms rotating, jumping on your bird, landing on a platform, and doing like a frame-perfect roll into the crawl space.
While the platform's like spinning around at these high speeds, like you have to land on a moving target and then roll into a hole like while you're on the spinning target.
And to make it even better, we come back here 3 times, so you have to do it all 3 times you come back, and it's actually slower.
Yeah, it ends up being a lot slower.
Yeah.
But it is considered probably the most difficult trick in the
Has
game.
anyone here except for me gotten it?
I don't think so.
I didn't even know it was a thing.
It's called Wormhole because it was found by the worm.
Shout out to the worm.
I really hope I don't die. It's been a while since I've been hit by these things.
Think the worm down is the party python?
I have a $45 donation from John Jenks, who says, I'm always happy to see a GDQ come around. You guys seriously make me want to learn a game so I can have a reason to come hang out. Good luck on the rest of the runs. Oh, and save the animals.
Once again, the speedrunning and save the animal.
I have a $40 donation from Patrice Brunette, who says, glad to contribute to a great cause while watching Skyward Sword. Good luck to both of you on your run. And a $50 donation from Brian Fox, who says, I absolutely loved Skyward Sword. I honestly haven't enjoyed a Zelda game that much since I first played A Link to the Past on my SNES when I was 6. Also, kudos to the gentleman in the back with the minute cap.
So I guess I'll talk a little bit about flying optimization. A lot of people might be wondering why we aren't spacing the bursts out and we're just using all 3 wings at once. It turns out it's faster just because they refill faster. You can use way more of the wings than if you space them out. And in general, you don't want to dive like down at 45 degrees, which is like what you might think. It's like all like the wind lines going past your face. That's actually, you won't be getting a lot of horizontal speed. So you want to kind of be angling just a little bit down. So you're kind of going at like 10 degrees or something. And that's like the fastest speed. And then when you flap, you still want to be trying to angle down if you can, even as you're going upwards.
Okay, so we're gonna do some more back in time. This is a cool one, actually. It puts you in a spot that, it's really amazing that it has collision here. But I think it's shown in it's shown in the credits, and for some reason they have collision.
It's okay. So this whole area is called the Linear Mines, not the mining facility. It's the Linear Mines. And basically, there's this big cave system you have to go through, and because there's this underground cave system, the ceiling is solid. So because the ceiling of a cave is solid, the floor above is also solid, and that's why you can walk around on top. True.
Is it really?
Yep. It's
all right.
Yeah. And it's like that everywhere else where there's any kind of underground cave system. If you go too far away from the caves, then you'll fall down.
The area is used for a panoramic shot in the credits.
That is true, but I don't think it has anything to do with collision. But yeah. So yeah, that sounds kind of weird. When you're gonna spawn like way out, seemingly in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah, it is pretty much in the middle of nowhere.
This desert, yeah.
Gonna walk
Yeah, these things, like, see, these things aren't collision.
No.
I mean, I don't know.
They're just mirages.
Not actually there. This ancient civilization never existed.
A little funny thing is that if you'll notice when he drops down onto land, there's a prompt for him to pull the sailcloth. We never press the B button.
Oh
Just
yeah.
automatically pull the sailcloth if you wait too long.
When you
And
land
that's
from
the
the
fastest
sky,
way.
yeah.
And if you skip the sailcloth, he actually still pulls it,
Yeah, even
but
though
you
only-
can't actually pull it manually.
Yeah,
He just pulls the sailcloth out.
No, actually in those cutscenes you see the model.
And actually, when Testrunner said if you run far enough away, you fall through the floor, you have to run for 5 minutes.
Well, it depends on what direction you run, but yeah.
I tried it once. It's very flat.
You don't have to go very far in the gorge. That's for sure.
There is as if you needed another incentive to donate for this wonderful charity, we do have an offer in conjunction with the Humble Bundle. If you go to humblebundle.com/SGDQ, they have a number of games for sale there that are being seen at the marathon. And if you buy them from that site, all the proceeds will go to Doctors Without Borders. Such games as Amnesia: A Machine for Pigs, Bleed, Dust Force, Gianna Sisters' Twisted Dreams, Guacamelee, and Psychonauts.
Okay, he's gonna do a little trick here. This was found by Tenderhearted. It's pretty dang hard. You have to put a bomb on the very, very edge.
I'm just gonna do this.
Oh, you're just gonna do this? Okay.
I'm just.
I blame you.
Oh wait, I don't have the hook.
You don't have the
beetle.
hook.
Dude, I've never done this before.
See, you should have just done. Just
Dude, we're
follow
good, we're
the
good.
formula.
Wait, did you save?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, actually I didn't.
No,
Well, you'll
he
just
has
spawn
a
here.
checkpoint.
It doesn't matter.
Yeah. Okay,
Well,
we're just gonna go
please-
back.
I'm very disappointed.
Yeah.
You're not supposed to be able to get to that area until your third
Yeah,
visit
that's like
here.
really, really late game stuff. But
That actually kind of sucks because now we have 6 hearts again. And we're about to do
you should just
another
damage
back
yourself right here.
I should, you know.
Bombs are probably the fastest way to take damage.
So
that
getting that
rupee, though.
statue,
Rupee though.
Where is it? Okay.
Okay. So that wasn't that bad because you respawn like in the same room and there's really easy ways to take damage.
So I've never seen that trick he was trying to do. What was
Okay,
he
so
trying
if
to
you put a bomb on the very, very edge, if you go like slightly too far, the bomb will fall down. Like the bomb will be hanging like halfway off the edge. It'll be very, very close, and it'll be just close enough that when the bomb explodes, the explosion will hit the rock. Just
Why can't we just throw it?
that's what I do.
you can, but
It's
then
slower.
if you're gonna throw it, you might as well just come do it at the second. The point is you place the bomb and then you just walk away, and the bomb explodes on its own.
Okay, so another death on purpose, unlike the last one.
23 deaths.
Yeah,
Ron.
23 deaths this run. So we're gonna do back in time again. We're kind of going through this area a little roundabout. It's not how you're supposed to do it, obviously. There's a big section in the caves that we skip.
Yeah, the first back in time allowed us to, it did two things. First of all, by allowing us to go to the caves early, we could enter the gorge, which let us hit that warp point at the statue. And the second thing is it allows us to completely skip the Linear Mine, so you didn't even see that entire area. The second thing was the second back in time skips the whole Temple of Time area. The northern desert is split into basically 2 halves, and half the area you have to go through the Temple of Time in order to get to the other half, and this just completely skips it.
These two bit warps together save probably between 6 to 7 minutes.
That's pretty significant.
Yeah, back in time I think saves. I don't even know.
Probably like 40 minutes or something.
I measured it at 39 once. So.
Okay,
Yeah.
close enough.
Should we blow up that wall? Because we're going to need to go there in like 2 minutes.
Think about some bit warps that they seem like they save a lot of time, but because we have to go through the whole telescreen section, it doesn't save as much time as it takes.
Yeah, like I mentioned that follow feet back in time. It's like, oh, you skip the whole thing. It saves literally 1 second. So,
Yeah, that's if you do it perfect.
and that's if you, well, yeah.
I have a $10 donation from Bastian Capoletti, who says, "Hi all, thank you for your incredible work and the team behind that. Thanks to the great French restream, and obviously, thanks to the runners for those wonderful runs. Greetings from France."
So this is actually the first time shift stone you see the run. We're supposed to get them much earlier, but like I said, we skipped the linear.
Yeah, this is a pretty cool mechanic in the game. I like it a lot.
Yeah, basically, when the time shift stone is activated, anywhere in the range is shifted backwards 1,000 years. And the idea is this place used to be this lush, area with this advanced civilization, but they long ago died out, and this whole place is desert.
Oh, and it might not be obvious if you haven't played the game, but this whole quicksand area, there's platforms. There's like a walkway underneath the sand, but that's not everywhere. So if you don't walk in the right places, you will sink in the sand. But I shouldn't be hitting those.
One of the robots from the civilization, when you rescue him, he'll give you a map of the area, like the old map from 1,000 years ago. And if you look at the map, you can see that where all the pathways are.
No, actually, I think that's B that tells you that they're down.
B thing just gives you the dowsing points. When you save the robot in the Temple of Time, or in front of the Temple of Time, he gives you the updated map.
Fee mentions them, but as often she is, it's a bit redundant.
Yeah.
She does give you the 5 beacons, which is actually kind of useful.
Well, wow. These shots. So yeah, the first-person mode is like really bad in this game. If you're against the wall, a lot of times your shots won't go where they're like going, and also if where you're aiming is being obstructed, like say you're shooting and Link's obstructing the camera, sometimes the shots will just go in these like crazy directions. Please don't die here.
It only deals 1 heart of damage. I'm good.
You can get combos. Yeah, lightning.
Wow. What? How was I not on the switch? That's a joke.
So
There we go.
yeah, that's that hop. Lightning damage is really scary in this game because when you get stunned, you get lightning, you get stunned, and a lot of times you can get hit before you even get unstunned, and you get like hit multiple times.
I don't think lightning gives you invincibility frames, does it?
Nothing more than normal invincibility frames. So no, not really.
So the fastest strat for this area actually uses 2 hearts. It's a little scary, but I should be okay,
Yeah, a large part of this run, because like I said, there's so many, well, TLO said, there's so many death warps, and you want to be low on health. So, you pretty much go through a really large portion of this game on 2 hearts. So, get used to the beeping.
Yeah, it's honestly what differentiates the best runners of this game from like the people who are new is 1, their stamina management, and 2, their health management. Those 2 things, in the course of a run this long, they actually save a lot of time. So it's just really how risky do you want to play with hearts and stamina.
There's a $10 donation from Stephen Lamontagne, who says, "Hey guys, I was hoping to get my mitts on some of these prizes because they are the bomb. Even if I don't net one, I bow before your supreme skills that you've whipped up for this event. Good luck to the runners, and shoutouts to Runner Guy and to Team Suck It."
You want to blame that one on hardware?
Yeah, let's blame it on hardware.
One of the audio channels wasn't working.
Yeah, where am I, dude? Okay. So as you can see, there are pathways, and you will sink if you're not on them.
So I guess we never really mentioned this, but what we're doing in this section is we're going around and we're activating 3 different, I guess, symbols.
They're called like power generators, I think.
Yeah. So that we can actually open up the next dungeon.
Yeah, it's kind of silly because you need the 3 power generator nodes in order to figure out like
What is he doing?
You're just
That's
controlled
fine.
by them Phyllis right
Yeah, usually if they're off screen, they won't attack you.
now. Oh, well. But yeah, you need to use like activate the 3 in order to figure out what the combination of the lock in order to enter the linear mining facility. But even if you know the password, you still have to activate. Are you gonna go to the right?
You know, I'll try it.
This guy's gonna like charge you. Wow.
No, I'm good.
Oh, that's it.
Yeah.
Look, you're so much better at that than I am.
I have tried that 2 times now, and I've gotten it both times.
Yeah.
Apparently, it's really hard.
It's not really hard, but I only get it like half the time.
So this
Come on.
fight should be good.
I hate this thing, dude.
I know.
You have to be really close to the
There we
stone
go.
to actually be able to hit it at like.
You're supposed to hit it with a slingshot, but for ammo management, we would like to use a spin attack.
You can even hit it with the Skyward Strike too.
But that's like really slow.
So I'm gonna trap this guy in the cage because they run away from
They
bombs.
try to run away from bombs.
Oh, and he's not gonna give me a good
that
pattern.
was-
Usually he's further away, so I can knock him out of the time shift stone.
He's not just running up to him because if you get too close, a cutscene will play. But if you enter his cutscene,
I don't know if that's gonna work.
you might be a little too far away.
Thank you.
This cutscene plays when you kill them.
No, I got
Oh, there you go. If you enter the cutscene while that cutscene's playing, it skips it, so that's pretty cool.
Right, the funny thing is, we're supposed to get what this guy gives you, the upgrade to the beetle, before we go get any of the nodes. And we have to go through a bunch of puzzles and all
And
that.
Pretty
this
much
lets
just
you
what
carry
this-
bombs instead of blowing
It's
them
just
up.
Blowing yourself up on
Yeah.
bombs.
It's actually kind of funny. You pretty much go to this area first order. It's
Yeah.
kinda cool. It's a lot like Skyloft.
Is this guy gonna charge me? No, we're good.
$10 donated by Dara Bernstein, who says, "Hello, SGDQ. This is my second donation of the run. This donation is for FF6 100%, and I'll be happy to donate $10 more for a round of high fives and a bit more hype in the room. Everybody get hype!"
High fives. Oh, I guess we need to high five each other. I blame you.
It's always
The hype fives. There we
You're
go.
too far away. We can't do this.
This section is actually rather RNG with where this
So
guy's
yeah,
at.
this one was really interesting because depending on who you watch, you'll see some very different strategies. So I think it's pretty cool.
This track coming up is the bomb.
Do you know who found this one?
Tender.
I think it's probably Tender.
Shout outs to Tenderheart, by the way. He's not here, but he's ridiculously good at this game, and he holds the world
I
record.
think he also goes by the name Josh and Tell now.
Oh, yeah.
How fast is his run?
5:20.
54.
54. Yeah.
It's like minutes ahead of anybody else as well.
Yeah.
Tilo and I basically have. Oh, we have cool
there you go.
calibration.
The beetle is
You're gonna hit the
for
floor.
the
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. Hilo and I have pretty much exactly the same PV at the moment.
Yeah, we're literally 3 seconds apart.
Yeah. Like 2:56.
Over like 5.5 hours. It's
Something. Yeah.
pretty crazy.
Tender's runs like 5 minutes faster than both their runs. So
I still remember when Tilo tied world record.
Yeah, I had world record for like a year.
yeah.
Rip it.
That was a long time. I think I had a world record for like maybe like a week or two.
Yeah, you had English for like a couple days, and I took it.
Yeah.
Sorry about that, test runner.
Yeah, I'm playing. Yeah, that's Indykenobi. Indykenobi had the record for a while.
So right after you turn this node and push it in, Fi talks to you. But before Fi talks to you, there's a couple frames where you can backflip. And if you place a bomb down right next to you, and it blows up while you're backflipping, and you like death warp back to the beginning of the room, it would be faster, but you still have to talk to Fi, so
Yeah.
you lose like 10 seconds.
She talks to you after respawn. It's really stupid.
I remember being really excited about that because I thought I had found something useful and then it didn't work.
It's really dumb because it's like a frame perfect like bomb placement, and then it's like okay, let's get this, and then it doesn't save any time.
You've got about like half a second of leniency, maybe a whole second. It's not too bad.
How long is backflip left? That's about how much time you need.
Oh,
Yeah, it's like
okay,
a
I
whole
see, I
second.
see.
You can actually spin attack the bomb before you talk to Fi too.
Oh?
Yeah.
So this guy's gonna try to hit me, but he's not going to. For the most part, these guys leave you alone as long as they're not on screen.
Usually.
Usually. If they're not far enough off screen, then they will still come
Yeah,
at
once
you.
they like see you and they'll scream and charge at you, a lot of times they'll follow you even when they're off screen, unless they're like really far off camera.
But another interesting side effect is if they do see you and start to charge, but then you look away from them so they don't do anything, if you then look back at them later, they'll be rolling around merrily, charged up.
So yeah, sometimes you'll run across the field and one of the guys will charge you, but you'll get far enough away that he'll stop charging you. And then when you start running backwards, you'll like see them, they're just like spinning in a circle, and it's just like, okay. We have this announcer going on next door. No idea if this is coming up on stream or not, but it's entertaining.
Okay, anyway, we're now about to enter the third dungeon of the run. It's a pretty decent dungeon. There's some cool stuff that goes on.
I like this dungeon. I know Bananas doesn't. I like this dungeon because it has a lot of cool optimizations and tricks.
Yeah, and boss strat I learned a week ago. So
yeah.
Can we talk about the comedy run?
Yes, please. Once we get there.
We should have it when we get there, yeah.
It's, otherwise it won't make sense.
God, my greatest regret of that video is just that it's just so long ago and the quality is terrible.
Testrunner, if it has to do with Lineru, you don't have to ask if I don't like it. Because I don't like it.
Do you like him pilot sleeping?
So here's another guy, you want to see that off camera, if you look at him while going over him, he'll shoot lightning at you.
Yeah, created
like that.
Yeah, it's good though. He can't shoot fast enough.
And those guys can actually combo.
We named one of them after you.
You don't have time to get away.
So lightning stun, so a lot of times if that lightning moves, you're gonna get hit more than once. In fact, one enemy in this area is the Beamos, and the Beamos' laser is lightning based apparently, and which means that they can rack up some major damage. Particularly if there's more than one Beamos, because then they'll both be shooting you and they'll just combo you back and forth from full health to death, and you can't do anything for that. So,
these guys kind of get in the way if you try to push this block.
Yeah, so if you're in a room with more than one Beamos, be very careful.
Sometimes those guys can drop treasures, and they can drop right in front of the box.
Yeah.
And if they're in front of the box, you can't push the box.
I've had them like drop on me. That was pretty cool. Yeah, it's like. Yeah,
You can actually get a treasure without getting the text box, but you have to do this like front hop while you get the treasure so that you're in the air when the text box would trigger.
Yeah, it's like
so
Twilight Princess if you're familiar with that.
You only can get text boxes if you're standing on the ground, basically.
So, I saved there. That's for a death warp later on.
We have $35 from Alex Hutt, who says, I know everyone is hyped about killing the animals, but I'd like to take a moment of silence for all those poor cows that starved to death underground in Ocarina of Time. Best of luck to TLO and Testrunner. Don't get trolled by Ancient Cistern.
Oh, man. I'm gonna need the audio for Cistern.
Well, we'll just change, like, completely different versions and, like, change save files.
Yeah, we were talking a little bit earlier about there's a glitch on English. It's in Ancient Cistern, and there's just a gap in two pieces of the map that doesn't quite fit together, right? And it fits together perfectly on every other version of the game. And
there's just like a 1 pixel hole, and if you move just right, your collision gets messed up, and you'll just fall right through the hole and fall out of bounds.
Skyward Sword has very few clips. You'll see one in this run.
So going into this dungeon, you'd pretty much want to have between 3 and 6 hearts at any point in time. Because there's one place where you are going to want to do a damage boost because it's faster, but then you can also do another damage boost if you have 5 or more hearts right there.
It could be argued that going with 2 or 1 heart is about the same speed, if not faster. It's a kind of a tough call because like your strategies are still different. You can't use your damage boosting strats, but having less heart sometimes usually means like not refilling your health so much.
Yeah. You're supposed to hit that stone with the beetle, but if you stand on the edge of the switch, you can actually just barely reach it with the slingshot.
It's a very close shot.
You're also supposed to blow up that crate with the beetle.
Yeah, but you can time a throw with the bomb.
Yeah, the time's pretty close. Because if you're like a slightly earlier or late, you'll take damage from the bomb explosion.
The beetle is really slow, so basically we try to avoid using it wherever possible.
We'll use the beetle very frequently. It's pretty much the slowest form of movement. Like,
you can upgrade the beetle to make it go faster, but it just ends up being slower anyway.
It takes forever. You have to get all like the resources to upgrade it, and it'll take forever to do it.
Well, you
and
then
then
get the resources here.
You have to get rupees.
Yeah, you have to get the money for it too.
Yeah, and in addition, the speed beetle only works if it's not carrying an item. So.
I believe it's faster than City System.
No.
Oh, I thought it was.
It's
The problem is the beetle upgrade isn't available until like after you're basically done with the beetle. Like, there's some places where the speed beetle you can argue might be useful, like in this dungeon and the Lanayru in general, but
you can't
get it until like basically after you beat Lanayru.
You have to get the hook beetle first, so in theory, you could get the hook beetle, go upgrade it, and come back, but it's not convenient.
It's like an extra trip. It's like unnecessary trip back to Skyloft.
So this is a death warp. I believe everybody on this couch has done a back in time off of this, and that's like run over.
Yeah, pretty much, yeah.
If you do a back in time here, you lose all the progress you made, so you have to get the small key again, go through that whole room, get the gust bellows again.
And then do another bit on it.
Right. See, the reason it's so confusing is because you save again right here, and then you actually do a back in time.
Yeah. You have to make sure that's saved though, because when you do back in time, you lose all your progress.
I think everybody's forgotten to save there as well.
So this is why electric peaches are so scary.
Yeah, the death is so fast.
Like 3 seconds. Sorry, I did.
Yeah. I think that fences might do damage a little faster. Not electric fences, regular fences. Those are just environmentals do a lot of damage.
I just want to say I have back in timed off almost every death warp on accident, but I've never forgotten to save.
Really?
Oh. There you go.
Yeah.
So this back in time warp isn't actually going to move us very far. I should have pointed it out, but there's like a little fence that you can't get over, and it blocks off a part of the room. And this is gonna put me probably, I don't know, 20 feet away from the save statue, but it puts us on the other side of a fence.
Yeah, the dungeon's basically made into like, it's got basically three or four cycles. Like there's like a main path in the middle, and then cycles on either side. And one cycle got him to the gust bells. Another one takes him to the other side of the fence. So by going to that wall, skip that cycle over there.
There's probably about 3 to 4 rooms.
Yeah, they're there's some really fun rooms.
It's actually, yeah.
This stamina drain is on purpose.
Yeah, you pretty much go the same speed when you're depleted as opposed to just walking, not using stamina, which is unlike everywhere else. When you're out of stamina, you pretty much can't move at all.
Right, and it refills really quick when you run out.
I think you feel like double speed or something.
Yeah.
So it's actually worth running out of stamina there just for the faster refill.
I'm really confused as to why there's pufferfish in this dungeon, but I mean.
They just want to hug.
There we go.
Just want to hug.
Oh, he just exploded.
Yeah, so there's spikes in this room that appear when you get close to them, and if that pufferfish is near one of the spikes when you walk near, the spike will just come up and blow it up, and it's silly.
Sometimes you take damage off them, but it's really not a big deal. Because we want to die soon again anyway.
Yeah, there's a lot of death warps to do in the run.
Coming up is actually one of my favorite tricks in the run. It's pretty neat. We're once again doing an area completely backwards. You shouldn't be here until after you've gone through a lot of rooms. But since we did the back in time warp, it puts us right at the boss door. And to get over to the room where the boss key is, from here, you can't do it. It's not possible, normally. But you can actually bring this card over. Wait, I talked to Fee. I didn't, did I?
You did not.
Okay, I'll talk to her now.
Hello, Fee.
You have to talk to Fee here. It's just a matter of when you do it.
The funny thing about this is Fee is basically telling you there's probably something important.
Yeah, she says that there's a giant door here. There's probably something important.
But she doesn't even do that for the first two.
I know.
Oh, you think it's like indie setup.
I don't.
Oh, no, what is this setup?
You can actually do this
works.
without a bomb, but it takes more time and you have to stand on a different part of
so
it.
More time, and it's a bit more
You
precise.
stand in the very, very corner of this card. The collision on these cards is really weird. If you moves very slowly or shield bashes or try even pulling out an item like a bomb, you will fall off. So
I can put my sword away, but that's about it.
Yeah, okay. There you go.
And
Also,
now
he kind of shakes a little bit. The collision is not happening.
Really scary.
We have $105 from Jamie Thompson, who says, "Thank you guys for doing such wonderful things for the world. Keep up the good work, everyone in front of and behind the cameras. Wishing the best to all the runners. Keep rocking our minds."
Normally, we're not supposed to enter this room through this door, and it's just got locks behind us because it's normally supposed to be locked until we get the boss key.
No, you still enter that door. I think you just do it a different place, different way.
No, you definitely have through a different door.
That's an exit door. That's what
Yeah.
I
Is it really?
If you
It's
do,
been
if
forever
you do
since
the
I done this.
intended route, you enter at the far right end of the room.
Okay.
Yeah. And they want you to exit so they can get back to the boss. But we just dead roll back to the key. Do first go.
We bopped it out.
I know. Ever since I've gotten here, Testrunner's been teaching me all the new strats I haven't learned yet. Oops. That's fine.
It's not going there.
Right, so this is the comedy room.
Yeah.
A lot of stuff can go bad in this room if you're not careful.
There's a lot of stuff. But there's a particular run, that's that I did. I got a little confused. There's basically there's a reference here to 231 in this room. That's the order you're supposed to hit these switches in this room. And I just got
on
confused
purpose.
and hit them in the wrong order. And I was like just panicking. And then there's a strat here where you'll see at the end where you're gonna basically backflip off these platforms and it's gonna respawn you like back on the ground. It's like a cool little skip. But very coolly, a BMOS was just happened to be shooting off in the middle of nowhere. I don't know why. And he shot me in the air and I died. And it was pretty stupid.
Like, I assume this is what you horrible guy.
Oh, I don't know if that's gonna work.
All your
I
rounds.
wasn't working as behind it.
We'll find out. Nope. That's fine. There's a little strat there. I kind of screwed it up, but that's okay. It's not a big deal.
Don't forget the grass ball.
Thank you, Russ. I got this, man.
I forget them all the time.
I mean, if you got bombs, you're technically grab. Not that bad. You can grab bombs with it.
Something
As
kinda
long as you
cool.
don't get the heart container. If you get the heart container, you really definitely.
Sometimes if you like miss the throw and you're just like too far off to the side on those bombs, they'll get like stuck in between like the hoop and like the side of it. But
So
you can
right
actually
here,
just use
You actually saw, if you look
crossbows.
very carefully for like a frame, you saw some like lightning shooting. Yeah, so he just shot me in the air.
Yeah,
Right-
Testrunner got killed off of that.
Yeah, probably one of the more ridiculous deaths I've ever.
There's quite a few epic deaths that happen in this mining facility.
Well, the problem is, like, you're on hero mode, so everything deals double damage, which is both a blessing and a curse. But a lot of new runners have some great stories. Wow.
Oh, wow.
That cutscene gives you invincibility. I wanted to take damage before, but it's fine.
You'll be short of bomb, but
It's okay.
assuming he doesn't get trolled by a particular Bay creature, should be fine.
$35 from Hayden Tensman, who says, "It's been so long since I have played Skyward Sword, I had forgotten how beautiful this game is and makes me want to play it again. Keep up the good work and good luck to all the runners."
Nice.
You can like cancel pulling out items if you like do any action, like opening up a door, running up a wall.
There's various ways to like change your item, not actually cool. Kind of tricky.
Get in there. Come on. There we go. These keys are a little tricky. They're finicky.
Some are easier than others.
So with this boss fight, like I said, I learned a new strat. A lot of people have been doing it for a long time. I've just been too lazy to get around to it. So what you can do is you can actually stun, it's Moldarok, he's a giant scorpion. You can stun his claws with the slingshot, and I'm going to be attempting to do that. I'm also going to want to push him all the way up against the wall, because when second phase hits, if I have him up the wall, I can combo him and kill him really quickly. Nope.
That's fine. We'll see what you So normally you can only get 2 hits at a time, but if you put a pause between the first and second hit, you can actually get a third hit. And if you don't do a third hit, instead you can stun him. You're gonna combo him, then do 2, 2, so there's the last time.
I don't know if this is supposed to
Oh, no, you hit the top.
No, I'm just gonna.
The right claw or whatever has 5 health. The left one has 6. So yeah, and this here, right when he goes to burrow into the ground, and then he's like used to the gust spells to keep doing it. And you
Right.
can do it like 3 times or so.
If
but
you've got him against the wall, you can just hit him.
he can't flee and just completely skip the second phase.
Now would be another good time for donations.
Actually, I'm going to take this moment to remind everyone this is SGDQ 2014, the Summer Games Done Quick, hosted by Speed Demos Archive and Speedruns Live. We're raising money for Doctors Without Borders, which is an international organization created by doctors and journalists in France in 1971. Today, they provide independent, impartial assistance in more than 60 countries to people whose survival is threatened by violence, neglect, or catastrophe, primarily due to armed conflict, epidemics, malnutrition, exclusion from healthcare, and natural disasters. In 1999, Doctors Without Borders, aka Médecins Sans Frontières, received the Nobel Peace Prize for their efforts. 100% of the donations we receive from you go to their charity. We have a $10 donation from Lauren Samu, who says, "Greetings from the UK. Thanks to Testrunner's excellent Skyward Sword run, I definitely won't be sleeping until 7 a.m. Keep up the amazing work, guys. Hashtag kill those animals."
So it'd be really nice to have the Quick Beetle here, but
Yeah, this would be the main time. There was actually a long time ago, it's a very common race category where you basically just play up to this dungeon.
yeah.
And it's just because it's like only about 2 hours. It's a nice racing category. But it's kind of funny because you end and you finish the run and all these guys are just like saluting you and just like, congratulations for completing the run. Really sad.
Okay, so if you've been watching for a long time, there was cutscene skips earlier in the run. There's another one here. This is the last one in the
Do you
run.
do jump slashes? Or?
No, I don't do jump slashes. That's slow.
No, it's not.
Yeah, it
It's
is.
consistent. It's consistent.
fired.
I've never missed it.
All right, so once again, I'm gonna have 2 frames to get a side hop or a backflip here.
This is a pretty short cutscene, so it doesn't really matter how much he misses.
It saves like 15 seconds.
Yeah. Nice.
Nice.
Funny thing about those cutscene skips is that if you get the side up on the first frame, you'll actually go the opposite direction.
Yeah, the camera is like inverted for some reason. But yeah, it's not funny. Those cutscenes trigger when you stand like in the cutscene zone or whatever, and that cutscene is like there forever. So you can come back like,
Yeah,
at
that's
the end of the
something-
game, and like then all of a sudden Fee will talk to you. He's like,
Yeah, that's
Zelda's
something-
not here.
I didn't touch on that in the beginning of the run, but it's a very real thing to side hop out of the first cutscene that we skipped, and then accidentally side hop right back in.
Yeah, even if you get the first, even if you are mashing and you get the frame or whatever, if you aren't paying attention, you have to mash for only one jump. If you jump twice, you'll very likely jump back in and fail to skip. So it's not just like the normal mashing that you see in a lot of other games. It's like for a very, very short period of time.
Yeah, and I'm just gonna tell everybody it's not easy to mash on a Wiimote.
Yeah.
Like, people say, oh, it's 2 frames, you should be able to get that all the time. And it's really, it's really hard to mash a Wiimote so that you can get those 100% of the time.
Somebody going to voice Bruce here?
In Japanese.
So we actually just skipped probably the best cutscene game.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty good. This is the famous cutscene where Bruce basically gets freaked out because no one's ever been on the surface before. He's like, what are these trees?
The birds are so small, dude.
Yeah, the birds are so tiny. And then he's like, someone should name this place.
Bruce Land.
Let's name it Bruce Land.
Oh, Indy, are you ready for the harp?
Oh, sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So what we're doing with this run, since we have so many Skyward Sword runners here, we're gonna pass the Wiimote to somebody on the couch to do the harp portions.
You said you were best at this one.
Yeah, but we had a lot of trouble with harp calibration in the race yesterday, so this could be an adventure.
Yeah, there's so many like wireless devices around here. It's fun.
Yeah.
It's not like working in your bedroom or anything.
For most things, the calibration isn't a huge deal. For harp, it is.
You should probably take this over now.
At least if it's a failure, it'll.
He doesn't know how to do Japanese text. We're
losing the frame.
By the speed.
This text is so fast.
I know, right?
Indy has never done a Japanese run.
This is the first time I've ever played the Japanese version of this game.
You've been tainted.
Yeah.
It's too fast.
So another really small thing about difference between Japanese and English text is for some reason Japanese text is center aligned and English text is left aligned, which doesn't really sound like a big deal, but it's a lot easier to tell when the text box is about to end when
Hold up.
the text is
Can we
centered.
get the audio up for a little bit? Make it easier to play?
Yeah, I can't
Yeah.
hear the TV at all.
Yeah, that should be good. Harp, please.
With the way that the harp works, you can actually go a little bit faster than the circle itself.
You mainly want to follow the voice.
Nice job.
Yeah.
You mainly follow the voice of whoever's singing.
Yeah.
Most of the time it's speed, like this one time.
Yeah, the way the harp... I tested this a lot in emulator, and I discovered that emulator does not do this harp very well.
No, harp is actually really difficult to play well.
Yeah. So there's a few things that I'm pretty sure you need to do. First of all, there needs to be... You basically have to... You have to go within a certain speed of the rainbow. Like, you can be completely distinct of it, but like at the kind of the rhythm is going to go a little faster rhythm or a little slow rhythm. So it's kind of leniency.
Something I always forget happens here. This is where the Imprisoned 1 fight starts, but since we did early Thunderhead, we can just leave.
Yeah, we actually could have completely skipped this entire harp sequence, but if you do, you soft lock them.
Yeah.
Where can we soft lock?
When you try to do Imprisoned 2.
You can't go through the gate of time.
Yeah. Oh. I think you beat Imprisoned 2, and then you can't go through the gate of time.
Yeah, because playing the Ballad of the Goddess there is what raises the inert gate of time. So if you haven't done that, you can't make the inert gate uninert.
Yeah.
And also, another note about the harp, what matters when you play the harp is when you change directions, not the speed at which you're strumming.
The other thing you need to do is you have to make sure you hit a certain amount of the harp in your strums. You have to hit enough of the notes.
You can do short, sharp strums, or you can do long, sweeping strums, as long as you change at the right time.
Or you can go like this.
Oh wait, who's next?
Probably bananas. We just go across the couch.
Okay.
It's like a lot of other things in playing this game. People will be comfortable with different methods. It's whatever works for you.
Although I will admit, long stroking methods don't work well for it.
I'm usually like moderately bad at this, but when I tried doing this like back in practicing, the harp was just I couldn't. It was impossible. I don't know. I'm just really bad at the harp. Oh, calibration, please.
No.
Yeah, sometimes I'll just teleport up and down. Just like, why? Why do you do this? It doesn't normally happen very much when I play at home. It's actually pretty rare. I'm pretty sure it's just like interference, like Bluetooth and stuff.
You know, I said the motion controls were really good earlier. There's a couple exceptions. One is harp, and one is swimming.
Yeah, I actually have tech to get consistency.
You have tech for swimming?
I have tech.
Oh man.
See, the real reason they're having us play the harp sections is because they don't want to mess with the calibration.
Yeah, no, so we just like, it's an excuse.
One more note about the harp playing. If you mess up a little bit, like if you're a little early or a little late, it will just like stop. You won't get any more flower petals. If you mess up a lot, it'll take away flower petals.
You actually have
usually
to do good strums before she'll start adding petals back in.
Yeah, when it's calibration based, usually it thinks you messed up really bad, so you can lose like 4 petals at a time.
I once freestyled too early and lost all my petals.
Yeah, once the 12th petal starts to appear, you can basically do whatever you want.
Yeah,
so
you can even like stop strumming and like we'll just like the sound will play but Link's hand. It's like weird.
So if you're familiar with Twilight Princess, it's the same kind of idea here with the tiers. You go around collecting them, but it's like 50 times better.
Yeah, it's like a fusion of Phantom Hourglass and Twilight Princess. And whenever I ask in my chat, people seem really split. It's like half people are like, man, this is so much better than the Twilight realms of Twilight Princess. They're so much faster, shorter, they're intense. It's like much more interesting. And the other half of my chat's like, this is way too much like Twilight Princess, Twilight realms. So, I don't know, dude. Can't win.
So the reason I like them is because they're routed interesting. Like these fruits refill your stamina.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of cool routing that happened around these.
These are basically all stamina puzzles. It's how well you can manage your stamina from one tier to the next.
The way it's supposed to work is that basically every time you get one of these tiers, you have 90 seconds?
90 seconds.
Okay.
We won't use that much.
Yeah. I don't know, we never run out of time, so. But you have 90 seconds before your time runs out, and when time runs out, everything goes horrible, and all the guardians will chase you down and kill you instantly.
And just like the rupees, we're going to be trying to avoid as many.
No, you're not. You're getting that light fruit. I'm going to force you to
Don't do it, TLO.
No, so
It saves 15
there's some
seconds.
So
debate.
TLO and I have like a different route for the Silent Realms, and in my route, I get one of the tears of light in this trial, because when you get it, it actually refills your stamina, because the cutscene plays when you get it the first time ever. But if you never get it ever, you never get the cutscene. But I kind of use the route where if you're avoiding the light fruits the entire time, then you're like
Wait,
wasting
which one
time.
do you want me to get?
The next one.
Okay.
You can roll into it.
It's about a 6-second cutscene, but you can spend at least 6 seconds trying to avoid them all.
I
so-
timed this, getting this light fruit, I believe, is 3 seconds slower than avoiding it. But those 3 seconds get made up from not avoiding them.
And yes, this is the actual strat. You just wiggle the Wiimote on the tight ropes. It works pretty well.
Yeah.
I have a $25 donation from James Murphy, who says, "Great cause and great stream. You guys inspire." And a $40 donation from Ann O'Connor, who says, "I've literally been waiting all day for this Skyward Sword run, and of course I'm late. Still, I'm very excited to watch. Good luck." And a $250 donation from James Plummer, who says, "Very interesting listening to explanations of the techniques used to shave fractions of seconds off of run times. Thank you for what you all do." Thank you for your donation.
No, there's like a lot of little optimizations in this game. And a lot of people are like, well, it's a 6-hour game. Like, does it really matter?
Yeah, it's like, does that second matter? Well, it's
Save a second like
adds up
120
to-
times.
On go.
it
Save
ends up
the
being
frames.
a lot. It's kind of like when you talk about Super Metroid when you do like ledge grabbing. You're just saving frames,
Real
but
awesome.
you do it everywhere, and over the whole run, you're gonna stay like over a minute.
Yeah.
That's why Tender is like.
Yeah, I want to talk about world record history in this game.
Alright.
The first really good time was by Paraxade. He had a 5:39.56.
And we thought it was a god time.
Yeah, that was, for a long time, that was like a god time. No one was going to beat it.
I
It
think
was really
It
good.
stood for about like a year or something.
Yeah, it stood for a long time. And Parax was like, this is too good, I'm done. and I eventually beat it. Like, I beat it with a 5:39.26, so a 30-second time save. And with mostly the same route, a couple minutes of differences. So it's still kind of a worse run. Eventually I beat that with a 5:34. And then Tenderhearted comes out of like
Just
nowhere.
out of nowhere.
And he's like, oh yeah, I just got a 5:27.
just completely crushes the time, and we're just like, where did all this time come from?
Yeah, and since then he's held it, he's knocked it down to, I think, a 25, 23, and now a 20. Something like
A
that.
high 20, very, very.
Yeah, and this is all with very few, like, actual
Yeah,
big
there's
tricks
been pretty
that
much
have been
no new like glitches and
So
tricks found.
the world record has gone down 19 minutes with, I'd say, maybe 4 or 5 minutes of differences.
Yeah, and it's a lot to say. I think a lot to do with the fact that one, we weren't really practicing this game anywhere near as much as we should have back then. So the community was kind of small. And the other thing is that there's a lot of optimizations to be made. Fender brought a lot of new strats, and like he convinced me to start grinding out practice. And I think I grinded practice over like a 6 or 8 month period, and I came back and cut my PB down by about 14 minutes in like a week or two.
Yeah.
It's just like, wow, it's like practice really means like that much.
The funny thing about that Paraxade time is that Indykenobi's world record is now faster than Paraxade's.
No, Indy doesn't have world record.
Yeah,
So those times TLO said were all Japanese times, so they didn't benefit from the new Ancient Cistern clip. That's the newest trick
Which was discovered like
in November. So
like the
it's
year
not
before.
that it's not that
Yeah.
new.
It's been like a
But,
year and a half.
Yeah, it's like a year and a half. Yeah.
That Cistern clip has let English times go down below 540 now. And Tender, just for fun, did an English any percent and got 531 when the previous record was 539. So
Yeah.
He's a god at this game. So I'm actually going to do the same exact bit warp I did earlier and lag a little bit here.
Yeah. This is the very first bit warp that you saw at the beginning of the game, for those who remember. And like before, when we do the bit warp, the area's gonna be all unloaded, and you can't really progress through it. So instead of going through a door and re-enter, we're just gonna save and quit and reload the file.
The problem with doing this the first time around is that there's a gate in the way, and we have to open it from the other side.
The gate's already been opened now, so we don't need to go around again.
And coming up is the only strat I've found in this game, and I'm really bad at it.
It's pretty swag.
Oops, I hit back.
You hit the wrong. Yeah, Japanese.
No, I tried to go right, and it didn't work. I was on top.
If you want, you can pass it.
Okay, so what you're supposed to do here is bomb these guys with the beetle. I found that you didn't need to do that.
This is very, very precise. Nice. Yeah,
And the scary,
really easy.
the scary part about this is you're on 2 hearts, and those are archers, and they were very close to shooting arrows at me.
If you miss, you're pretty much dead.
And it's very easy to miss because that's like the very outer range of the Skyward Strike. And you have to angle it just right to hit both of them. You can hit one pretty easily, but the other will shoot you.
And this fight's a little scary on 2 hearts. Just the first part. This is all health optimization. A lot of new runners probably wouldn't go as risky on the health, but it saves a lot of time.
Yeah,
so.
when we did the save and reload the file to reload the area, if you can just do a death warp, it does the same thing, and then you have 6 hearts, which one's left.
A lot of times they'll do a really quick attack there, and it's gonna be hard to avoid. So if I do it right, this will kill him. That was a really good fight.
Stoppers have they have 10 HP roughly, or 20 or whatever. You double everything, and the spin attack will do 3 hearts of damage basically, and the Skyward Strike will do in addition.
So I'm really gonna hope I don't get a fairy here, because if I do, I'm gonna have to I can't die. I don't have enough bombs.
Yeah, these fairs are completely RNG. There's nothing you can do
just
about
walk
it.
there. I don't like where they're at, man.
So, because when you watch, this cutscene moves you right there.
I picked up both of them, dude.
You got both the fairies.
I don't see them.
Marathon lock. What the hell?
It's gonna give me 2 cutscenes.
No, it only gives you.
No, yeah.
But really?
Yeah.
Oh, that's nice. Okay, I guess.
Well, this sucks because now he's not enough bombs to kill himself, so he has to go all the way back through. It's pretty terrible actually, but it's completely RNG. Just nothing you can do about it.
Just grab the bombs themselves.
Yeah. The thing is that it's so infrequent. Like it happens maybe like 5% of my runs, so this is like really unlucky.
Yeah. So we were talking about like why we grabbed this heart container, and if we didn't grab it after killing those strikers off those guys,
the heart would be small.
Wasted like 5 seconds.
So I need to exit this dungeon now. I could have killed myself after I picked up the water, but I didn't have enough bombs, and that would have warped me.
I never I guess they never expect you to leave this room.
Well, how else are you?
Maybe they intended you to death warp here. Like,
I don't know, man.
That's the intended route.
But if I would have died, that would have warped me back to the statue I used and saved and quit, and I could just exit there.
Yeah.
Which is a lot faster.
Isn't that much slower, but it is a time loss, and it's like kind of dumb that it's RNG.
The real reason it's so bad is those doors take forever to open and close.
Yeah, that big door has a very long animation.
Get back on, get back on. No, we're good, we're good. Hey. Okay, so now I'm just flying back. I'm gonna land at a different statue.
Yeah, this is basically longest soaring cutscene right here.
So there's, after you beat the first trial, you're supposed to go through the trees, swim through that, talk to some Elder Kikwi, or whatever. I don't even know his name.
Yerbil.
Yerbil, thank you.
The hermit?
Yeah, the hermit.
Yeah.
You're supposed to talk to him, and he'll tell you where the water dragon is. That takes forever.
It teaches you how to draw on the wall with the Skyward Sword.
Yeah, it takes a long time, and it actually turns out there's multiple ways to do this.
Yeah, this is actually probably one of the first tricks ever discovered.
I believe it was like the European copy of this game came out first. I believe this trick was found
like day 1.
Yeah, before I even had the game. So you can just hop on that fence and you're in.
I don't know. I don't know if that method was
rope.
Yeah, the rope. There's another method with the rope, which is like significantly harder. And the old route, the old any percent route, the rope was actually faster, so we had to use it, which kind of sucked.
Yeah, and then, well, actually, Indy not wanting to use the rope method found the back in time magic we were talking about
by
earlier.
complete accident.
Yeah, I didn't like the rope method, so I did this method, and in order to create the shortcut to get up there, I pushed that log down, and I was like, oh,
Just
look, the
turns out
gate's
pushing
open
in
and
that
back in
log is what
time.
you need to do, yeah.
And I thought this was normal, and then Testrunner was like, wait, why is the gate open? And I was like,
yeah, I think I spent
just
like,
is.
yeah, I spent a few hours just just slowly changing my route to look like Indy's route to figure out like what the heck, he did to make the
we
gates
spent a
open.
whole stream session trying to figure it out.
And it's like there's only one thing left of that log. There's no way it's that log. And then it turns out it was the log, and we're like, okay.
Well, because there's like a combination of 3 things.
Yeah,
you
it
had
wasn't
to
even
be
one thing.
saved in the deep woods. You have to have not opened Skyview Temple, and that one log had to be pushed down. And the log thing really stumped us for a while.
Stumped us.
Indy's the master of puns. Anyway, a donation incentive is coming up. All you guys donated for it. I'm actually going to be doing the mini boss of Skykeep, or not Skykeep, the mini boss of Cistern blindfolded. That'll be in probably about 5 minutes. And I'll definitely need the audio up for that, I'll let you know.
Meanwhile, we have a $35 donation from Noella Wilson. Noella says, been watching from the beginning. Keep up the incredible work, and major shout out to how the schedule has gone so far. Amazing runners, community, volunteers, and entertainment. Looking forward to staying up for this run, and for all the excellent runs to come.
There are so many moths in this place. So this is actually one of my favorite dungeons. Both the English and Japanese routes are really cool.
It also, unfortunately, is one more annoying dungeon.
It is a difficult dungeon. It's probably the worst one. I'm the worst at it. Hold on, let me figure this out.
English, hold on. I know I play Japanese.
We're getting there. This is the worst dungeon I'm doing in the run. Wait, no, that doesn't quite make sense either.
No. You're the worst at this dungeon of the part of the run you're doing.
Anyway, this is a hard dungeon. So I'm gonna grab a key and then we're gonna go to Stallmaster, which I'm gonna do blindfolded, hopefully well.
Yeah, I'm really excited for the Stallmaster fight. It's a really cool fight, even when you're not blindfolded. So.
So if we were playing on English, we would have done the clip that we were talking about earlier, just right when we entered the dungeon.
You like enter the dungeon
right
and
now.
then you could like instantly go out of bounds. There's a little trick here. I'm like horrifically inconsistent at it, but for some reason, if you jump at just the right angle.
How do they take? What is going on? All right. Anyway.
Yeah. So if you jump at just the right angle, you can pull your sailcloth there for some reason, and you won't flip one of the lily pads.
Normally, you're supposed to find the code for that by looking at clues in the first room, but we already know the code, so we just go straight for it.
There's a second combination lock in the 5th dungeon, and once again, you have to look for clues around the room to figure out what the combination is. But that first one's pretty easy. You can kind of guess it, and even without solving the puzzle. The second one's a lot harder to guess.
So this is the only rupee that we intentionally pick up in the run.
Rest in peace, 100 rupee.
Wow.
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 You're fine,
No,
you're fine.
We're good.
Great.
That was not awesome.
Just like spin out. Okay. So ideally, you would break all 3 of those last ones with one spin, and then you would like spin to the right and then spin out. So we did spin, I guess. It's like really, really precise, actually. Well, not that precise, but it's tricky. You either like jump, like spin like right when you're about to run to the last first one.
No.
It's weird. It's like that.
No, don't do it.
The bonks.
Okay. I guess we're doing this, aren't we?
Yeah. Don't put it on me yet, dude.
How is this thing folded? What the heck?
You should know how to do the whole dungeon blindfolded.
I'm gonna blame Russ on this folding. I'm gonna quickly fix this.
We have a cutscene. It would be great if we could have the audio up now.
Oh, the cables.
Oh.
You'll be fine. Don't worry.
You good there?
I think we're good.
I thought the blindfold was for the rest of the round.
No, no.
Yeah, he like barely lost time.
That wasn't perfect, but it worked. It was good.
Yeah.
It's a pretty fun fight, actually.
But something weird about that fight is that both of the times he missed the shield bash, he barely took any damage.
I know, that's lucky.
That's because the Stallmaster has like this really weird attack that does like no damage whatsoever.
Yeah, when he does like a counterattack, he actually has like 2 different counterattacks. They look exactly the same thing, but one of them like doesn't do damage.
It deals a half heart.
Yeah, it's like, yeah, it's really, really weird. Look at the shield's got like a tiny sliver cut off the end of it for like, yeah, it's dumb.
This dungeon would probably be close to over by now on English. Or we'd be getting towards the boss.
Yeah.
He kind of gets in the way.
You can kind of ignore that guy. And
It depends on where he's at.
Yeah, if he spawns in a good spot, then you can just completely ignore him if you're fast. Okay, I should mention, I don't know if anyone else really has a lot of problems with this item, but I have a horrible time with the whip.
Sometimes you get like a really fast whip there and it screws you up.
Yeah, like sometimes my whip there, when I jump off the whip, instead Link will just, instead of jumping forward, Link will just jump backwards and like fall into the hole. Like, thanks.
So all of these rooms I'm doing right now are completely skipped on English. And it's actually really the only reason people run English, because it's completely, or it's not a completely different route, but this dungeon's quite different and it's a lot of fun.
And some people just don't want to pay for a Japanese copy.
Yeah, when I bought my copy, it was like $90.
Yeah, it's about the same, yeah. It's kind of weird because a lot of Japanese carts are really, really cheap compared to like European and North American. Like, you can get like, I think like if you get one try Chrono Trigger like English, it's gonna be really expensive. You're getting like Japanese like $10 or less.
Yeah, Choco, didn't you go to Japan and buy one?
I bought mine for $2.
Yeah, there you go. See, it's like super cheap. If you get discs, for some reason discs have not taken that track, and they're actually really expensive still. Or at least it is for Skyward Sword. Maybe Japan just hates us.
Oh, that's a bonk. It's a little tricky to get through there.
It's a really cool use of the whip. You can steal items from enemies.
Which happens once in the game.
And you'll never see that again.
I think you can steal like treasures off of enemies.
There's, I think, only one treasure you can steal. You can steal the horn off of very specific bokoblins. Which
You
is like
can also steal their skull pent up things.
Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah. So it's barely used. Like the Wind Waker grappling hook stealing like tech was way like it was implemented much better. I don't know. It was very strange that they didn't. It felt like they kind of let that out.
I have a $35 donation from Xavier Levier, who says $35 because of that great blindfolded boss fight.
Okay, this room is a little deadly.
Yeah, because of one particular enemy.
I should be fine. I have, how many hearts do I have? Like 4.5. The problem with this dungeon is that you want to do it in a way such that you have enough health by the boss so that you can do a certain damage
That's
strat.
bad spawn. That was fun.
Yeah.
We also have a potion for this dungeon just in case
You
you
actually
take
have to use the potion pretty much
Yeah,
in
we
this
have to
dungeon.
use the potion by the end of the dungeon.
Because,
So that way we have an empty bottle.
yeah,
Fill it up
after
with
this
water.
dungeon, we're going to fill both of the bottles with water, which we'll use in the 6th dungeon. And there will not be any other place to fill water until then.
No.
So it's important to do it now. And so we have to make sure that both the bottles are empty.
Oh, that was a little
Closer
close.
than it should have been.
Yeah, that lily pad, it rocks back and forth, so it can be a little scary to get on it.
$35 from Mackenzie Hatton, who says, "The Groose is loose, kids. Good luck. Adoring this run. Yes, I admit I did enter for a prize incentive. Little bro really wants a 3DS, but this cause in Marathon is mind-blowingly epic. Keep it up."
I almost missed that regrab there, which would have been a little bad.
Still a little.
Oh, it only costs like 30 seconds.
Yeah.
Coming up, this whole area of the dungeon we call the basement. Coming up, I'm just gonna skip all of it.
Yeah. We're going to use a trick called the high flip, which is not used anywhere else in the world. It's pretty much kind of useless, except for right here.
Well, it allows you to backflip really high, but the problem is it doesn't get you any higher than just like running up a wall would.
Yeah, so it's only useful in places where you can't normally run.
Oh, that's
A reminder to people who are looking to donate, if you donate a minimum of $10 before the end of this run, you will be eligible to win the Skyward Sword bundle, which includes a sealed copy of the game for the Wii, a music CD, and a golden Wii remote with Wii Motion Plus.
So I just got, I hate this.
But basically the way the high flip works is that when Link lands on the ground, after doing a side hop, it can also be done after placing a bomb on the ground. He has this like crouching animation, and if you backflip during that animation, I think it's 1 frame, maybe 2. I don't remember how long it is. Then when Link does a backflip, it goes a little bit higher, and it's just enough to get onto the toes of that statue.
Yeah, so there's like a whole puzzle through here that I honestly don't remember how it works, but we just skip that. We can go up here and then we'll grab the boss key in a second. I think that was one of the first tricks found too.
Yeah, that's one of the earlier tricks.
I think they originally found it with
that basement skip has got a long history too. If you go on the ZSR website at Speedrun.com,
there's like 4 different ways you can do it.
There's more than 4. There's like so many different methods for that trick, and the high flip is one of the more recent ones. You know, it's pretty old still, but yeah, there's a lot of different ways to skip that basement.
Yeah, I think the first one that was found was you actually lure a Bokoblin over there, and then you do a final blow, which gets you high enough to
you bring one of
land
those
on
cursed
it.
Bokoblins down, and this cursed Bokoblins have a ton of health, so you just knock them down, and you have to do a final blow, which makes you jump really high in the air, and then you just like land on the corner edge like halfway through the jump. It's like really stupid. Yeah, I don't know. I'm glad we don't have to do that.
Yeah.
Alright.
We've been abandoned. Okay.
So empty.
It's fine.
Bathroom breaks are a real problem with this run.
Yeah. So, unlike other games that are very long, most games usually have some part of the run where there's just a bunch of like text that's just like auto, like you can just a cutscene or something. But since you can skip cutscenes in this game, there really aren't any breaks. And
I think the longest you get is like just under a minute.
no, it's like I think it's like
It's like 40.
It's like 40 something seconds.
It's 45 seconds or
I've
something.
optimized my bathroom strats so that I can go in that fast.
You wash your hands?
Don't worry about it.
Ew. Even I wash my hands when I do that.
How do you have time?
I just don't use
I'm
the
fast,
bathroom.
man.
Luckily that won't be a problem because I'm not doing second half.
It's a problem for me though, since I'll be there the whole time.
Oh, go now then.
I don't need to go right now. I only need to go in like hour number 5.
Okay, so once again, another new boss strat. This is the one I learned a few hours ago.
Yeah. Hopefully it works.
If it doesn't really cost much time anyway. So
It costs a bomb, but
yeah.
At this point, your bomb counts are fine. Your ammo in general is actually like between like the 3rd and 6th dungeon. You can be there's a lot of like generosity with drops, and you can get a lot of refills. But after you beat the 6th dungeon, there pretty much are no drops for like anything, and you have to be very careful with your management.
We're like good on seeds for the rest of the run. We won't pick up another drop.
How many do you even have right now?
I think I got like 7 or something.
Yeah, you only need 4 at this point, but 5 is a little safer. 7 is like overkill.
This dungeon actually went pretty well. It can be a train wreck.
Let's go. So this guy actually has 3 different attacks. One is he does that attack, which is criminally irritating. You can actually manipulate what attack he does based on where you position yourself. So there's actually basically no RNG involved at all. The second attack he has is where he has a swipe at you. It just wastes time. It's nothing. And the 3rd attack he has is he throws those boomerangs with his 6 hands, and they waste a lot of time. So you can not watch that. So that's a swipe. It is completely manipulated, so there's no RNG in it at all. There you go.
So that's the new strat. Normally you'd have to do what I did by taking off his arms twice.
Yeah.
And that just 1 cycles in
The
there.
bomb does 10 damage, and the Skyward Sword does 4. The 2 spin attacks will do 6 damage, and it's like just enough damage to only 1 cycle.
So now we start 2nd phase. There's actually a strat in 2nd phase, like I was saying earlier. You want to have enough health to do it, and you need over 4 hearts.
Yeah, any number more than 4.
And that's great. I have a potion, so that's not actually bad.
You need to use a potion anyways, so it doesn't matter.
It'll heal me 4 hearts, and it'll actually heal my shield as well.
Yeah, that sliver of shield, it doesn't really matter.
I don't know, man.
The 2nd phase is going to be 3 cycles. Well, very commonly in a lot of the bosses in Skyward Sword. It's actually common in a lot of Zelda bosses. The last phase of bosses tend to have only 1 hit. So they'll go and be like invincible or like whatever when they have 1 HP left. And some bosses like that Skaldera fight that would be done 2 cycles, the whole strat was all about basically manipulating the amount of health they have in order to cut a cycle. They'll just do like 1 extra damage to skip that 1 last cycle.
Yeah, and you saw me take some damage there. That's on purpose. He does a big, it's kind of like a whirlwind.
Yeah.
Whirlwind.
He'll just like walk around the room for like a good 15 seconds or something.
And if you take damage, he stops. So it's a lot faster to do that.
You can also make him stop making swings.
That takes a long time.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna do it again here.
I think these pillars drop hearts in normal mode.
Yeah, they drop hearts.
They do.
They can drop hearts.
That's another thing about hero mode. There are no hard drops.
Yeah, I think we should have mentioned that. Yeah.
Dude, we're only like 2 hours in. We're good.
So, yeah, the double damage, if you actually play hero mode, the double damage ends up not being the major difficulty. The main difficulty of doing hero mode is the fact that there's no health drops. It's something you don't really think about.
You can pick up a medal or something that gives you hard drops.
It's like half as effective. It's like, I don't know, it's super casual. Like,
yeah.
who is this?
Not speedrun stats, obviously. It's a good fight.
Good fight. And this is the last dungeon TLO will be doing.
Yeah, I'm gonna get through the next area and then Testrunner's gonna take over. That'll be in about 30, 40 minutes, I think.
Yeah, the next area is probably the longest area in the game.
When this blindfolded blockers.
I don't think it'd be that hard,
I don't
actually.
think it'd be that interesting.
Blindfold skippers are great.
We should just do blindfold like every boss at some point. Just learn it.
No, Indykenobi actually tried to do a blindfolded run similar to like what Runner Guy does with Ocarina of Time. It's very hard in this game.
Yeah, he basically got up to
The ceremony.
the ceremony race.
He
Just
couldn't
like,
get through the second part.
That's like 8 minutes into the run, basically.
Oh, did Indy leave already?
Yeah.
He left.
Yeah, Indy's picking up another Skyward Sword runner from the airport right now, so they'll drop in at the end.
Yeah, I'm supposed to drop hearts for her, so let's just go.
And he also did damage-less attempts, and he got as far as Sandship, I think.
No, yeah, he damaged himself on. Yeah, muscle memory. Yeah, there's a part where you normally death dwarf, and just muscle memory took over, and he's like instinctively went
He
for the
got
death
farther
dwarf.
once.
He made it to the electric gate.
Yeah, he ran to the
No,
electric
it's a
gate.
different one.
No,
Yeah, it's by the
Oh.
mouse key.
Accident.
He forgot to turn it to present or past before he went to go get. No, it's.
Wait,
past.
where is this?
In Sandship.
To be more specific.
By the boss key, you know, if you keep it in.
Oh, he
present,
ran into the fence.
He ran
Oh,
into
okay.
the fence. 'Cause
That's pretty dumb, actually.
No,
Okay.
it's in the. You need to be in the past to get to the
Yeah, the
boss
past
key.
is the.
The past is the colorful one.
Yeah.
So yeah,
It's like the opposite in real life.
Anyway,
He
I got
forgot to
water
change
for
it to
later.
the past.
Anyways, video games.
This is video games.
Yeah, this is.
No, this entire conversation had been resolved with Indy was just here. Like, we talk about this like right when he leaves.
I think now would actually be a good time for donations.
Yeah, we got a whole bunch. $10 from Madison Swenner, who says, "It's great to see all these talented people come together to raise money for charity. Keep up the good work." And $50 from Mac and Wong, who says, "Going off to Vegas, wanted to do some good before I do a lot of bad. Good luck to all the runners left. I'll be cheering for you in spirit." $10 from Marielle Brady, who says, "This is my first time watching SGDQ and I have been loving every minute of it. Skyward Sword is one of my favorite Zelda games, so I just had to donate during this block. A great game for a great cause. Props to TLO and Testrunner, and congrats on that awesome boss fight." And also $250 from Ben Dunn, who says, "This one's for washing your hands after using the bathrooms. Don't be foul."
Thank you. Also, please do that at the convention center. Thank you.
Wash hand skip is the worst skip.
Ugh.
Too risky.
Why don't you just buy hand sanitizer?
I do have. You know, hand sanitizer is not a replacement for washing your hands.
Okay, you can wash your hands later, but at least it's something.
It's sanitizer. That's.
Anyway, you could probably go back to donations.
Okay, we have $35 from Christopher Fernandez, who says, "Always love watching the Zelda runs. This event is so amazing, and all the runners are even more amazing. Put the money to runner's choice." And $50 from Alexander Winkler, who says, "Hype!"
Hello.
Hi.
Also $10 from Matthew Kent, who says, "Great job, guys. Skyward Sword is one of my favorite games to see run, so I'm glad to see all these runners here for it. These marathons are my go-to example of gaming being productive. Keep up the great work. I can't wait to see the Smash Brothers finals."
When is someone gonna donate for Testrunner to do something funny?
No, no.
They will now.
I am an extremely
That was my
boring
secret
person.
plan, don't worry.
I'm like really boring. You're gonna ask me to do things, and then I'm gonna feel
You want
like.
somebody to do something funny. Just say.
Man, you guys copped out on that Hakuna Matata. I was ready to go all out.
You could have gone. It's not too late.
Want to go all out now?
No, it's too late. I
No,
can't
do
go.
it now, and I'm sure someone will donate.
No, I have to. No.
What's in the jungle?
Yeah, but if you add it, it still sounds nice.
Exactly.
And it was a better effort than they were speaking the words.
Like who
Wow.
speaks Hakuna Matata?
Hakuna Matata. That's what they sounded like.
I will break
No, there's a lot of
35 more dollars from Sharon Zamet, who says, "I love animals almost as much as I love frames. Great job, everyone, especially the blindfolded fight. I had trouble with that fight without the blindfold."
Loving animals as much as frames is an oxymoron.
So you want to kill the frame?
Exactly. You kill the frames if you save the animals. So frames are far more valuable. Nobody cares about fusing candy, Kirby. Get over it.
So there are some flying portions of the game, and this one is an especially long one. You fly like all over the map.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is the longest flying section of the time. Quite unfortunate.
But yeah, we're done with that now. So we're gonna do another trial, and who's next on harp? You? Okay.
Don't worry, I washed my hands.
Nice.
Good to know.
So, in general, the trials get more difficult as you go through. The first two, it's you can lose time from making mistakes here and there, but you generally will not fail by getting killed by one of the guardians. The third one you also really shouldn't fail, except for the very, very beginning. But
You should never fail any of them.
You really shouldn't. But the fourth one, if you screw up, it's quite easy to get killed. Alright, let's go hard.
What is this?
I know, right?
What? 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 Oh my gosh.
I thought that smaller movements worked better.
I find bigger moves work better, but
Well, not with this calibration.
It's not a calibration, I think it's just like interference.
yeah.
It's,
It's okay. I do this with this harp song too, even when it's
you're
perfect.
completely forgiven. Trust me, it's fine.
this is why my PB is 6.5 hours.
Spent
Like an hour or
50
two
minutes
just
on
like
that.
on the harp. Yeah.
Nice. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, I guess I mean, I forgot to say at the beginning of the run, but I guess I could request people to turn off Bluetooth. I found sometimes when you have like Bluetooth stuff on, it can like turning it off can sometimes help, but it doesn't help that I know that that PC right there has Bluetooth and that PC has Bluetooth. They're right there. So.
Oh man, we're good.
We're good. We're good. We got this.
And normally the wide limits work for me, but it's probably just the interference.
Yeah. Oh well, it's fine.
Thanks, Yon.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was supposed to turn them off beforehand, probably.
Okay, so for this trial is for the claw shots, which is by far the best reward you get from any of the trials. The claw shots are really nice in this game. They actually allow you to clip off of vines, but it's very rarely useful. Testrunner is going to be showing you when it is useful towards the end of the run.
You can actually clip off any vine where the vine meets the ground, but generally if you clip through like the vines, they'll just void out, and there's nothing interesting out of bounds. But there's one place in particular where there is something actually interesting out of bounds when you clip through the vines. Which is probably one of my favorite tricks of the run, assuming you actually
cool.
get it.
No, you have no chance, or no choice but to get it.
I mean, I have to get it, but like in our run, it took me like 3 or 4 tries. That was pretty depressing. Stamina management. This one probably has like probably the most complicated stamina management I think.
Yeah, I have to do a lot of what I call short hops. Testrunner calls them something else.
I call them soft drops sometimes, or soft jumps. I don't know.
But if you don't have a lot of speed when you run off of an edge, you'll jump really short like that. Nope, just kidding. That wasn't
just kidding,
a short hop.
not like that.
Like this, like this.
Like this, like right here. She'll do it. Well, I mean,
it's tricky. There we go.
Yeah.
You'll jump really short. It's definitely tricky.
Yeah.
Come on, there we go.
The problem is that like you want to run it at full speed because you want to go fast, but you have to slow down right before you hit the edge. If you run too fast, then you'll just do a jump instead of just dropping off the edge. And if you like stop too early, then you'll see it was what TLo just did, where you're just kind of like standing at the edge and you're just like trying to ease off the edge.
Yeah.
But it's like never behaves properly. I don't know if you can go.
Oh, I wasn't even thinking about going for this. Yeah.
No, it's fine. Getting caught here doesn't really matter. So this cutscene here plays the first time you get caught in a trial, and you have to get caught later on. So getting caught there saves, like, only wastes like 1 or 2 seconds.
Yeah, it's
really trivial. It is possible to get that tier without getting caught, but it's pretty tricky, and it's not really a big deal if you miss it.
It is pretty bad if you do manage to die in one of these trials.
Yeah.
You have to start it all over from scratch.
Yeah, what
Feet
could
onto
happen
you.
there is if you get the tier and then get caught immediately afterwards, then you're like really, really far away from any other tiers.
Yeah, that's a tricky situation to deal with.
And yeah, that would be really rough. It's pretty easy to get killed if that happens.
I'll wait for that.
Yeah, that's like, there's like water right around that, I don't know, was that a cart or something? that you push?
Yeah. It's like a mine cart.
So if you have to wait for it's in the right cycle, sometimes it's good when you get here, and if it's not, you come back here after getting that tier.
Like the hardest part with this game, it's actually not a very hard run, especially when you start looking at some of the other Zeldas like Twilight Princess. And well, basically, all the Zeldas are pretty challenging runs. The hardest part about this run is just remaining concentrated for as long as it takes to do it.
If you lose focus, then it's very easy to get yourself killed somewhere, and deaths are very costly.
Also, it's possible to clip through the ground here. Nope.
I've never done that before.
I've never done it
Found
either.
that Golem?
Yeah, it just happened by accident.
Pretty ridiculous.
I think after he found that, we tried messing around to see if we can get into LMF early, but nothing was found.
That was a pretty decent try.
Yeah, except for the short hops.
Yeah, the short hops.
They're
Hops
hard.
are hard.
Here's a $10 donation from. Whoa, there's a lot of reverb there.
Yeah,
That's
like
not the donator.
You can turn down the couch mics. Or couch speakers, sorry. Yeah, all the way.
$10 donation from Hannah Middleton, who says, I was super excited if you see a female speedrunner on the couch. Nothing against the guys, but it's nice to see some diversity in the speedrunning community. I will donate another $20 if everyone in the room blows a kiss at the camera. That's everyone, by the way.
Okay.
And yeah, we don't turn away anyone, so the best way to get more, if you want more women in the speedrunning community, the best way is to get involved yourself. You can go to speeddemosarchive.com or speedrunslive.com and find some people who can get you plugged in and help you out with starting your first speedrun.
The community is very supportive. When I first got in, I was looking for something to catch credit. I just went to the SRL channel and immediately got responses, so you won't be shut out for being a new person.
If you're interested in Skyward Sword specifically, there's two main resources I'd recommend. The first one is going to be ZeldaSpeedruns.com. If you go there, there's pretty good pages on Skyward Sword.
And all the 3D Zelda games.
And all the other 3D Zelda games. There's also leaderboards for pretty much every Zelda game.
Every Zelda
including
game's
the
on
2D
there.
games. Oh, that's a small trick. Don't worry about it. But there's also I would recommend joining you go to SRL IRC. I think it's irc.speedrunslive or irc2.speedrunslive.com.
I don't have a clue, man. I just connected.
Anyways, you go there and you join the channel #Skyward Sword. I mean, I don't think anyone's in the channel, so we're pretty much all here. But
I'm in the channel.
oh, nice.
So you can talk to me, even though I'm not actually in the channel. I mean, I'm idling in it right now.
Yeah.
So this guy, I guess, decided to fill that tunnel with rocks and now wants to mine them out.
Yeah, we actually went through there earlier if you were here.
Yeah.
So I have the statue and I don't need to deal with him again because I already have the statue past him.
Yeah, I'll talk about the songs you request. There's some weirdnesses with it, and talk about it later.
When the game first came out, there was actually a game-breaking bug if you did the end of the game in a certain order and talk to a certain person.
Yeah. I'll talk, like I said, I'll go into the details when we actually go. The aiming the claw shots is like harder than it should be.
Yeah.
Especially when you're trying to be fast. You don't want to like spend time lining it up. And so it's the same with the shooting bows.
Nope.
Or one bow.
And another good time for donations would be right now.
Yeah, we have $35 from Ian Henderson, who says, love this game and love the run so far. It's cool to see everyone coming together for such a great cause. Shoutouts to everyone watching in person and everyone watching on twitch.com. $35 from Christopher Usher, who says, Testrunner, Cusher here. I finally get to watch you do a run while I eat. Good luck, and I wish you all the best.
Enjoy your meal.
And $35 from Francis Clairfait, who says, I just want to add my little participation to this great cause. Continue your hard work and don't forget to have fun. And also $5 from Revy Dutch. Hello, Revy here. Shoutouts to TLO and Testrunner. I'd like this donation to go towards Testrunner's choice, but only if he yells QQ in remembrance of the best file name for the best run that ever occurred, Kappa. Good luck to all the runners and have a great marathon.
I don't know if I'm supposed to be yelling it or just saying it more for like a Q because it's Q, you know, it's really Q.
Do it.
Come on.
Be like, do it. But if you Q, be like Q, Q. But if it's like loud, it's like Q, Q. So I don't know. It's your choice. I just go. It's just for you.
Finally, someone asked him to do something
challenge.
embarrassing.
You issued a challenge and the internet answered.
Thank you for answering, Internet.
This is actually one of the harder parts of the run, and it's just regular gameplay for the most part. It's because there's a lot of, it's not hard to do, but it's hard to do well, I guess.
Yeah, I have a lot of trouble here.
Yeah, Skipper's Retreat is, the end of it is very based on cycles, depending on how fast you go. And if you just screw up one thing, one place, like once or twice, you miss a whole entire cycle, and it's like 15 to 20 seconds.
Also, take off your shield.
Oh, don't even worry.
There are enemies around here that breathe fire, and fire damage will bring you to
I could just take the damage, and you'd have to do the rest of the run without a shield.
Oh, and then you have to do demise.
Yes, I don't use the shield from here to where I finish.
Oh, I'm trying to remember who uses the shield during demise again. I'm trying to remember.
We have, we'll be doing 2 players, 1 controller for demise because you guys donated for that.
The final boss.
Yeah, I'll be handling the shield, so I should probably not break it.
Doing a jump slash into the sand instead of just running into it is just stamina management.
I also just want to say that wasn't embarrassing enough.
Wow. Wow. Although, I mean, whatever.
That room's a little scary because there's like 6 or 7 of the electric chews that drop from the ceiling.
If they touch you, you're pretty much dead.
Yeah, they'll just combo you for a long time.
Like I said, electric damage does a lot of damage, and chews kind of like stick to you. So
I'm taking off my shield. Don't worry. Right there.
Okay, thank you.
This guy breathes fire, so if he hits you, your shield's done.
You guys are called phoenixes, but we usually call them phoenixes.
Who calls them phoenixes? Who calls them phoenixes? You?
I call them phoenixes.
Yeah.
I call them phoenixes.
I don't think they rise from the dead.
I hope not.
I mean, their name is like clearly a pun on.
I just call them phoenixes because Indy got onto me a lot when I called him a phoenix.
All right, so coming up, there's actually a neat strat. It abuses the fact that Dekubabas don't deal damage to you in certain states they're in.
Yeah, they don't do damage just from touching them, they do damage when they actually have to attack. And if you do this just right, you can distract the Dekubaba and then grapple somewhere else and you clip inside of it.
Nice.
And if you're fast enough, you can get off before he attacks you. You have to be pretty quick.
Oh my gosh, why wasn't that
That's
named?
pretty good. I think you're fine.
Yeah.
So these phoenixes here, if you don't grab that almost immediately, these guys will fire their fireballs at you.
Yeah, I think it's another case of out of sight, out of mind.
Yeah, it is. But like you have to do it before. Once they start the attack, it's too late, and you're pretty much screwed.
And during the Zelda speedrun marathon, Hilo got sniped by one of them as he was claw shotting to the other
get clawed.
he had.
That was pretty epic.
Terran.com/DP.
Yeah, basically.
Yeah, it pretty much was.
So it actually went really well. That's a difficult area. It may not look like it because I did it well.
I didn't really see any major mistakes.
No. It doesn't look hard when you do it well, but it's definitely tricky.
Yeah.
Also, the silly thing about this entire section is that you basically find out that the ship that you're looking for is still in the sea and you can just shoot it down, but you have to find out that it is. You can't just go shoot it down yourself.
Yeah. There's like some flags you hit going through this area, which is unfortunate because we actually know exactly where the ship is invisible and it goes around the area in a specific pattern, but we know exactly where it is.
Some people know exactly where it is. I still douse for it.
I'm gonna take over there then.
Okay.
But we know exactly where it is.
The frame perfect. That's 3 of them.
Yeah, and but if you haven't like completed the Sandsea area, the ship just doesn't exist, even if you know where it's supposed to be. It's like really unfortunate because this area is like 30 minutes long.
Yeah, it's ridiculously long. Another good time for donations.
Here's $10 from Nicholas Hurley, who says, "Hey TLO, Theo here. Best of luck on your run, man."
Thanks.
And $40 from Courtney Lemon. "Third GDQ watching, first opportunity to donate. So glad that I can contribute to the Fab Runners and watching my favorite runners run one of my favorite games, as well as the organization that has given my family so much." $35 from Robert Green, who says, "This is my second donation this marathon. Thanks to all the runners and those working behind the scenes to make this an amazing charity event for Doctors Without Borders. Keep up the hype.
Hype never dies.
There is a prize for this block if you donate at least $10 cumulative before the end of this game rather. You'll be entered automatically to win the Legend of Zelda Skyward Sword bundle, which contains a sealed copy of the game for the Wii, a music CD, and a golden Wii remote with Wii Motion Plus. If you donate it several times and the total is $10 during this game, you will be automatically entered. You do not need to tell us that you are entering for the prize. We will do that automatically for you.
The golden Wiimote's actually pretty cool. I'm playing with it right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, so the Wii Motion Plus automatically built in, so you don't need that stupid add-on.
Unfortunately, I'm not very good with my controllers, and I've gone through more than one, and my gold Wiimote does not really work properly anymore.
Those add-ons are actually like really shoddily built. I actually had one have the extension port on it break, and my nunchucks wouldn't work on it anymore, so I had to switch Wii Motion Pluses.
So this area is like the greatest part of the run. It's like a minecart roller coaster. It's kind of chill.
Yeah, roller coaster chill. I can see those two beats.
Yeah.
It works actually well considering the desert.
As an example of some of the things you can accomplish by donating to Médecins Sans Frontières, also known as Doctors Without Borders, $10 will purchase 45 emergency food rations for use in a crisis or natural disaster. $30 can purchase wound care for 6 burn victims. $35 will provide enough ready-to-use therapeutic food to treat one severely malnourished child. $50 can purchase enough vaccine to inoculate 175 children against a deadly outbreak of measles.
You should match B next time.
What does B do?
Just do it.
Okay.
B slows you down, don't do it.
No, do it only while climbing up. It doesn't matter.
Nice, dude.
Yep.
Also, as a reminder, the Humble Bundle has chosen to partner with us, providing a sale with games from our marathon. All the proceeds will go to Doctors Without Borders. You can check out the sale at humblebundle.com/SGDQ. They make available such games as Noitu Love 2 Devolution, Amnesia, A Machine for Pigs, Bleed, Dust Force, Gianna Sisters with Twisted Dreams, Guacamelee, Psychonauts. So there's another opportunity to support the cause. If you're interested in any of those games, go check that out.
So with this, you're just supposed to lean with the track. It's pretty easy.
Yeah.
I think you get a heart piece for it if you do it fast enough, if you go talk to the Goron again. But we're going to see... I'll get it. We're going to see a repeat boss here. It's going to be Molder Rock, which I fought in the 3rd dungeon. And I'm going to use actually a slightly different strat. I'm going to use the claw shots instead of the slingshot seeds.
Because of the shape of this room, this boss ends up being a bit harder than the first one. The first Molder Rock, the room's round or whatever, and you can get him against a wall and everything's good and dandy. This one, I don't know, he just wasn't meant for square rooms or something.
Yeah, he'll like climb up the wall if you do it right.
Yeah, he flips up the wall and you can't hit him. So like you're trying to, get all 4 hits in before you can burrow and skip in the 2nd phase. I don't know, dude, whatever, don't worry about it. But yeah, I don't know,
I shouldn't have done that.
It's fine. You need to take damage anyways.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, just don't die by your sword.
I'm good, dude.
Do 3. Dang. this position should be good enough. You shouldn't come from the wall.
Assuming I don't miss stabs. Okay, we're good.
All right. Like I said, it's weird. Normally another one, when he's against the wall, he won't walk back any further. If you stab him, he won't go back. But in this one, when you stab him, he actually still will go back, even though he won't walk back anymore. So it's just an effect of the room's shape. I think casually this fight's pretty much identical.
Yeah.
In the speedrun, it's a bit harder.
Stabbing, a lot of people have trouble with the stabbing controls because I don't think they actually use the Wii Motion Plus.
They don't.
No, it just uses the accelerometers.
Yeah, so they're a lot harder to get to work.
Yeah, there's actually, so the big thing with stabbing that I think most people don't realize is that because they don't use the actual Motion Plus, unlike all the other Motion Plus in this game, there's a slight delay. Like you'll stab and it won't come out until about like a quarter or half a second later.
Yeah.
So be like really aware when you're stabbing to do it earlier than you intend to. So it makes it, some of the fights where you have to do stab strats kind of interesting. In terms of like what you're actually doing versus what's actually happening on the screen. So yeah, I don't know. It's weird. It's a thing.
Yeah, so this is the last area I'm going to be doing, and then I'll hand over the test runner, and he'll take you to the end.
This is the pirate stronghold.
Yeah, this is probably the worst place for me to die in my part of the run.
This used to be a big run under, but I think we've gone pretty consistent at it.
Yeah, we'll see. Don't say that yet, man.
We have $50 from David, who says, thanks to all involved, awesome event. And $20 from Richard Butler, says, thanks for the great work, guys. Always loved the Games Done Quick events. And another $50 from Mark Sirios, who says, thanks to all the runners and people behind the scenes for putting on this great event. Been enjoying the Skyward Sword run immensely. Let's save the Kickweezer animals. $100 from Pierre-Yves Duval, and $50 from Francisco Correa, who says, hey guys, Games Done Quick is always the best time of the year. Thanks for a week of fun. Keep it up, guys.
I actually really like this mini dungeon. It introduces a new mechanic specific for this dungeon alone. We have the time shift stones from the earlier parts of the area, but instead of having these like fixed crystals, it's actually this like movable object, and you carry the time shift stone around with you.
You have them in Skykeep as well.
Yeah.
Oh, this is
the Skykeep ones I got going to this. But yeah, it's really cool. That's why I really like this.
Yeah, I really like the linear areas of the game. There's some cool gameplay in them.
Apparently, Bananas doesn't.
The opposite, right here.
Okay, so I'm gonna have to do this dungeon. I can only take one hit in here. It'd actually be good if I took a hit, but I'm not gonna force it.
Yeah. If he doesn't take, the reason is I have to take a death warp at the beginning of my section, but if I don't, there's a pretty fast way to take damage. So it's really not a big deal.
Yeah.
Are you gonna do it?
I don't know, man. Should I do it? There's a strat here that's not gonna look impressive. One more. We're good.
Very nice.
It doesn't look impressive at all.
It looks extremely easy. That's actually probably like the hardest platform in the entire game.
Yeah, those platforms are like, the collision on them is really bad, so you have to jump pretty precisely.
And the camera is like garbage.
If you land on them in like a specific way, and then they'll just like try to turn the camera.
Yeah, the camera like tries to turn as you jump from platform to platform. So
it's
like
really bad.
Yeah, it's way harder than it looks.
So once again, these guys don't do damage to you if they're not attacking. You have to wait till they come out because they will do damage if they're coming out.
Now it's kind of funny how there's those technoboblins, like, which I guess I didn't mention this earlier. The technoboblins only really come out when they're in the time shifted area. So if they leave the area, they turn back into bones.
Okay, this is the room where if you're gonna die, you're gonna do it here. Okay, I only spawned one. Yeah. There's a cutscene skip with a jump slash there.
Right in front of that, you jump over and you skip it. It's like a 1 or 2 second time saver. But yeah, this room is usually pretty safe, but
until that happens.
Why is he spawned, dude?
Except if you spawn the second demos, and then you're screwed.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's fine. It's not. Well, it's all right. It's all good.
You got a 6-hour estimate.
Oh yeah, me and Testrunner did a practice run on English. We took a 17.5-minute hit on our time, and it wasn't a great run either.
That was pretty terrible.
And we still came under the 6-hour estimate, so.
I'm not too worried about that. Yeah.
So I've already solved everything through here, so I can just run through again. I've lost many runs here, and it's frustrating. It's really frustrating to lose a run like hours in. It's like, okay, that's good.
Yeah. This isn't like that huge of a time loss, I guess. Since
yeah, it's a couple
all
minutes.
the switches already hit. You just walk through it, basically. Yeah. It's like a long tunnel, basically.
Dude, I go for it again.
I don't know, man. I think that chest got like 100 rupees in it. There's actually a lot of money in this game, and you need a lot of money to buy everything. I think you need
that one's close.
Around like 6,000.
Okay.
Like, you know how many you need exactly, Bananas?
I think it's like 4,000 something.
Is it?
Yeah.
I thought it was like 5,600.
I'm not quite sure.
Oh god, I only did one run of that. It's way too long.
You need Indy. Indy's the 100% master.
He's known for running pretty often. Well,
He made the route too, and
that's
defined the
already
categories.
Alright. Continuing with the roll.
Thank you.
These are also like the weirdest armos like in any Zelda game.
Hello?
With the bomb drop.
Oh.
And this is the last bomb drop of the game. So
Yeah, we don't. Well, we grab a couple more from a bomb flower if we need them, but I think
we should.
Usually okay.
Yeah. Well, I shouldn't at least. I'm about to take over.
Testrunner and I use different bomb and seed routes.
Yeah.
Dude, you want to just take over now?
Sure.
Yeah, there's this cutscenes.
I need it. Like a pillow or something.
A pillow?
Yeah, under the bomb's chair.
Alright, so Testrunner's taking over from here to the end.
Can we move the motion plus to the other chair? Or the sensor bar. Yeah, the thing.
Like here?
No, there's a chair underneath. Yeah.
Well, you do the weirdest Wiimote strats.
Dude, trust me, this is all. I'm gonna move over to the more side.
Testrunner and I have differing opinions on where the sensor bar should be.
Also, I hope I didn't just like completely screw over the camera
You moved
positions.
over, thanks.
Maybe you should just switch chairs.
Nah, you're good.
I can see perfectly now.
So at this point, you learn the ability to douse for the boat, but because he skipped the cutscene where you find out where Zelda is, the image never gets updated and still asks you to douse for Zelda, even though you're dousing for a boat. So Zelda is a boat. That's awkward. I was in trouble with
Now
that.
Testrunner has to get warmed up, so.
Well, I didn't practice that little sprint. You know, I practiced everything after. Alright. Hopefully I remember this.
Yeah, it's gonna look pretty bad.
Oh, and I'm sure there's a discussion chat about boat stamina. Just think of it as overheating. You know, to keep the engine cool.
So again, you're supposed to use dousing during this part to actually find where the ship is at.
And dousing is like some mode on your sword that will kind of point you to different things in the game.
If you're familiar with Shadow of the Colossus, it's like that.
But since we know exactly where it's at, we can just go straight there, shoot the ship, and board it.
Something we didn't really mention, if you like kind of tap the edge of like any like rock while while on the boat, like it's like a bonk when you get stunned, and it's really annoying. So you have and the hitboxes of like the walls or the boat, I don't know, something. The hitbox of something's huge, so you have to like give everything a pretty wide berth.
What I actually like to do here is I actually like to go further to the right because that's exactly in the ship's path. And when you run into the ship, it actually turns around and.
So on Japanese, so this is like a very minor difference between Japanese and English. In Japanese, that text is short enough so that you can just fire all 3 hits in before it goes anywhere. In English, that text box is so long that the boat's like completely long lost, and you have to like.
Not always, but it's a lot harder.
Yeah, sometimes you have to like, go and look for it. It's kind of dumb.
So a lot of people like Sandship casually. I liked it casually too. It's a good dungeon, but in speedrunning, it's almost glitchless. There's one small back in time we're gonna do, and it's just a lot of route memorization.
There's some optimization, particularly with bow shots, but yeah, for the most part, this dungeon's pretty straightforward, and it's pretty easy to mess up the route and then lose a lot of time. But it is the puzzle dungeon basically, and you don't want to screw it up. I always have trouble with that roll. I bonk into the door a lot. That jump slash is the thing I started doing, I guess. I like it. It's a little jump slashing is a little slower than running, and you can get across that sand without jump slashing. But it's really useful for you have more stamina when you get out of the sand and you can run further. So the stamina management stuff.
I like this room.
Yeah, you just run past all these guys. Oh, I think I hit once.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm so used to like making sure to stay away from this fence.
Yeah, if you do it optionally, you'll have 2 hearts here and you won't have to damage down.
Right after you're done talking to Phi there as well, you actually, even though it's kind of like a cutscene, you don't actually refill your stamina, so a lot of the times you'll just accidentally
talking to pretty much any NPC except for B will refill your stamina.
Yeah.
B just won't refill your stamina. I guess they put it in special so you couldn't like talk to Fee while like going through sand and like just keep refilling your stamina. I like the jump slash.
I do jump slashes too.
There's a lot of cool jump slash strats because you don't really see so much in the first half, but in the second half, there's like a lot of places we get to go a really short amount of distance, where a roll would be too much and you'll bonk, and so a jump slash is the way to go. Door, please. Yeah. Oh. There's one thing I like about the doors in Skyward Sword compared to Twilight Princess is that you have to be way closer to the door to open them in Twilight Princess than you do in Skyward Sword.
I bonk the doors all the time in Twilight Princess.
So that's kind of nice.
This fight's pretty straightforward. You just stab them a bunch.
I smash. I'm gonna want to take 2 hits of damage during the fight. So, well, he's giving me a weird pattern. I'm trying to make him block. Okay,
Wow.
fine. Fine, okay. Ideally, he needs to do it in the first or second phase, but I don't want him to do it in the third phase. But, like I said, there's a death warp like right after this, so I want to take damage here for just optimizing my bomb route. Alright, here's my first hit, and he's gonna hit me a second time. Okay, there we go. And now I just need to make sure not to screw up. Nice. Nice shield bash, Link. Okay, yeah.
The rock counts is too distracting.
I shield bashed it and Link did a spin attack. Kind of going back to the same thing where the spin attack and the shield bash are the same input, and sometimes the game just decides that you're gonna die.
26 deaths now.
That's a really minor death, so if that's my only death, I'm happy with it.
See, that's why I don't do those strats.
Yeah, there you go. It's really risky. Not many people do it. I think a lot of people will take 1 hit, but they won't take 2. Yeah, the announcer next door is really loud. It's pretty distracting. Sorry about that death, by the way.
Now you only need to die twice more to catch up to me.
Stab, please. So that's how it normally goes, but whatever, mistakes happen.
Yeah, gonna touch back on what we were talking about earlier. It's a lot of this game is how risky do you play with your health and stamina.
Yeah, this boss is actually really easy to speedrun if you don't like risk those extra hits.
We have a $35 donation from Todd Neal. Thanks for doing what you are doing. You all are the best. And a $20 donation from Dave Gordon. Second donation this marathon, great cause, and I would love to win that Skyward Sword bundle. This run is very entertaining, and shout out to that great hat in the back. $10 from Zachary Philly. Second donation ever, going for the Skyward Sword bundle and FF6 100%. And $15 from Timothy Day. Hey Testrunner, this is XLR. You guys are doing a great job with this run and an even better job raising so much money for such a great cause. Keep up the good work and don't forget your coffee.
Thank you very much, and I had my coffee.
You can actually hit not that eye, but the one that he's gonna hit on the mast. You can actually hit that back from where you grabbed the bow, but you can't hit the one on the boat, so it doesn't save time.
Yeah, you can't. The time shift stone that's about to pop up doesn't appear, so it's not worth it. You have to come to this area, and you also have to hit the one that's you have to hit the target on the boat on the side. If you don't hit that, then you pretty much cannot get the dungeon. You have to do it.
Okay, so what he's gonna do here is he's actually gonna do a back in time warp. The first few runs I did, I had no idea why we did this. I just did it because everybody else did. But
good reason.
Yeah, but what it's gonna do is it's gonna put him below the ship where he can hit the time shift stone. And the reason you want to do that is because if you hit the time shift stone there, what actually happens is the gate locks, you can't get back into where he is now, and all these bokoblins show up on the masts of the boat, and you have to fight through that portion.
That's cool there.
So this doesn't save much time, but it's definitely faster.
Yeah, there's like a whole sequence where you have to go like around the mast of the boat and kill all the dudes. Wow, that's really loud.
I hope you can hear this music. It's pretty jamming.
Anybody want to clap along?
Okay. This is actually like the only back in time warp that will use a statue besides the one in Elven.
Yeah, most of them are done at the
Almost every single
Upper
one
Academy.
uses the Upper Academy statue. There's actually 4 statues in Skyloft. One of them is completely useless. One of them isn't used in the run, and like the other one is like used pretty much all the time.
Yeah, we use a different one in not low percent, 100%, like once or twice.
Yeah, the 4 statues are actually really difficult to get to. You have to use a bunch of wacky stuff.
And so now he's just going to death warp, and that's going to take him back up to the statue he saved at before.
Yeah, this is probably one of the weirder back in times. It's not very obvious what's going on. But the whole entire point is to try to get back here with the time shift stone hit, but I didn't hit it from outside on the deck. If you hit on the deck, then you have to kill the goblins.
That actually takes a long time. You do it in 100% because you have to get a heart.
Yeah, it's the heart piece on like the front, the bow. I don't know bow terms. Bow? I don't know.
Beats me, man. So the bow is actually ridiculously overpowered in this game.
Yeah. It doesn't work against all enemies, obviously, but basically there's 2 ways to use the bow in this game. You can either press and hold A to charge up your bow, and the longer you charge it, the more powerful it becomes. Or you can just use C and just shake the nunchuck and it instantly charges. So you pretty much do that. And it will kill almost every bokoblin it'll kill almost every bokoblin like instantly. So it's like used for them exclusively.
Yeah, you use it in the boss fight here to shoot the tentacles.
Yeah, well,
But it just wrecks the bokoblins. It's really nice.
We have some creative donations here. Sebastian Simon donated $100. Loving the run so far. Will donate another $150 if runner will swing sword to Link's left, then right, then charge a skyward strike while the crowd chants "Thunder, Thunder, Thundercats ho!"
Let's do it, Testrunner.
Come on, let's go!
Runner's choice if the 2 runners have different favorite colors. No Monty Python Pit of Death penalty here.
Okay, favorite color is red.
Blue.
This seems unfair.
Dude, when are you gonna start swinging?
I'll do it after. I won't do it here because it's keys, but I'll do it right after I kill the keys.
Okay.
Okay, wait, what do we have to chant?
Something about Thundercats.
You know Thundercats? Alright, you guys ready? What? Ready?
No, you gotta go left to right.
I don't know what you guys are. I don't know what you guys are hoping for.
Right, charge.
Yeah, man.
Then we chant.
Yeah, well, I did that and you guys didn't chant. It seems like not my fault.
It's supposed to be during the swinging, like swing thunder.
Oh, okay.
Swing, thunder.
Okay, do it again, man.
Okay.
I don't even understand anymore.
But come on, let's go.
Let's go where? I'm already here.
You are such a killjoy, Theo.
There's $150 on the line.
I'm legitimately confused, I'll be honest.
Do you want to save the children or not?
This isn't a speed run, this is a speed fun.
Come on, let's do it.
Do what? I already did it. I'm so...
Left, swing right, charge.
I did that.
No,
Do it again.
Do it again. Oh, I'm sorry. You guys missed your opportunity. Alright, I'll do it during the boss fight. There's plenty of time there.
Wow.
There actually is.
There
yeah,
actually
that's a
is
good
plenty of
spare.
time at the boss fight. Wait, I hit the thing, right?
Yeah.
Okay, just make sure.
My last 2 runs, I've forgotten to hit that, and Testrunner apparently forgets to hit it too. So.
Pretty frequently, actually.
This Volcano is a horrible person.
I've actually...
Never died to him.
I think I've been hit by him once, like in one of my first runs.
He's just really scary.
Yeah.
If you try to target the
only time-
switch, you can.
Yeah. If you like bonk into the wall, then you're dead, pretty much. But you can pretty much just have no fear bumping past him.
Once again, we're playing risky with the health. This isn't actually that risky. That's really the only place you'd accidentally die with it.
Oh, well, you can get killed by the crushers.
Yeah,
You're bad.
It's happened. It happens, trust me. There's actually, no, the thing is there actually is a strat coming up here with the crushers that I'm not gonna do because I don't want to do it with slow health.
Yeah, it's really tight.
Yeah, it's way too risky for
I
Marathon.
think Tender does it, right?
I think he does it, but he goes with more health.
Okay. See, if Tender doesn't do something, then you know it's really risky.
I think I've actually tested this. If you go fast enough, you can get it on a cycle early. But then,
Right.
like the next blocks, it's like really hard to.
Yeah, no,
get
it's
that
really, you
cycle.
run and you like grab the ledge. It's like really close. Yeah, I wasn't fast enough there. Anyways,
Yeah,
like I
slow
could have
whip.
gotten it. Yeah, it relies really heavily on how much speed you get on that whip, and it's, I don't know, the whip is really finicky for me.
Something we haven't actually touched on, and we've done it multiple times, is you can roll into the tunnels.
Oh yeah, that's a thing.
Yeah,
It's
I
a
don't know how it works physically with Link, but it's okay.
It's like Morphball, don't worry about it.
How do you play with this fast text?
A lot easier than you can play on English.
You just have to read very, very quickly.
Well, Testrunner can actually read Japanese, so he knows what's going on.
I think you're telling me too much. I don't know. Read is a strong word. Cutscene, thank you. I always like overestimate how long that is.
Yeah, the game's so long that a lot of times in shorter runs, you'll memorize a lot of stuff. But I know with me especially, I don't memorize when the cutscenes end, so you'll see me shaking the nunchuck when I think
Yeah, just
oh,
shake it.
it's still going, never mind.
Yeah. As long as we have it back in time there and lose a lot of time, yeah, that's cool. Don't do that.
Yeah, that statue you saved at kind of acts as like a checkpoint, and you just death warp a lot to it in this dungeon.
Alright, so
That
this
is
is
the
the
last
farthest Indy has made in damage list. And he forgot to hit the tunnel.
Okay, you were right. I was thinking it was in the present that the thing was up. I haven't run this game in a long time.
Don't worry. I haven't either.
I went to the.
So you can actually skip these cuts or the text on the arrows and the seeds and all that stuff, but we pick up so many, it's not
Yeah,
worth
it's
it.
only worth it if you like pick it up once ever. And I'm actually not gonna get arrows very much in this run. I'm gonna get arrows from the boss fight. That boss drops arrows. Then I'll get a single arrow drop in the next dungeon right at the very beginning, and that'll be like basically the last arrow drop until the final dungeon. Oh, okay. Don't worry about it. We have plenty of arrows.
Yeah. He should be pretty much full on arrows after
I'm really
this
bad at
dungeon.
this shot, so I'm gonna take it slow. I missed.
Nice.
It's a hard shot, but I'm just
I'm
picking.
not sure if I've actually missed that shot.
You're lying.
Like, turns out I've actually never beaten this dungeon. That's why I never missed it.
Oh, I guess.
I have a lot of trouble training the camera here. And also have a lot of trouble shooting basic shots apparently.
Oh my god.
Dude, the arrow's hard. Don't worry.
There we go.
Don't worry about it. It's all good.
Nice one, Taylor.
Thanks.
Yeah. I'm pretty bad at the bow. But it's fine. That's like basically the last part where you have like crazy hard arrow shots. There's like three more places where you have some pretty hard, like precise arrow shots, I guess. But I'm pretty good at them. Oh wait, all Skykeep. I forgot about that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. Just
Skykeep's
this dungeon.
Skykeep's a really cool dungeon.
Yeah, it's my favorite dungeon in Speedrun. So I love the whole ending of the game. So I'm really happy I got through the second half.
I hate the ending of the game. So.
This works out really well. How he split this up. Also, I'm way better at those.
Hey, I had a couple good ones.
What the heck? Camera please, apparently? That was weird. I got stuck on something.
Me and Testrunner are very competitive against each other with this game.
Don't remember, or don't forget, Thundercats.
Okay.
It's going to happen.
I mean, okay, you guys have to actually like do it though. Actually, the thing is, it would be even better, honestly, if you do it after you get the True Master Sword, because then it'll actually charge instant.
It's for the kids.
I'm just saying. Maybe we should just do it again then.
Just do it like every dungeon.
Every single dungeon. I mean, that sounds reasonable.
So this boss fight, I know a lot of people were disappointed with it, but I actually think it's a cool fight.
Yeah, I actually really like this fight. I also like the lead up to the fight. The only thing I don't like about it is the model. The boss is not very good.
Yeah, I think everybody agrees on that.
Yeah, but I don't think the model, like, visually ruins the fight.
Nice jump slash.
No, I just want to jump slash.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because jump slash is actually slower.
No, it's not.
No, it is. Jump slash are really slow. You like lose all your speed. Okay, so B tells you right there that you should use the Goddess Sword to, like, your Skyward Strikes to cut through those tentacles or whatever. And that's pretty much the game intends you. But there's another way to do them, and you'll see them in a second. I don't know if it's a bug that was left in or what.
I feel like it's probably intentional. But yeah, you can just shoot them with a fully charged arrow, and that really helps. Like once you get to the actual boss.
Oh, not a very good roll. Not even on camera. It's fine. Be careful about those DK barrels, though. They can destroy you if you're not paying attention.
You don't have very many arrows. Don't miss.
I'll be fine. I just need to make sure to pick up an arrow in the middle of the fight. Like in the middle of the phase.
Uh-oh.
It's all good.
Thankfully, these drop arrows, so it really helps us out.
That first phase, the tentacles, they can either come up like really fast or they can just take
hello?
come up.
As you can see, there's a beautiful hitbox on that eye.
Yeah, it's like... There's not also really long visibility frames, so you want to... Okay, here you go, let's do it, right? Left.
Thundercats!
Okay, you're welcome.
Standing in the corner here is a good strat because these tentacles will spawn all over the place, and if you're in the middle, they're going to spawn all around you or potentially right below you.
Yeah, they spawn right below you a lot.
Yeah, so by standing in the corner, you shouldn't be hit by them. And you can see everything that comes up. And you need to hit 4 of them each time.
That hitbox.
Yeah, so when he opens his eye, he's got 2 different patterns, I guess. One is that he opens his eye and flails his head around, and you can't hit him right away, as you saw the first time. You gotta wait a while. The second time is he opens eye and he'll like immediately start attacking you, and you have to shoot him right away, otherwise he'll lose your momentum. Dude, I cannot charge my shot right now. Nunchuck problems.
Probably pick up arrows. You pick up the arrows. What are you doing?
I was trying to pick them both up, but it didn't quite work.
Okay, so that was the first phase of the fight. Second phase is kind of neat. It's not very hard.
Well, even before second phase, we still have...
We have Barrel Dwarf, yeah.
Yeah. So there's two main bosses in the game. And the first one's right here.
It's actually very hard to climb up this.
Yeah. Dude, this thing...
No.
Oh, yes, there we go.
And sometimes a barrel just spawns there and knocks you over.
Just knocks you off. It's like, alright, thanks, Barrel Dwarf. The second biggest boss is Ladder Dwarf, but we'll get to him later. Okay.
So here, Testrunner is going to jump into the water, and that puts them back far away from the eye. And what Tentolis does is she spawns these like snake-like Medusa hairs, I guess, at you. And if you don't hit her quick enough with an arrow, she'll just block you out with the snakes.
Yeah.
But jumping into the water allows you to hit her.
Her hair like comes out and blocks her face like almost immediately. So if you jump off, it changes the cycle of the eye when it opens, and the eye will open faster. So I time it. I jump off just so that the eye will open pretty much as soon as I get in control of it. And that arrow shot is like really, really quick. Like you can't even like aim at all. You just have to shoot immediately.
Yeah, luckily with that one you don't need to charge it up fully, so you just press A and go.
So yeah, a lot of places you use a charged arrow shot to do more damage, but just shooting with A with uncharged is faster. So both those arrow shots I did at the end were uncharged. They get faster shots.
You're gonna skip this heart container, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
So that fight went pretty much well. I don't think there was anything wrong with that.
It's a good time for donations now.
Yeah, there's a $30 donation from Toma Lazar. Having fun watching Skyward Sword, the only Zelda game I haven't yet beaten. Anyway, put my money towards saving those poor animals. And another creative donation, $200 from Eric Bartley, who says, dropping bills over here. Donating from Washington, D.C. This is to have Testrunner scream, turn down for what? At the top of his lungs.
Yes, dude.
At the top of his lungs to compete with the announcer that I'm hearing in the background.
Turn down for what?
You're welcome, Testrunner.
I didn't think you were going to do it at first. You mentioned the announcer.
I know. I had to do it.
Also $20 from Justine. I love what you guys do. Keep going strong. And $35 from James Quick, who says, first year watching, it's amazing what you guys are doing. Keep it up.
A really minor thing here, I'm actually going a little to the left here because the trainers only really spawn in that middle area. So I'm going to come from like kind of close to the edge and then curve in to try to avoid any tornado spawns. That was it.
Testrunner has a hard time flying straight.
Dude, I don't only have this problem at all.
If you're just joining us, this is Summer Games Done Quick 2014, put on by Speed Demos Archive, the premier community for video game speedruns. Your extensive planning, practice, and knowledge of game mechanics and glitches can be found at twitch.tv/team/SDA or speeddemosarchive.com. And also Speedruns Live, found at speedrunslive.com, the best site to race video games online against others. Come join us racing at all skill levels, whether you'd like to become competitive or just race casually with friends. And you can also watch a whole bunch of other speedrun streams at that site, speedrunslive.com.
Is it your turn for Harp, Chaco?
I think so.
Good luck.
I probably want to use a towel this time.
With the worst song,
Do
too.
you need a towel?
I'm running past the truck. I like this island is like just slightly too big. You can't quite.
Yeah, you have
can't
to pause your
quite
stamina
run
for a
off.
minute.
Yeah, it's much frustrating. But normally they kind of space the stand fruits out, and it's like length of the cliff ledges and so on and so forth, just right. So you usually have just enough stamina to get around places, but that places is a little mean, I guess. They probably weren't really thinking about that much right there.
So this second trip to Eldon is actually one of the cooler parts of the run, in my opinion. Like from here to the end of the 6th dungeon, Fire Sanctuary, there's some cool stuff.
I actually really like pretty much the entire rest of the run. I really like the song here, except for one part.
Tad Tones? No, you like Tad Tones.
I like Tad Tones.
Minecart?
There's also Tornado.
Oh yeah, a tornado. Oh, that's a good spawn. But sometimes it spawns right.
Yeah,
in
I
front
actually
of the,
wasn't doing this play where I wasn't paying attention.
You can spawn like
if you
right inside
aim a
the
little more
entrance.
to the right, even though it's a little less optimal, you like almost always don't get a tornado. It's kind of backwards intuitive because you think you want to be away from the middle area, but apparently you want to avoid the edge or something. Cool calibration.
So like, thank you. This is where you're gonna see us landing to a whole bunch of different statues we picked up earlier. Dude, you're on my mic. Good luck.
Nice. So actually what he did there, he actually normally have to strum twice. Well, calibration is cool. But you normally have to strum twice before people even start doing anything. But if you kind of like do this like 1.5 strum thing, you start strumming, getting like the pedals much earlier. Cool time saver. You know, assuming that we weren't getting some issues here.
That one was actually your fault.
Alright.
Promise that does not usually happen in runs.
Yeah,
You
if
just-
That happens to me all the time anyway.
If you watch runs online, oh god, cables. If you watch runs online on our individual channels, the harp generally is a lot better. It's hard to not have, these kind of hardware problems in a situation like this. What reference the like E3 of like was it 2011 or whatever from Nintendo? They're like showing off Skyward Sword and that was.
Yeah, if you watched the original E3 press conference for this game, they had some of the same issues we're having now. Because,
Yeah, there's just people have their phones and there's like all sorts of like wireless stuff. It's all cool. There's only one more harp playing, so.
Yeah, harp is the most picky of all the motion controls.
Yeah. It's kind of annoying, but it isn't very much, so we don't worry about it too much.
This trial is really cool. I
would say
one.
this is, personally, I think this is the hardest trial to do well, but you still shouldn't fail it.
Yeah, this trial is a bit different from all the others because with all the others you got you can kind of like do it all in a circle and just put them all together. But this one has like a lot of dead ends and you have to like go to specific places, turn around, and then go back.
There's a lot of interesting stamina management going on, as with all the trials. That watcher that I ran past a little bit ago is the watcher I fear the most in the entire round. I get caught by him quite a bit.
Oh,
it doesn't matter.
It's not a big deal. Yeah, he's fine.
This is literally like a 2 second loss. Don't worry about it. The thing is, like avoiding getting caught there is stupid because like the weird slope mechanics there. It's like really hard to stay away from the edge. The game tries to bounce you away.
Yeah.
So I don't try to worry about that too much. Like I said, you won't die here.
The flying guys, like the one that was just chasing you, they, as long as you actually still have some stamina, they will never catch you.
If you run right through them,
Yeah,
if they're the same
that's
level,
tricky.
they will
But
hit
if you're
you.
running away, like,
Yeah.
you're fine.
Also, like, there's if you get caught on that first big slope right at the beginning of the trial, if you get caught there, you have a really good chance of dying. It's like really hard to survive if that happens. So as long as you don't get caught there, the rest of this trial should be pretty much, straightforward in terms of survival. But it isn't about survival; it's about speed. Sometimes I miss this jump right here. But that was fun. Sometimes, like, you won't grab a ledge, like, you'll just land on top, which is, like, faster.
Yeah.
I have no idea what causes it.
I think it might be if you hit the second jet, like, really far away.
Yeah, I think you, like, hit it really low.
Yeah,
I don't know.
it's weird.
I try not to worry about it.
It saves, like, a second or something. It's not a big deal.
Nice roll. Sometimes I roll too early. Oh, wow, that's really bad.
Yeah, okay.
No, I'm
buddy.
fine. Don't worry, I got
Can you really
this.
just walk over this? Oh, you're stutter sprinting, okay.
Wow.
I got this, guys. Don't worry. Yeah, I definitely needed that stamina fruit. that was a little too close for comfort.
See, I usually roll there and run out of stamina and fall in the lava. Happens a lot.
You have to be very careful. Sometimes you want to, like, you have all these, like, little jumps and you want to put a roll everywhere, and then you have no stamina.
Yeah, rolls take a lot of stamina.
You want to be careful not to turn too much. You need to turn back, otherwise you won't land. If you turn too much, then when you try to, like, swing backwards, all your speed will just disappear. Another soft drop. See, I'm gonna call whatever I want.
So yeah, Testrunner had me pick up one of these white fruits earlier so that he could just run into all of them.
Yeah, all these white, I would have to dodge every single one of the ones
I personally I attempt to not pick a single one up so I never see the cutscene.
That's what you used to do.
Arguably faster.
I agree. Some of them are really slow. Like, there's one right outside of this tunnel right here, and you have to turn as you come out. And that alone wastes a second right there. That one right through. I think I should be good here.
Yeah, you're good.
We have $20 from Amy Johnson. This is the second year watching SGDQ, and I figured I should contribute to the cause. Keep up the good work. And $35 from Arilda H. Silva. I'm happy you guys chose Médecins Sans Frontières again.
If that jump right there onto that like bone log or whatever is actually really tricky. Because you just kind of have to do this blind jump and hope you don't fall into the lava. But I practiced it a lot.
That was a good try.
That was really good, yeah. Did I fall in the lava once? I don't think
No.
Yeah, that was really good. I got caught like right in the beginning. That was basically the only thing that happened.
A lot of the jumps in this trial are tricky to get. So we have a couple of my favorite back in times coming up.
Yeah, I'm still have trouble with them sometimes, but yeah, it'll be good. But I think this is a good time for donations. There's gonna be probably running around at this point.
Yeah, we have a $10 donation from Jessica Dernthal, who says, chipping in what I can for a good cause. Bought a super cute Oracle of Seasons shirt from Yeti and can't wait to get it. Hoping to catch a Mario 64 120 star run. Okay, a couple things about those things. The Yeti, that's, hang on, let me find the information here. The Yeti can be found at THEYETEE.com/gamesdonequick. They're selling shirts related to this event, and $3 from the sale of each shirt goes directly to Doctors Without Borders. Also, Siglemic wants to play Super Mario 64 in this run. So if we reach 300k, he'll do a 16-star run on Friday night. If we reach 400k, he'll be doing a 70-star run. And if we manage to meet $500,000 by midnight on Friday, he'll be doing a full 120-star run.
So there's a kind of this big theoretical glitch. This game has a whole bunch of them, but there's one in particular that's right around here. I passed by in the area that's kind of completely off limits, but you enter the room that the fire dragon is in, and then you leave the room. For some reason, the game assumes that the only way you possibly could have entered it is if you are doing the Bokoblin base, which is part of the song here, which is like endgame stuff. And if you do that, it just starts Bokoblin base, like just automatically, but you don't lose your items, and all the chests are still there. And you basically just run around and pick up every single item in the entire game.
Don't miss.
Yeah.
It's a real problem. You can actually.
I miss that a lot.
You can dump the water on the ledge instead of in the mouth.
But yeah, that getting all the items early would be pretty cool to do. And I don't know, this game's got a lot of like these like, they've been tested and they work with like, you know, they've tested with cheats like you know, walk on air cheats and like, oh, this works, you know, theoretically if you can walk on air.
Yeah. I mean, let's find some bomb hovering.
Yeah. So if those glitches get found, that'd be pretty cool. This game could be like ridiculously short.
There's one theoretical glitch that Choco and I and Bob and I think a couple others have been looking for, but it seems to be like everything in the game is set up to prevent you from doing it.
It's like, yeah, there's just like a very thin membrane. It's like the freaking, I don't know, it's just, there's just like barely, you can see it, but you can't quite do it.
And that glitch would be opening Skykeep up early without the use of pre-made files. It's possible with pre-made files, and that's the basis for low percent. But if you could do it without a pre-made file, it would cut the run by an hour.
Alright, this would be, again, a good time for donations.
Okay, so what's happening story-wise in the game right now is to get into the Fire Sanctuary, the 6th dungeon, you need to, like we did earlier with the little bottles of water, we need to pour water in this big frog mouth or whatever. But it's high up and it looks like it needs a lot of water. So you need to go over here and get a big basin of water. And you have Scrapper, which we haven't met yet, but we should have if we played the game normally.
Yeah, you play the game normally, you had to go and do this whole like side quest to repair this like robot companion that hates you, but loves speed, and he helps you carry around heavy objects.
Yeah, and he's gonna carry this back to Eldin with us.
Even though he's supposed to be dead right now.
Yeah, but instead of landing at the summit where we need him, he's gonna land at the base of the mountain. And he's gonna want us to escort him up because there's all these monsters. But there's actually a way to skip it using back in time, and it's kind of a cool little trick.
Yeah, there used to be a way to skip half of it without back in time, and before the back in time method was found. You basically just, you fly to the sky after landing, and then you land at right in front of the Earth Temple, and then you just kill yourself, and when you respawn, the robot will just be with you. It doesn't work if you landed in front of the Fire Sanctuary, which is where we're trying to get to. If you try to kill yourself there, that doesn't work. It has to be in front of the Earth Temple.
Oh,
frames.
Testrunner is actually playing this game left-handed, so yes, it is possible.
Oh, yeah. Oh, hey, bud.
This is one of the only Zelda games where Link is right-handed, the other being Twilight Princess on the Wii.
Yeah, I actually have like no problem playing this game left-handed.
Yeah.
I don't know. I haven't really felt like I was.
It was switched to make it easier because most people are right-handed. But then you lefties kind of get screwed over, so I don't know.
I don't know. Try not to worry. And no tender, I'm not jumping off my bird. I always fail it when I do it. I don't know. I don't even know if he's watching. Probably is though.
So instead of being prompted with where do you want to land, this cutscene just takes over because Scrapper's kind of...
He's a jerk.
Yeah.
He gets here, it's like, alright, here you go. And you're like, what, the summit? Yeah, he says right there. And then you're just like, well, why didn't you tell me?
So it's kind of weird, but they actually let you leave this area. Right now you can fly back to the sky and you can land at any statue throughout, or you can land at anywhere. So we're gonna go land at the summit where we want him to be. And the way this works is every time you walk through a load zone, he's just teleported to that load zone. But if you land at the summit, then try to go to the load zone to the caves, Fee pops up and tells you, hey, you should probably go back. And
there's a bunch of like invisible trigger walls that prevent you from like messing up the game.
Yeah, but using back in time, we can get around it in a really cool way.
Yeah, it's very, very roundabout.
So right there, she's telling you should probably go back and escort him up the mountain.
I like to say he just finds his way up there after we abandoned him.
I don't know, every time you leave him alone, like, this escort, like, if you actually do this escort, it's really annoying. I'm glad you skip it. I don't know, he gets himself killed very easily.
And he's gonna burn his shield right here, but since he saved before, it's perfectly fine. Because when you do back in time, all your progress after you save, before doing back in time it doesn't matter.
Sure, the shield. So this is this back in time coming up. It's a back in time warp, just like everywhere else. So we're going to be saved outside of the fire, right outside the fire sanctuary, same place, but our coordinates are going to be moved to somewhere else. And this one's very picky on the positioning. If you warp into the wrong location, you'll very easily get yourself in an infinite void, where like Link will just fall and then void out, and then he'll respawn in the air and fall and void out infinitely.
Yeah, I remember the old strat for this. It was
it
was really scary.
So I don't remember who came up with the original like method, but I don't know. Someone came up with the method, and then I guess I improved it. And that's what.
So you want to get over to the side of the statue, because if you're in front of it, you'll just fall and void out. And that's going to put you on top of Fire Sanctuary.
Kind of like chilling up here.
Yeah, and then you can actually claw shot over there. And you can move around the trigger.
Okay. The only reason I have the shield out is because very often when you climb up, that guy will just attack you immediately. So you want to have your shield out.
It happens like 4 out of 5 times.
How many bombs do you have?
I should have like, I think 7 right now.
Okay, you're good then.
Yeah, I should have a lot of bombs. So yeah, this is a really minor thing. If you jump /, into loading zone triggers, when you come out the other side, your speed is 0, and so you gain control of Link immediately. And since that place I don't want to walk forward, I want to turn around immediately. I jump / to kill my speed so I can turn around. And yeah, as TLoZ said, if you go through a loading zone, the game assumes that the robot must be following with you. So you just go through, come back, and the robot's with you. Skip the entire escort.
I don't think it saves that much time, but it's a lot more consistent and you don't have to deal with...
I think it saves like a minute.
Yeah. A lot of the back in times really don't save as much as you might think, but they add up to a lot.
It's just nice not having to do this, honestly. One of the more annoying parts of the game.
It's actually one of my favorite dungeons in the run. This and Skykeep are both really good.
This dungeon probably has the most luck in it, but a lot of it's been removed through just more and more modern strats over time. So I didn't grab arrows. I'm supposed to have full arrows right now, so I'm just gonna kind of improv a little bit.
Oh no, you can get arrows from the pot.
Only 10.
But you're still fine, that's good enough.
No, I'll need to rely on arrow drop still.
I
normally use a different strat.
If you don't get an arrow drop, that's like the most unlucky thing.
Yeah, there's 4 guys that you can get arrow drops for.
Yeah, there you go. I don't know if you're gonna make it.
I don't know if I'm gonna make it.
You can get that one.
Whatever, game. Alright. There's other guys, there's like one more guy in the area that can drop arrows, but I just don't...
There's 2 more.
Yeah, like they're together. I don't want to rely on RNG in a marathon run. So, whatever. That wasn't really a big deal, it's all good.
So if you've played this dungeon casually, you might remember a lot of digging underground. That's almost entirely skipped in a speedrun.
You can almost completely skip the item, the dungeon over this area. You need it exactly once in the speedrun, and that's get the boss key to fight the mini boss.
Yeah, if you could clip through the gate that blocks the boss key in this dungeon.
Or like skip the boss key and like
yeah,
into the boss room
yeah, something
somehow.
like that.
Yeah.
Then
You could completely skip the dungeon item and this
Yeah.
dungeon would be like 4 minutes long. Yeah, that's pretty much most of the work in here. It's actually kind of silly because I mean, we've been talking about back in time warps, which technically aren't wrong warps. So those aren't the same. This game actually has wrong warps. Wrong warps is when you go through some loading zone or a door or something like that, and it takes you somewhere else, somewhere it's not supposed to take you. And there is wrong warps in this game, and it involves getting out of bounds. And unfortunately, there is an out of bounds in this, or fortunately, there's an out of bounds in this area, which lets you warp directly into the boss room, which would skip the boss key, which means you can skip the dungeon item. But it involves having you jump over like a fence, and like it's just there, taunting you. It's like.
Isn't there like a statue and a chest out of bounds in this dungeon?
I messed around.
Oh.
Wow, talk about getting trolled by luck.
Yeah, so this is gonna be fun.
Alright, well, apparently I'm doing the rest of this thing on like one heart.
I think it's the worst.
I messed around a lot in this dungeon and trying to find a way to get to that statue, and I just could not find one.
I don't see it happening anytime soon.
Yeah. We need like some game-breaking trick to get there.
I'm kind of upset that got hit there, honestly.
Yeah, me too.
This should not have happened.
For some reason, the lava hands, they're called magmanos.
Like magma and
Yeah.
magmanos, yeah.
I think manos is like Spanish for hands or something.
Yeah.
But they're called magmanos, and they'll come up under the boulder and push it up for you to get up there. But sometimes they just come out before, and they don't come out under the boulder or whatever it is, and they just hit you.
It's stupid. Yeah.
And you have to do a fight against 2 of them, and that happens in that fight occasionally as well. So hopefully it doesn't happen again.
So these are Curse Lizalfos, which are significantly stronger in terms of health, but a final blow instantly kills, so it doesn't matter. They're also way more aggressive, so that actually is both a blessing and a curse. More aggressive means you can shield bash, and you can get them down almost immediately. The problem is when there's a fight when you have to fight 2 of them, and if they both attack you, it's a pretty bad situation. So. But they're pretty much the same fight.
I'm scared for you, Testrunner.
Have fun. I hope.
This is another difficult dungeon to do with.
Guys.
It's another difficult dungeon to do really fast because you're on very low health for a very large portion of it. And there's a lot of stuff shooting at you right now.
Yep. A lot of archers and spoons. A lot of ranged stuff in that room. So those 2 archers right there, you can kill them and hope for arrow drops. And that is the last place to get arrows, pretty much, in the run.
Yeah, like you have to go off of the 20 arrows you have, or you're at, I don't know what you're at.
I'm at 20.
Okay, you have to go off those 20 arrows until one of the rooms in Skykeep. And there's a lot of strats that use arrows to speed things up, so it's really good to have 20 and to not miss a lot.
You actually can have a lot of spare arrows in this route, but I think you have about, 10 arrows or 11, depending if you do a death warp somewhere. But the issue is that you're probably gonna waste a lot of arrows just missing shots.
I'm not gonna spoil it, but there's a boss fight that has some pretty hard arrow shots.
There's also a really hard boss shot where I'm gonna use up all my arrows, probably. I hope I don't screw this up, it's really easy. There's a little puzzle in this room, but you can just basically hit that from below, and it skips the whole thing. Really cool. That's a little trick.
So if he doesn't die in this fight, which he won't, but but as long as he lives through it, this is actually really good because you need the death warp.
You want a death warp, so actually taking damage is a good thing. It's optimal because if I had ended this fight with 4 hearts, it means that I have to use 2 bombs, now I want to use 1 bomb.
That wasn't close.
I was less worried then. And you kill both these with 1 shot, but apparently I missed. It's all good. It doesn't matter. It just means that they'll get another drop.
Yeah, you should be fine now though. Like, the only time they'll really hit you is when there's 2 of them.
Yeah, the idea is you basically get them, both of them together.
Yeah, and you want to hit them both with the water. Okay,
That
so
was
yeah.
fine, I guess. I lived. That's really the important thing.
Yeah.
It's kind of a shame I missed that double KO, but
A death there would be much worse than anything I did in the first half.
yeah, this is a really bad place to die. Nice.
So Indy's back.
Yeah.
Hello.
Dude, and if you had a question, how many rupees do you need for 100%?
What?
How many rupees do you need for 100%?
5,860.
Dude, told you. That's almost 6,000.
You said 5,600.
I said almost 6,000.
It's closer than
I thought it was
4,000.
Dude, I'm more right than you guys are. It's the price is right. Didn't go over.
So how long is the 100% run?
9 hours on average.
Yeah, the world record's like, it's,
38:57.
yeah, by Indy.
Hi.
He's the only one, actually Bob does runs of it.
Yeah.
But he's the only one of us here that consistently does runs of it.
Bob's gonna break my record soon.
Yeah, Bob's really close. He's only a few minutes off,
What?
which in a game this long is not a lot.
Purple heart shirt.
Particularly 100%. Yeah, don't do back in time here either.
Yeah.
Yeah, done that.
So this is actually my favorite back in time.
This is
in the
probably
run.
one of the strangest back in times.
Yeah.
Like 90% sure what's going on here. There's some weirdnesses that I try not to worry about.
Yeah, there's a really cool room we go into.
It basically, okay, so basically there's two things going on here. The first thing is that this whole entire dungeon is, except for the boss room, is one map. And the map's broken into sub areas, and the different areas have different properties. And certain things are only loaded if you're in the right area. So if you somehow get into an area without crossing like a loading zone between them, then a lot of stuff just won't be loaded. This is very similar to when we went to Skyview Temple and everything was unloaded. That's the same kind of concept.
This can include like textures in rare cases, mostly enemies.
Yeah, there's some like really ridiculous things. You will see a room with unloaded textures and unloaded edges. There's some.
There's still some collision in it. It's kind of strange.
It's bizarre, yeah.
Best room in the game.
Yeah.
That's my stamina, that's fine.
Feels a little empty to me though.
People complain about the sky.
Shout out to Testrunner's back.
Okay.
No, right?
How much can you see of it, like behind
I
the
can see
hair?
perfect.
So this is actually really scary because if you fall into the middle here, you lose a few minutes.
This
and you
jump
have
is
to
actually
redo it.
pretty precise, but I have a good setup.
Okay, nice.
There you go.
If you have to angle enough to the left that you can jump slash onto the I don't know what it is, a platform. A good room right there, right?
Yeah, this
This
room
is
right
real
here,
good.
yeah.
Yeah.
So I leave and re-enter. This loads this room.
Yeah. See, now you can see
And
Volcano.
the Volcano just falls off the edge. Yeah, he's just very confused. And then this thing is here. Because the game's confused which area you're in.
Right. We need to get down here, but it's not loaded until you go through
can't
that
even
room.
if you go through here normally and jump off there. When you like go through the, because that bridge is a pretty early room. You go through if you try jumping off there, that like base platform isn't there. But the game's really confused about what area we're in, and so you can just do that.
It's nice.
All intended. Okay. Hello? I don't know. I'm told it's final blow sometime.
Yeah. The final blow is the same motion for a vertical spin attack. So if you go too early, that's what you're gonna do.
Testrunner, when you get a chance to do a little bit to the right.
The right. But then I'm like,
Yeah. Then
like no
Chalky
matter
gets
where
it.
I go, oh, I need to move.
No one can be.
Testrunner, can you just turn invisible, please?
Yeah, okay, I'll do it like that.
Translucent.
Oh, sorry.
Okay, so this is like the worst room in the game because this room is full of these cursed keys or shadow
Yeah.
keys that we talked about.
So when these keys hit you, they prevent you from using any item, your sword. I don't know about the shield, but that
They're
doesn't
pretty
matter.
much complete. You can't use your shield. They're pretty much completely random, but that went pretty well.
Yeah.
I didn't get hit once.
So if they hit you and you haven't claw shot it up yet, you lose a lot of time because you have to wait for,
you have to wait for the
curse
jinx
to
to
die.
run out. Yeah.
And this mini boss here is a lot of luck.
I rolled there while I was off camera. You couldn't really see it.
This boss here is just, there's so much RNG going into this.
This is Moldorm. He's pretty much RNG in every single game except for Link Between Worlds. So look forward to that run, by the way.
Yeah, that should be good. So at every little fork in the road, I guess, he can turn like 2 different ways. And there's a certain pattern, and you really want it. But if he just doesn't turn that way, then you have to improv a lot.
You can like manipulate him some way. Like he almost always never takes the same path twice. So like if he like won't go in circles generally. So if you know where he's been, you can try to figure out where he's gonna go. So I did this first part right, so I should be able to run over there and hit him once, and ideally he'll go straight up right here.
Yeah, the first hit's usually free.
I don't want him to turn.
Nice.
Okay, there you go.
Good.
And once again, I hope he goes straight. Nope. That's fine. No, it's all good.
Yeah, if he would have went straight there, Testrunner would have just done what he did last time.
So
That's actually still a good fight.
So what I did there was he looks up for me, so I got out of range, and then he looks down, and while I was looking down, I'm already going down to meet up with him. So it's still a pretty good fight.
Yeah, I'd be happy with that.
Yeah.
One of the really good things about this game is there's not a lot of RNG in it. It's very little stuff when there is RNG, for the most part.
That's so fat.
For the most part, it doesn't affect the run too much.
We have a $20 donation from Luke Marceau, who says, I would really like to see Siglimic do a 120-star run. Everyone, please help us reach this goal. $50 from Brian Lafser. First time watching the stream live. I've had it on all week. Good luck to all the runners. And $30 from Corey Losi, who says, one might say the back in time glitch is a link to the past. But keep up the good work, guys, and keep saving those frames.
Make that joke later.
Alright, so I'm actually going to donate $1 per dart again.
Okay.
You gonna do actual?
Well, darts don't really mean getting darts here don't really necessarily lose time here. So, alright, so the first phase is similar to the first fight. It's a little different. There's an extra trick to get cut off the cycle. There's also a strat called Spin Slash, but you can't do it on this fight as far as I know. Like, it never works for me.
I still don't think that deals damage.
No, it doesn't.
Okay.
Yeah. Alright, so the second phase, you can counter pretty much every single attack he has.
Oh, it starts.
Do an extra slash here, try to manipulate this guy. You can actually heavily manipulate this guy. I'm just really bad at it, but he's going pretty well.
Yeah.
Just like the first fight, you're gonna try to push him around the room in a circle, so you don't push him up against the wall and have him teleport.
Yeah, when he spawns darts, you can do a spin attack on him, and he'll like jump up and do a dive attack.
But he kind of decides if he wants to jump up or not.
And sometimes he just doesn't.
Nice.
Especially the vertical one. It's a little risky because if he decides not to jump up, then he'll hit you with darts. That was a really good fight, by the way. So, I'm happy with that. Let's do that. Freaking metal. It's been wrong.
Maybe we should go visit that room after the run.
I can imagine like Mike and Rom in the back like really upset.
By the way, it'd be a good time for donations again.
Yeah, we have $10 from Mikhail Roman, who says, come on guys, stop being awesome and let me sleep. Hope that little contribution will help the Doctors Without Borders Foundation. Kisses from France, and don't let Mr. MV give you his MV luck. I don't think he's in the room right now, so we're safe. And Corey Bruner donated $5. I have some annoying PC issues at the moment, and I'm light on cash owing to unforeseen car repairs, but I'll still scrape up a few dollars for such a great cause. Viva SGDQ and MSF.
Dude, I can't input it all.
And as a reminder, there is a prize available for this game. It is a Legend of Zelda Skyward Sword bundle. If you donate $10 during this run, you will be automatically entered into a drawing to win a sealed copy of Legend of Zelda Skyward Sword for the Wii, a music CD of the game, and a golden Wii remote with Wii Motion Plus, which is being used during this run.
Up next, we have one of the hardest boss fights of the run.
Right.
At least Testrunner likes it. I hate this fight. I can't stand it.
So, okay, there are 3 imprisoned fights in the game. And as I mentioned before, we completely skipped the first one. So we're going to go straight to the second one now.
Right, if you actually land, you can actually still trigger the first fight, I think.
Yeah, you can trigger the first fight and beat him and everything's good. And then you go and fight the second one. Just wasting the time like that.
But the music here...
Yeah, everything's shaking and the music's like... Dun, 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 dun.
Yeah, because it still thinks you're supposed to be triggering the Imp 1 fight. So it just still plays the music. And once you talk to Granny here, she'll... Like once you talk to her and decide that you're actually on Imp 2, the music just like, stops and then resets.
Yeah, you'll be listening for it, you'll hear it. Alright.
And we've got Groose back with us. And very shortly we'll be getting the...
There you go.
Oh yeah. Very shortly we'll be getting the True Master Sword and another upgraded Skyward Strike.
Which at this point is not really used that much, but...
Yeah, it's still nice. You can just run around
it's nice to
insta
have.
Skyward Strike.
I usually just use it more to screw around with than actually like for fights and stuff. Alright, so both imprisoned fights, but particularly this imprisoned fight, it's a kind of setup where you basically have to do everything right. If you make any mistakes, then it kind of goes terrible.
Yeah, it goes downhill really quick if you mess up.
Sorry about that.
And a lot of people don't know that you can actually just jump on the imprisoned's head.
Which we will be abusing heavily.
Yeah.
So ideally, I'll actually will not use Groose at all here.
Right.
When you call Groose the very first time, he has this long explanation telling you how to use Groose. So I will hopefully just jump on his head and get him.
But yeah, it really depends on how the fight goes.
The first 2 times are pretty easy, the last one's hard, and if you don't do the first one quite right, then the last one's going to be
Right, he's going to be attempting to skip a cutscene by hurting imprisoned at a specific time. It's fairly precise. It's not frame perfect or anything, but it's still reasonably precise.
I'm actually counting steps right now.
I think that, yeah.
Yeah, so what happens here is, on his 13th step, he will try to climb the wall, and you have this cutscene happen at the same time, he takes the 13th step, then it'll actually just completely cancel the wall climbing, and he just will never climb.
Right, so if he doesn't climb the wall, we're good.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, you're good.
So that actually saves a good deal of that time.
As the imprisoned fight goes on, you have less and less time on his head before he throws you off.
Yeah.
So this last hit's actually going to be really difficult.
Yeah, it's very, very tight.
And in Prison 3 just straight throws you off the head almost immediately.
Yeah, it's pretty much impossible to land on his head and hit him without stunning him with Groose. I remember the angle and stuff. This is really hard. This should be good. Doesn't get the time. The timing's really, really tight.
That's fine.
It's fine. It's fine. I'll just call Groose. Like I said,
you're gonna call Groose?
Yeah, I'll call Groose. The timing is like less than a quarter of a second. It's like really, really tight. And there's like no visual cue at all. You just have to go.
I don't jump during the cutscene, I jump after.
Yeah, this is why we want to avoid talking to Groose.
Especially on English.
I don't trust myself to jump on after the fight. I always set up jump during the cutscene.
But yeah, that was still actually a pretty good fight. It lost maybe 10 seconds in there. It's not too bad.
More than 10 seconds, but yeah. You lost some time from talking
15
to Groose.
maybe.
That's about it. That's still pretty decent.
Yeah, that fight, I think in my current PB it goes like 30 seconds wrong, but I've had it go a minute wrong, and it's just like, well, I'm this far into the run and I just lost a minute.
You just have to continue, yeah. I don't know.
I once lost this fight in a run.
Really?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, the way this works is you're like in a big spiral hole, I guess, and the imprisoned walks up all the way up to the top. And if he makes it to the temple, then you lose the fight. You game over and you have to start it over.
Yeah, in the first fight, he just kind of like crawls up it slowly, and he's like really easy. The second one, he will climb up walls and like skip entire like rows. And in the third fight, he'll just straight up fly, and you have knock him out of air.
Yeah, third fight's a lot easier once you get the first hit.
Yeah,
I can't wait to see you do that.
Casually, the third fight is the easiest fight by far, but though that's probably the one that people die on most, which is kind of like ironic.
Well, if you miss a shot onto his head,
well, a lot of people don't like realize that you can like shoot on his head at all.
The annoying part about this imprisoned fight is that if your timing gets messed up, you can be on his head, and he'll decide to climb the wall, and he'll play the cutscene where he's climbing the wall, and you just fall off his head.
Yeah. Also, I did 2 triangles and there's only 1 triangle drawn. So the game's confused about which imprison I beat. This is the seal from the first imprison, there's just 1 triangle.
Yeah.
So, whatever.
Skipping triggers is kind of neat.
When you come back to the area later, it'll actually be the correct seal, though.
Yeah, and when you fight the third imprison, it will do the correct seal.
Now would be a good time for donations.
There's a pretty long cutscene here.
All right, here's $58 from Patrick Galata. Loving the marathon. I've been interested in the speedrunning community since SGDQ2014. Wish I could have seen more of the marathon earlier this week, but alas, I had work. However, I am excited to watch what I missed on YouTube when it gets uploaded. Anyway, keep up the awesome runs, and I'm glad to donate to a worthy cause such as this one. You guys are awesome. And $15 from Cormac O'Malley. 5:40 a.m. here in Ireland, and you guys are still keeping me up. We'll donate another $50 tonight if the donation caller manages to pronounce my surname right. $50 from Jessica Johnson. Hi guys, I see you. I just wanted to donate for this amazing cause during this awesome Skyward Sword run. The Skyward Sword community is amazing and I hurt you all. Shout out to all the people who have made this incredible event not only happen, but successful too. You guys are awesome. Let's see a good old-fashioned heart spam in the chat. Do it. I'm watching you.
Dude, who is that?
Secretly Naona.
Spam in the couch, dude. Where's Naona?
Oh, by the way, I mentioned in the beginning of the run that pretty much every character has a different name in Japanese. I know a lot of people are a fan of Bruce, but in Japanese, his name is Bato. I'm sorry.
Dude, I want to see Bruce in Smash 4. Make it happen.
Another $10 from Pamela Castaneras. It is so awesome to see so many talented players band together for such a great cause. Keep up the great work, guys. And $35 from Jordan Tucker. Second time watching GDQ, but first run I've got to see this season, and it's blowing my mind. Looking forward to the Skyward Co-op demise ending and hoping for an OOT bonus.
Hopefully we don't mess that up.
Yeah, we've been doing it well in practice.
Yeah, we've hit it like every single time, so I mean, of course, in the marathon, we're just mess it up. That's how practice works.
It's a terrible idea. It's a terrible idea. We should totally do it.
Indy, how much longer is this whole sequence on English?
You lose like a minute in this cutscene if you're playing on English.
And then you also have to, immediately right after this, you have cutscenes with Headmaster on the bookshelf, Aldo or whatever, and the pumpkin dude, and then there's just so much texture. This section right here is like really.
Yeah, this is kind of like I don't know. There's probably some
story
plot.
time.
Yeah.
This is like the this is one of the big story reveal spots. So it's like.
Fun fact about text: there is a total of 1 hour and 3 minutes of text-related cutscenes in English.
That are unskippable.
In Japanese, it's like 47 or 8 minutes.
So this time we're going to use our corrupt file instead of activating back in time with bombs. And the reason is because for whatever reason you just cannot activate back in time.
You actually can.
Yeah. Like, so there's a few places you just can't activate it.
No, I promise you can actually.
You can?
Yeah, I thought that too, and Nintendo was like, no, you actually can.
I think you can't do it in the temple in the past.
Oh, yeah. Maybe that's it. Okay, that makes sense. Either way, you have too many hearts.
Yeah, there's a strat that you can damage during the imprison fight. You can jump slash on the way down, and you'll have less hearts.
Yeah, but then you'll have less hearts after the fight.
Yeah, so
Yeah, you want to have full health right now because there are no health. The thing is, the only way to refill your health is with heart containers, and you've already gotten them all.
So what Testrunner just did there is a bit save. If you've been watching the whole time or saw the beginning, it's what we did in the beginning. But this actually just puts you on Skyloft because you save yourself onto the back in time map.
So it's just like a nice warp back instead of flying.
It's not useful too often, but it's all right.
Yeah, be careful when you roll around there because if you get too close, then there's like a fortune teller that has this ridiculously slow text. It's really frustrating. You feel like an idiot when it happens.
He tells you about his piercing eyes.
Piercing eyes, yeah.
Since we skipped some triggers earlier with early Thunderhead, we skip a lot of Skyloft triggers. So like people are in different places that they're not supposed to be in right now, and it's going to result in a kind of cool cutscene.
Yeah. Those are really familiar to the game. Those don't seem really weird to you. For those who aren't, this may seem like, oh yeah, it's totally normal until we point it out. A lot of people who didn't realize that this was like not a normal thing.
So where this guy's standing, the headmaster,
he's standing in the wrong spot.
Yeah, if you didn't do early Thunderhead, he should move over by the bookcases.
So you talk to him asking about the Triforce, and he's like, I know nothing about the Triforce, sorry. And you're like, okay. You just leave, and then he's like, wait, let me tell you more. He's in the wrong spot. So instead, the bookshelf tells you more. And he talks about a massive being of spirit with encyclopedic knowledge, and it's like a bookshelf telling you this. And it's the most ridiculous thing ever.
Yeah, so he's supposed to be there, and the game's camera assumes that he's there, but he's not.
Yeah.
And that door's locked if you skip the sailcloth.
Yeah, that one door is the only reason why we get the sailcloth.
It's the only reason we get the sailcloth.
Yeah. It'd be really cool if we could somehow get around that door, like clip through it. It would save like a minute. And basically what you're going here is you're telling that you're going to try to go after this Levias guy, and your professor is basically like, no, you don't, you're crazy. It's a dangerous thing to do. And you're like, I'm going anyways. And he's like, fine. He backs out pretty easily.
So he's going to teach you a flying technique called the spiral charge. There's really no reason we need it. The game just forces you to have it.
Just some trigger stuff.
And it takes you through like a tutorial section with it, but it's timed.
Yeah.
So like you want to do it really quick. It's going to be shooting for about a 69.
Roughly.
Yeah.
Of course.
I mean, ideally I got like a 73, but that's pretty much impossible with the round I'm gonna take.
68.
Where these waves spawn is kind of random, so you kind of have to compensate your route accordingly. Right now my wing like count is like really good. I got an extra wing right before that first way, or the second way. Oh, turned to the right, that sucks. That's gonna cost a couple seconds, unfortunately.
Oh, the 69. No! That's still a really good
it's
one.
It's still a good time,
yeah.
That was good.
It's a few seconds lost, but it's definitely not a problem.
Yeah, as long as you don't miss any, it's really easy to miss like one of the ways, and it's just like really sucky.
Yeah, because a lot of times you'll go to charge them, and then they'll just switch directions.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they're good at juking.
And if you have more donations, now would be a great time.
I think this is a good time, rather, to point out that you are watching Summer Games Done Quick, which is put on by Speed Demos Archive and Speedruns Live, to raise money for Doctors Without Borders, also known as Médecins Sans Frontières. It's an international medical humanitarian organization created by doctors and journalists in France in 1971. Today, MSF provides independent, impartial assistance in more than 60 countries to people whose survival is threatened by violence, neglect, or catastrophe, primarily due to armed conflict, epidemics, malnutrition, exclusion from healthcare, or natural disasters. In 1999, MSF received the Nobel Peace Prize for their efforts. All of your donations go directly to them. We don't touch a penny. If you would like to support Doctors Without Borders, another way you can do so is by going to the Humble Bundle / SGDQ, I believe. And they are selling, it's humblebundle.com / SGDQ. They're selling some of the games that have been played in the marathon, and all the proceeds from those games will go directly to Doctors Without Borders. Those games include Noi to Love 2 Devolution, Amnesia, A Machine for Pigs, Bleed, Dust Force, Gianna Sisters, Twisted Dreams, Guacamelee, and Psychonauts. We have a $10 donation from Matthew Foster, who says, "Thanks for showing me how to properly beat the imprisoned. Keep up the good work."
Good flying.
Good flying. Dude, I have having a lot of trouble flying right now.
So one of the neater boss fights is coming up. It's pretty cool.
Probably one of my favorite bosses to do.
It's also one of the more challenging ones.
Yes, I still think it's the most difficult boss to do. That's part of the reason why I enjoy it. It's acid chest or something. But I'm not gonna spoil what's gonna happen.
Yeah.
I'm gonna just do the fight, and then I'm gonna explain what happens afterwards. I'm gonna save a wing here because if I use all three, I probably won't have enough wings to be able to boost through these tornadoes coming up.
Right, so the spiral charge actually.
I did not know that.
Yeah. The spiral charge goes right through the tornadoes.
I'm really bad at the timing, so I don't deal with it.
You have to be careful. Like you can get hit.
It's a lot earlier.
You can hit between the tornado hits. Yeah. Also, that loading zone for entering the Thunderhead is actually like in front of the actual loading, like in front of the light. It's really stupid. So if you go like right to like where the light comes out of the Thunderhead, you'll like just miss the loading zone. It's really dumb.
Okay, so this is Levias. He's a he's kind of like the windfish, I guess, from the Link's Awakening.
And also the Ocean Spear from Phantom Hourglass. They all look exactly the same.
Yeah. And right now he's infested with a bunch of parasites, and you're bringing him the pumpkin soup. I don't know why, I don't remember.
Apparently, he really likes pumpkin soup. Yeah. It's supposed to be like an offering.
So he's infested with parasites, and you're supposed to kill him, and...
So you kill the parasites, not the bugs.
Not, yeah.
Save the animals, guys. Apparently. Or animal.
So there he is.
I'm saving my wings because your wings actually don't refill after this fight.
So we just skipped the first phase of the fight.
Yeah, they're rest in peace first phase. Also, he's partially...
Nice.
And no, I will never do this boss blindfolded. So the big problem with this boss is Levi's turns, and when he turns...
Oh, nice turn. Yeah. Oh, okay, you still got it.
Your calibration is crazy. You're not supposed to use it at all in this boss fight. Like, not even at all.
Let alone when he's invisible.
Let alone that when he's invisible.
You can kind of see a purple mist around his eyes, so you can use that.
That's actually where his mouth is. His eyes above it. Yeah.
So you can actually use that to kind of line up where you need to shoot.
So if he doesn't turn here, it should be good. He's turning.
There, that was really good.
Yeah, basically what happened in the fight is the first phase, there's a bunch of those eyes kind of sticking out of him. You're supposed to use a spiral charge to like run in and kill them all. It's actually really hard and annoying.
Yeah.
But his second phase is like a giant parasite that comes out of his blowhole. But his hitbox is still there, even though he's not like loaded. So if you do any kind of AoE attack, so either a well-placed spin attack or a bomb, it'll hit him, and he's like, oh, I'm hit, I'll come out now. And so he pops out, but he's not loaded properly, so he's completely invisible. If you actually jump off him and jump back on him after doing that, the cutscene will play, and then his texture will be fully loaded, and he'll be visible again.
Yeah, and it's really cool. Oh, you got the 6 spawn,
Oh, RNG, thank you.
dude. Why does this never happen in my runs?
This never happens in my runs either.
This saves like 30 seconds if you
Yeah,
get the
so
good
after this
spawn in.
fight, where you spawn is like completely random, and I've had like perfect fights and spawn all over the Thunderhead.
Yeah. But anyway, the fastest strat in that fight is to hit his eye with arrows, and that's especially challenging because you can't Z-target arrows like you can in all the other Zelda games. You have to manually aim them. And when he's invisible, you kind of need to know where the eye is.
Yeah, and when he's turning, your aim gets like crazy, and then you're just like, well, let's hope this hits.
So yeah, he can basically drop you off anywhere from where he dropped Testrunner off to all the way back at the Isle of Songs.
Yeah, and you like lose like 30 or 40 seconds if you get a bad spawn. It's like really dumb. But yeah, you're not supposed to use arrows at all. What you're supposed to use is he shoots those like green goo balls at you, and you're supposed to just like knock them back at him. And what actually in this, like the very end where he's like shot 4 arrows consecutively, he's actually what he does is he shoots a goo ball and then he moves, and you have to like slash it in the right direction that he moves. But if you basically get into a lock and you just hit the arrows as soon as possible, then what will happen is he'll always be in the center before he has a chance to shoot. So like you know that he'll always be in the same spot. Once you miss it, like as soon as that's the thing of that fight, as soon as you miss a shot, then it goes like really bad very quickly.
Yeah.
So.
Because when you start hitting him with the 4 arrows there, it actually kind of stun locks him. And if you hit him with a couple and then miss one, he might move off to some direction.
Yeah, and then starts turning, and then I have no idea where it's gonna be. Okay. I have the hook beetle now. Can you actually do that?
Yeah, I made a stupid mistake here earlier. So there's probably going to be a lot of time for donations through this.
Yeah, this entire section is kind of like probably like the last real boring part of the run.
Yeah, it's basically an auto-scroller for about 6 or 7 minutes.
Yeah, roughly, yeah.
All right, we have a $100 donation from Robert Ledbetter. Says simply, I am enjoying SGDQ this year. Keep up the good work. And a $20 donation from James Furden. Shout out to everyone on the couch and to those who stayed up to see the Skyward Sword run.
And not us.
$20 from Damien Christe. Donating for the talking bookshelf. That was great. Keep up the awesome run. $40 from Maxwell James. I'm loving the run. Stay awesome. And $10 from Lucy Moore. I've never watched any speedruns before, but I'm having a great time, and you all seem like a really terrific collection of people. Thanks. Well, Lucy, if you are interested in speedruns at all, you can go check out Speedruns Live at speedrunslive.com to check out more speedrun streams, and speeddemosarchive.com has a forum dedicated to a knowledge base and a community of speedrunners that will help you out if you choose to get into speedrunning, or just if you're interested in the community.
This part's pretty self-explanatory. You're just following the stabs. You're just following the cart. There are a couple places you can speed it up, and he'll do one through this door.
These poor bokoblins never stood a chance.
Yeah. When you know where everything's at, you just kind of kill everything before it can touch you.
One minor way to help support the community and the charity is if you are running ad block, if you turn it off, the ad revenue for that we run between runs, that will go towards supporting future events like these to raise money for the charities that we support.
So you saw Testrunner void out there. That's a very small time save, that particular one. But certain void outs, the game will assume that you're at a certain location and just spawn the cart more forward than it should have been. There's a couple bigger ones coming up.
As long as you get that push a button before like the cart reaches the gate, then you don't lose time. Sometimes you'll like closh up there and like you'll like clip and fall down. It's dumb. Also, yeah, as I mentioned, as we did a little bit ago, Skyward stabs is like a thing, and a lot of people don't know it exists. I didn't know it exists until I started speedrunning.
I don't think we ever really use them.
Yeah, we do. We use it in a certain fight.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're him 3.
Oh yeah. I always forget about that fight. I'm not as like familiar with the end of this game. I've been running it for years, but I'm much more like familiar with the first half.
Yeah, and then kind of glitches out. You try to like go faster as time shifts stuff.
So the reason this is supposed to be difficult is as the path is appearing in front of you, it's also disappearing behind you. So if you get behind, you can easily fall into an abyss.
You cannot fall behind at all. At the same time though, you can't really get ahead. But there's a couple tricks like the void I did before that will speed this up a little bit. And also, the big part is like when you get to the end, you have to usually push a button between each section, so make sure you push the button as soon as possible. There's another time save right here. You usually have to do a claw shot back and forth, and it takes about 10 seconds or so. But if you just void out here, then since you're on the other side, it's assumed that you're on the other side, like of the minecart. So you can just, it spawns you up here when you hit the button. But pretty nice time savers you can do.
Yeah, and there's one more of those we'll be doing.
$20 donation from Richard Stefan. So glad to have the full Skyward Sword run on stream. Studying can wait, Hyrule needs saving.
So Testrunner, would you like to talk about the Zelda timeline?
Now the time.
Testrunner gets really upset about timeline discussions.
I wouldn't say upset. I do enjoy the discussions, but it's kind of hard to have discussions in that chat.
There's a donation of $10.24 from Shane Beck, who says, Master, the batteries in your Wii remote are nearly depleted. Looking forward to the demise fight.
Yeah, the batteries in the power in your batteries or whatever, they actually last a lot longer than you think they do. Like, you'll be like, I can start a run with low, like the batteries will be low and still finish in time, and like I won't run out.
Okay, so what he's doing here is another void out. You need to get into this void or at least drown very close. That should be good, yeah. So now the game thinks that you're much further forward and it pushes the cart way forward.
Basically puts it to where you voided out. Sometimes there's an ancient flower spawns there, which is a treasure.
A $10 donation from Kayla Derbyshire, who says, I hadn't heard a lot about the speedrunning community before, seeing people tweet with the SGDQ2014 hashtag, but now I've been watching for days. I'm thinking about trying out speedrunning myself, looking at Bastion for my first game. Good luck finishing Skyward Sword, guys. Yeah, if you want to help support the stream, you can tweet or post on other social media the hashtag SGDQ2014. Another $10 donation from William Bowden. Hey guys, one of my all-time favorite games is being speedrun right now. Kicking back like Super Bowl Sunday and enjoying the rest of SGDQ. Keep up the good cause and remember, the link is love, the link is life.
This is probably the hardest room in the escort. It's the easiest to get behind on.
You can take a lot.
My first run, I died 3 times in this room.
That's it?
Yeah, that's it.
I think everyone's died at least once in this room in a run.
I've never done it.
Okay, Nana's just better than us, but
Yeah, if you kill that immediately, then the cart will not stop there. The BMOS will explode before the cart gets up to it. Also, I just want to do that.
You can use arrows to speed this up a little bit. Like he'll use this one here.
The last one's worth it, yeah.
But like we said, the arrow count's so tight in this part of the run, and you use them a lot. Thankfully, he had a really good Levias fight with arrows. A lot of times you'll just miss a bunch, and you don't have a lot of arrows left.
Another $10 donation from Trevor Krepp, who says, had to donate during one of my favorite games. Keep up the good work. Also, good luck to the rest of the runners for the rest of the stream.
Yeah, you're good.
Another $10 donation from Troy Munro. Greetings from Belgium and USU. This is the first time I've been able to watch a GDQ live, and it is so much better this way. Shoutouts to Brosencha. Let's see that sketch glitch. I can't watch your run because of work, but I'll make sure to watch it on YouTube.
Shoutouts to Parax. He died there one time.
Another $10 donation from David Howison. Hey everyone, this is the first Skyward Sword run I've seen, and it's been amazing to watch. Keep it up.
If you die anywhere at all during that escort, you have to start it completely over.
Do the entire thing over, hit all the buttons.
So it's a really bad place to die, but as long as you know what you're doing, it doesn't happen very often.
The worst thing that could happen is die in the very last golden Deku Baba, which Parax has actually done before. I think it's like one of the only places in the game I haven't died. So. At least there's something. But yeah, you have to redo the entire Minecraft escort. It was pretty long.
There's quite a few sections in Testrunner's half of the run where if you die, it's a big mistake.
Yeah. Definitely not out of the clear. There's like at least 2 more spots where it's like...
Bokoblin Base and certain areas in Skykeep are pretty bad.
Yeah. So hopefully that goes well.
Okay, so the story in this part of the game is you have these 3 dragons, one for each area of the game, and they will all teach you a part of a song that I think opens up the trial to get into Skykeep.
Oh, the Song of the Hero.
Yeah, Song of the Hero. And you have to collect all of these songs. It's basically just filler stuff, and if you found early Skykeep, this would all be skipped.
Please, this isn't filler. Well, that was filler. The other stuff was fun.
But it's just a lot of filler after the 6th dungeon.
No appreciation.
No, I do not care for this part of the run.
Just don't like music.
We just received a $500 donation from Scott Abrams. No comment.
You can actually load in and get this the seed and back in time by doing some really weird stuff. But unfortunately, it's not, or we haven't found a way to make it useful because you can't load it into a file, which...
Yeah, and you can also actually get it early.
That's a really precise shot, by the way. Like, you don't aim at all where you think you should be shooting.
Yeah, the hitbox on that is like more to the right of the actual object.
I'm actually really glad I got that. I was expecting this at least twice. It's also possible using back in time you can get out of bounds like on the cliffs, kind of like when you first land in Leneru. For those who were there for that, and you can get the seed early like that, but you still have to do the whole minecart escort because you need to, otherwise the dragon isn't there.
So next up we have Imprison 3, and Testrunner has some crazy strats that I really hope he pulls off.
I'm gonna fail. There's no way. There's no way.
I'm not sure anybody else goes for it. Maybe Tender.
No, Tender doesn't go for it. He thinks I'm crazy that I do it.
Yeah, see, that's a problem if Tender thinks you're crazy. Tender's known for kind of pushing the game to the limit with how risky he goes with strats. So if he's not doing something, it's really risky. And right now, the entire forest, except for the area we're landing in, has been flooded, and we can only land at these 2 statues.
We have a $10 donation from Cody Kimbrell, who says, I've been speedrunning games for fun for almost 5 years. It's great to see the elites gather together for a good cause and explain their strategies as they go. I'd love to join you guys someday if I ever find a game I'm really good at. Keep up the great work, guys. Well, we did mention that speedrunning happens at all levels, and there's community for just about every popular game out there. Some of the more offbeat games don't have a community yet, but you can build one. And there's a lot of very friendly people who will kindly give you lots of advice and help you work through the tougher spots in games. So come join us. You don't need to wait until you're world-class skill level to join these communities.
Alright, so I'm gonna ask for serious time even though I'm expecting to miss this. But I have to do everything pretty much perfect, otherwise it just won't work. close. I
Yeah.
tried though.
What you want to do, nobody does this by the way,
Yeah.
except for Testrunner.
I'm a little lazy.
What you want to do is get a jump slash, hit the spike, and then land right on top of it so you can hit it with a
You
spin
have to
attack.
be really, really fast too. Like if you're just slightly too slow, like you will not hit.
Right. It costs about 30 seconds if you miss that.
Normally when you shoot the bomb that Bruce has, it goes through the cutscene of showing the bomb just flying down or whatever. But you can cancel out of it by just hitting B right after
you have
shooting
like
it.
3 or 4 frames. It's pretty lenient. But yeah, basically, my speed was good and my angle was good, but I jump slash was like a little bit too low.
It's a very, very precise
It's
jump.
extremely precise and it's stupid and yeah, but it looks really, really cool overall. So I'm kind of sad I missed it, but I'm not really surprised, I guess.
Would you say it's the hardest jump?
Yeah. The rest of this fight's pretty much scripted.
freaking those jets. Yeah.
Like the first hit on this fight is the only hard one. The rest
Yeah,
of
the
it's
rest is
really
pretty
easy.
So I guess you can read donations for like one donation.
$50 from Matthew Smith. I've been watching this speedrun on and off and have particularly been enjoying the Skyward Sword run. Please put my donation towards acting out the opera scenes in Final Fantasy VI.
Now he grows wings and he's supposed to be more threatening, but it's not really.
So a lot of people don't know this, and I hope I don't need to show you. But basically, what you do here is you're gonna use the Goosinator to shoot yourself onto his back. And it's at this point you figure out that like, oh, you can just jump on his head and like hit the spike, don't hit his toes.
I didn't figure it out until I started running it.
Oh, okay. I think I figured it out maybe in the second prison fight.
Oh, it seems very logical because he's about the same height as the spiral.
Yeah, some people get it, some people don't. It's kind of funny.
I really like this fight because it reminds me of Shadow of Colossus, where it's just like an easy way to fight a boss that's like you have to think about, and there's like a hard way to fight the boss that like involves that's just like really obvious. Anyway, so if I've missed that shot, a lot of people don't know, in the very center, there's like a giant jet that takes you straight to the top. So even if you miss, you can still get it.
The toes are such inviting targets.
Yeah, they're like right in front of you, and they're like glowing and. Dude, the Rumble's so
Dude,
loud.
Testrunner's never played with Rumble.
I know. I always play without Rumble because of like battery usage or whatever. And like this is
You
like
have to get the full experience.
This is so weird to me. Like virtual reality.
So yeah, a couple donations would be fine.
All right, we have a $35 donation from Jason Haber. Great job, y'all. I'll have to watch the replay of this with my son later. Keep it up. A lot of people have been asking have been mentioning they'll watch the run later on YouTube. That's actually going to take a while to process all the videos and get them uploaded. So don't count on that happening like the week after the marathon. It's probably going to be a few months out before everything gets taken care of. We also have a $10 donation from Amber Pisecki, who says, "Hey there, you guys are great. I never got to see the stream, and I was lucky enough to start today with the season stream with Bananas. Zelda series fan for life. I can't wait to catch up with the rest of it on YouTube. Keep up the great work. Good luck to everyone on the Skyward Sword giveaway." And this run is nearing the end, so I should mention that there is a prize if you donate the minimum of $10 during this run. You'll be automatically entered to win the Skyward Sword bundle, which includes a sealed copy of Skyward Sword for the Wii, a Skyward Sword music CD, and a golden Wii remote with Wii Motion Plus.
Man, now that I missed that trick, I'm feeling like zero confidence on hard skip now.
Oh, you're fine, man. Horde skip's way easier.
It is, but I have no confidence. Okay, so I should talk about the song Hero a bit. So there are 3 parts of the song Hero. There's the Elven, Lenaru, and Aurora area, and each area you can do in any order. This is kind of like the non-linear part of the game, and you can choose to do them in any order. But the caveat is that you can only do one at a time. So you can't do 2 different installing hero parts at the same time. You have to choose which order you do. But every single quest has a trigger to start the quest and a like trigger to end the quest. And ending the quest is usually, you know, learning the actual song piece. But triggering that start of the quest is different for everyone. And for Lanayru, the trigger is talking to Golo, who is like right outside the gorge.
He's one of the Gorons.
There's only 3 Gorons in this game. There's Gortram, Golo, and Gorko. Gorko is the one you usually see all over the place, and Gortram I think we only saw for like about half a second.
Yeah.
You just run right past him, never talk to him. But yes, and for Faron, the start trigger was landing here and starting the Prison 3 fight. And if you may be paying attention, I was in a Prison 3 fight, but I'm also doing the Lanayru quest at the same time. And the reason is because I never talked to Golo. Because we went to the gorge early, we had that war point set up. It means I can enter the gorge without ever talking to him, which means I can do the Lanayru quest at the same time as other 2 quests. Which is really good because if you didn't, you have to do a lot of backtracking because you have to come here to get the Fruit of Life and come back. And so there's a lot of backtracking and that cuts it all out, so it's really nice. Also, for those who are I did the other stuff. Forgot. For those who are curious, for those who are curious about the Golo lock, there's actually a major game-breaking as in the game breaks and you can't beat it anymore.
That's only on 1.0, right?
It's only in the original version, and I don't know anyone that's happened to. It's like it has to be like super rare, but apparently under like certain situations, if you talk to Golo after who starts the quest, if you talk to him after completing the quest, he sometimes will, for some reason, hit the flag for starting the quest again. And since you already beat it, you can't beat it a second time, and because you started the Lanayru quest again, you can't start any other quest. So it means that if you didn't finish all 3 quests at that point, then it's impossible to finish the game. But
yeah, they released like a patch for it through the the channel system on the Wii.
I don't know anyone it's happened to. I'm gonna say that don't use that patch up like thing or whatever unless it happens to you, because if you use it otherwise, then you will like screw your file over.
Maybe we could find speedrun strats.
We've tried it. No, it's game's like impossible to beat. Like you land on Elden the very first time, and the Bokoblin base just starts and there's no moblin and you're just like, there's no magma and you're stuck in the prison and you can't beat the game.
So right now is Tad Tones. This is why we buy the air potion. It speeds us up a lot.
I'd be able to finish before the potion runs out.
Which is 3 minutes.
Yeah, if I have like a perfect run, I will finish this before the potion even starts beeping, which is very unlikely to happen.
Yeah, I've never done that.
I've done it once.
So spinning here kind of draws the tad tones in, so as long as you're sort of near them and spinning, you can collect them that way. You don't actually have to hit them head on.
The hitbox for this guy's weird, you can't grab him right away, and also the hitbox for like grabbing is weird. It's like a cone behind you. So like, I don't know, it's weird.
Oh,
I miss that one a lot.
Yeah.
This guy's a troll.
So we want to Death Warp again right after this. So it's actually the fastest to damage down during it. But once again, you need to be careful because you don't want to die. If you die, you lose your air potion. You have to do the rest of it without it.
And you also die, which sucks.
Yeah. I mean, you die so many times in this run, it's fine.
I mean, each death is actually pretty complicated. It wastes more time than it looks like, let's put it that way.
This guy's a little bit of a troll.
I have a pretty consistent strat for that now. He trolls me occasionally, but it's pretty good.
Sometimes you can just like knock into him and he just blows up right in your face.
Yeah, he just blows up immediately. Or you'll hit him and he won't hit the wall. That's really frequent.
And if that happens, you're most likely not going to be able to finish Tad Tones with the potion.
In my playthrough I did yesterday, I grabbed that poison bubble that was like back there a little bit, and if you grab that, you pretty much instantly die.
Yeah, that depletes most of your air.
Yeah, so that kind of sucks. Good thing it didn't happen. That's never happened to me before, so I'm glad it hasn't happened again.
Did we talk about how drowning works?
Yeah, so you have like 2 air meters. One of them's invisible. Basically, what the heck? Basically, you have the air meter you see here, and when you get, bubbles and it fills it, and you get Tad Tone, it gives you a little bit back. But when your air depletes, you have like the second meter that just drains on its own, and it will not refill, like ever, until you like die or enter that new area. So even if you get a new bubble, it doesn't refill. And every time it empties out, it refills on its own, and it hurts you. So it's like a damage meter.
Yeah, so basically to sum that up, if you run out of air and then pick up a source of air and you don't take damage, that means likely the next time you run out of air, you're going to take damage almost immediately.
Yeah. So like a lot of times you can like grab these things, like you can run out of air and like pick up and like stuff like while you're like you'll run out of air and immediately pick something up. And if your like secondary air meter or whatever is like basically empty, then you will die, even though like the air bubble is like right in front of your face.
Really good tad tone so far.
Yeah.
This guy is a little tricky to pick up.
You can spin out of this thing, but every time I do it, it always bombs.
That's the one tad tone we pretty much get normally by just running into it. All the others we spin to win.
This is going to be done without losing the potion, which is really, really good. Nicely done.
That's really good.
Yeah. Right, gotta hear the song. Thank God that cutscene is not skippable.
Yeah, it's a good song. So if whenever I do a good tad tones, since you have a potion, it's really hard to drain your air out. But you're in a death warp right here, and so like ideally you would actually die right after getting the last tad tone. So you die and then you respawn, and when you respawn, that cutscene plays instead of the other way around. But when you have your air potion still, it's like basically impossible to happen. So I don't really worry about it too much. So this is basically the second part of the hero dungeon. One more to go.
Yeah. We've pretty much finished the Lineru one. We just need to go give him the
Yeah, we already
fruit of
have the
life.
fruit. We just need to talk to him, and we'll be done.
We haven't touched the Elden one yet, and that one's interesting. It's,
This is probably the scariest one.
yeah, a lot can go wrong,
Yeah. So
especially if you're gonna go for slingshot skip.
I will not go for slingshot skip. But basically, when you enter Elden, so right now I have 6 hearts from the Death Warp. But when you land in Elden during Volcano base, it just drops you to 2 hearts, which in hero mode is 1 heart really. Everything will instantly kill you. Also, I think pretty much everything in the area, like getting caught, does 4 hearts of damage anyways. So like yeah. So there's a chair like right next to where you start, and you can heal back up to full health. That's what you're basically supposed to do. But that wastes about like 13 seconds or so. So you can go through this whole area without healing at all, but it also means that you can't make a single mistake, or you'll die. And if you die, you go all the way back to the prison, which sucks a lot.
It's a very tense 10 minutes of the run.
Yeah. Well, it's not 10 minutes, is it?
Well, it's, I don't know.
I think it's short.
It feels so long.
It's
when I
really
do it.
tense. Yeah, it's kind of nerve-wracking because it's not like any one part is particularly difficult, but it's just like any loss of concentration will be a death. And a death here is actually really bad, depending where it is.
Yeah, if it's right at the beginning, it's not a huge deal. But you can get pretty far up the mountain, and if you die, you have to go through it all again.
Basically, what goes on here is Volcano blows up, and you get caught by some Volcanoes that take up base, and they steal all your items in the chest around the area. So you have to go around, it's like a stealth section, and go and collect all your items back.
And like we talked about earlier, if you could actually manage to trigger this early, all your items would still be in the chest, so you could just get items even if you never had them.
Also, this little text box right here, this talking to this guy, this starts by attempting to pick up the barrel. So that's what you do. You don't like to wait around for a while. You just try to pick up the barrel and he'll talk to you. It's like a really arbitrary thing, but I guess the idea is that you're like stuck in here. You just screw around. It's like the last thing you do.
Don't you sort of do that in Wind Waker? During Forsaken Fortress 1, you can hide in the barrels.
I think you just like get out. There's a crawl space.
Well, you can get out of the prison, but that's a mechanic.
Yeah.
Have you talked about jump skip?
No, let's not.
I will donate $100 to do it.
Don't do it.
No, that's
I'll talk about it now. Slingshot skip. We don't skip the originally getting the slingshot. There is a way to do it, but it locks pretty quick. You can't beat the game.
Yeah, if you actually get a second item before getting the slingshot for whatever reason, the game will actually just crash.
Yeah.
So good game.
So anyway, it's the slingshot skip we're talking about is skipping re-grabbing the slingshot. All of our items have been taken away, and it's actually possible to get to the bombs without using the slingshot, but it's insanely difficult, and it only saves about a minute. People have come up with consistent strats that are not consistent. Like, I swear, I've seen like 3 or 4 so-called consistent strats that are not consistent. And basically what you do, I'll explain it more when we get there, but basically what you do is you have to do a very precise side hop around one of the search towers. And that part's actually the easiest part, and it's not very easy. After that, once you do that side hop, you can actually run into the spotlight for a very brief time. Nice luck.
Not luck, dude. Something I'll quickly point out before you continue.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna be running past a lot of bokoblins. So bokoblins, they're like, I don't know, I guess it's like Metal Gear. Their sight is like terrible. And basically, but the way it works is if you try to roll, I don't know if the noise of the roll gets them distracted or if like your hitbox is humongous or something, but if you try to roll past a bokoblin, they'll almost see you, like, guaranteed. So I actually will not be rolling past the guys. The other key thing is that when they're walking, their sight range is a lot bigger than when they're standing still. So a lot of times I'll wait for them to stop moving before I'll try to run past them. Cool side hop. Side hop can look cool if you do it right, but it didn't.
Back to slingshot skip. When you can actually run into those search towers for a very brief time before you get caught, and if you do it right, you can dig into a hole that you need to dig into before you get caught. And that part, as far as we know, we know no consistent way to do it.
Yeah.
Like the side hop, there's fairly consistent strats on it. I've still never been able to get it 100%.
The trick saves a lot. It saves like a minute, but failing it like costs like 40 seconds, and people have like less than 10% consistency, so it's like, okay. You also take damage, like 4 hearts from doing it, so if you're gonna go 2-heart route, then you have to get it first try, otherwise you lose like 5 minutes.
Yeah, it's actually one of the only time savers in this game that we don't do.
Yeah, even though it's a pretty significant time saver, it's considered basically segmented only. Once again, that guy wasn't moving. He screamed like he saw me, but you can just run right past him. This guy too, once again. The enemy was standing right there. He wasn't moving, so you can just walk right past him. Just be careful not to roll.
There is a statue you can save at right before you try slingshot skip, but you would still have to get it within like 2 or 3 tries for it to actually save any time.
I think if you got it in 2 tries, you'd barely save time.
Yeah.
If you look very carefully in the top corner before I dug there, you can actually see the other underground section.
Wait, really?
Yeah.
I've never seen that.
Yeah, I think a lot of people know about that. Like all the underground maps are like in one giant area, and you can see the other one like just off in the corner. It's really easy to miss. So if you go to this place really quickly, which I'm pretty sure I didn't do quite fast enough because I missed that side hop, you can get this like a cycle early. Yeah, the guy's right there. That's fine. It doesn't really waste time because it's like so hard to like get the early cycle, and like going for it is like really risky. You basically come here and you just drop immediately. You don't even look. So it's like really risky, and you just kind of have to assume it's there.
Right, and if you miss it, this
then you fall in the lava and you die.
Yeah, well that too. But if you miss it, and you get on this one instead, the bokoblin here I think is in a better spot.
Yeah. So this bokoblin actually has like 3 or 4 different ways to handle him. He's actually in a kind of a strange pattern, so it's not the pattern I'm usually used to. The pattern you usually used to is like standing. Well, he might still be there. Yeah. Okay. So I'm gonna do for this pattern, we're gonna distract him with the fall shot, then run right past him.
I think you can just run right past him anyway.
No, he will catch you. Definitely. He almost always catches me when I do that.
Yeah, I think that one's really tight.
that like fall shot stays like a second.
Testrunner's been crushed by this tower by standing off to the side of it.
So it's even worse. Okay, so if you roll a bomb, so I threw a bomb here under below the tower. You throw a second bomb, and the tower crushes the bomb. For whatever reason, it also will crush you. And I died that way once. And I was just like, when it happened to me, I was like, what happened? I was standing by the chest and I got crushed.
We're through the worst parts of this on 2 hearts. There's still a couple places that could go wrong, but it should be okay.
There aren't, I don't want to jinx it. the harder part is over. Like I said, there isn't that much that's really difficult in bokoblin base once you've like done it enough. The hard part is really just like maintaining concentration. And wait for the bomb explosion, not accidentally walk into it. Once again, I kind of walked around because if you're on the very edge, that bomb explosion actually clips the floor a little bit and it'll hit you. Those are a little bit of safety.
So coming up here is where if you do slingshot skip, you'd actually branch off a little differently. You can go to the right, that's to the bombs, or you could go to the left, and that's to the slingshot.
And the only reason you ever need the slingshot for the rest of the game is to get the bombs. So basic slingshot skip would just skip this entire trip right here to the left.
Yeah, for the most part, all the items, they do a really good job of making them useful throughout the entire game, except for the slingshot.
The slingshot still got its uses, but
For the harp.
Another fun fact with the harp, by the way, that some people don't know, when you play the harp, it plays like in key with like whatever music's playing. It's pretty cool. Hello?
I've had a bomb clip through the ground off of that tower once.
I have a lot of trouble with that jump, by the way. Like, that's a very common place for me to die in. Like, for some reason. Really easy, but I screwed up a lot.
Right, so if you do slingshot skip, you don't come down here at all.
Oops. There's a, like I said, ideally I would have like at least 4 slingshots, which I do, like seeds. But if I don't have enough, there's like a million big spots. There's like, I think there's like at least 30 seeds like that you can dig for. So it's like not really a concern. It's like a small time waste. So yeah, that guy right there. The way you would get around is using the gust bellows. When you're blowing gust bells into the Bokoblins' face, they like close their eyes and can't see.
It's actually pretty tricky to get around.
Yeah, it's really tricky because you feel like take it off.
So this here, you can see, you can side hop around this and dig into that.
Ridiculous, and that dig is also ridiculous.
Yeah.
Because that dig spot's in the spotlight. And sometimes what will happen is you'll dig underground, and then like you'll get under here like, yes, I made it, and then you get caught underground.
Yeah, it's a really weird trick.
I think you can also distract the Bokoblin with a hook shot.
Maybe.
That first one.
Oh, the first one?
Yeah, instead of using
I don't know,
gust
you'd
bellows.
have to like rub up against them.
Yeah, I'm not, maybe, I don't know, I haven't done that before. Alright, here's the bombs. I should have at least 2. Okay, there you go. You only need 2 right now. So having 4 is like a lot of extra. Just use the bombs to blow the tower, beating the stun again. I don't know where he is, I'm just gonna play it safe. Just gonna stun him.
Uh-oh.
Oh, no! I can't believe that. Fucking camera, dude. So yeah, as I mentioned in being the run, sometimes you'll be aiming somewhere, and if you're like against a wall, which is what happened there, your slingshot will shoot in a different location than where you're actually aiming. So it shot more to the right and missed the dude. That's alright, I got the bombs already.
So we're all the way back down here, but the good thing is we've already solved all the
Yeah, I already
stuff.
have finished all the items, and all the items open up shortcuts, so it's not...
It'll cost a couple minutes,
Yeah.
but it's...
If I died
okay.
right before getting the bombs, that would have been really terrible. Because I had to go through that entire section again. But you'll see what I mean. Like, it isn't all that terrible.
It happens, like, I've lost runs here.
Dude, this guy. I'm in logical this slingshot right now. Apparently. Yep. It's all good. It's all good. I think I barely missed the cycle here. That's fine.
So we're actually coming up pretty close to the end of this run. We got about, what, 40 minutes? I think.
Yeah.
The rest of this run's actually really cool. I don't care for this part, but...
Yeah, honestly, that's a pretty unexpected place to die.
Yeah.
I don't normally die.
Like, usually once you get past this Bokoblin here, you're good.
Yeah. But I was a little surprised to get caught there. I'm gonna say, I can't say it's never happened to me, because like I said, I pretty much died everywhere in the game already. But it's
Yeah,
extremely
Testrunner,
rare.
me, and Indy, have all been running this game for like over 2.5 years now.
Yeah, pretty much
You're getting
since
close to 3.
Pretty much since the game came out.
Yeah. I'd started a few months after the game came out.
So yeah, this entire like path to the left there, I would have like backtrack through, and I don't need to backtrack through it this time. That's not good. Oh, okay, sure. That little bomb throw is a strat that I think I found. Normally people do a bomb and like shot it with a slingshot or like claw shot or something like that. If you throw it at like the very edge of the lava blow it up and still in the range to hit the rock. Yeah, you don't need to actually hold up the sword this time. I don't know if that's like an oversight or they're just lazy.
I learned that like a few months ago.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I was holding up the sword every time.
You just need to pull it out and that's it.
So you actually have a lot of health. Are you going to do Death Warp or not?
I probably won't.
Okay. Normally what you'd do here is you'd set up a checkpoint for a Death Warp. That's really fast because you should have 2 hearts here if you do it well. And if one bomb will kill you. So what you do is you actually run through that cave you can see right in front of you. And when you go through there, that sets a checkpoint, and then you come out, it sets another checkpoint. And when you Death Warp, you'll Death Warp to the entrance of that cave. But with 6 hearts, it's not really worth it.
Blow them off. I just like back force thing I do there is for timing for that. That way when I land on there, I always make sure that the platform is fully formed. I used to jump in there before it formed and like just jump into lava and I think I can get up 1. That's good. And instead of blowing this up, you can actually just like run up this wall here.
Those are strats I have not seen in a long time.
Yeah.
That's old school.
So after this run, we're going to have Indy show us how to beat this game in less than 10 minutes. It's going to be fun. He's going to do it on English, though.
I don't understand Japanese.
You gotta know what's going on.
It uses something called pre-made files. Basically, for a normal run of this game, we've agreed that you can't have any data on any of your files.
So they're all blank when you start?
Yeah. With pre-made files, you can actually do a bunch of crazy glitches, or one crazy glitch with back in time. It kind of breaks the game.
Yeah, if you ever ran at arrows and you're like really low, you would have to use a beetle for those ropes, and the beetle is really slow.
Luckily, Testrunner's been hitting most of his arrows, so he's got a lot.
I've missed more than I'd like, honestly, but I'll end with a lot of leeway, so it's fine.
And it would be a good time for donations now.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that.
Yeah. We have $20 from Damian Gray. SGDQ has been fantastic so far. Amazing run of Skyward Sword, and I can't wait to see more wonderful speedruns. Put this toward the reader's choice. $15 from Dustin Rogers. This is my first time live GDQ, but not my first donation. The last 5 days of watching my favorite speedrunners run some of my favorite games have been amazing. I wish I could donate more. Shout out to all the first timers like me. Keep up the donations and save the animals. $5 from Teddy Tele. Hi, from French Restream commentator. Have been watching those marathons from SGDQ 2012. Thank you guys for this marathon. Stay awesome. A big thanks to Sir MV for the organization of French Restream. Thanks to MSF for what they are doing. Please say this: hype, Rummel, engagement. Kindest regards. $10 from Limizong. Love Skyward Sword and thoroughly enjoying this run. Keep up the great work. $50 from Andrew Richardson. First time watching this event, great idea and great job so far. Keep at it. And $10 from Ben Colt. Love the Zelda series. Thank you for doing this run. $35 from Kevin Wiley. The Skyward Sword run has been lots of fun. Glad I stayed up to watch it. Shout out to all the runners for making SGDQ amazing. Keep up the good work. And then we have a $25 donation from Michael Sewell. Hey guys, Mike the Gearbox Animator here. Don't know if you remember me Skyping with you during the Borderlands 2 run last GDQ, but I'm super happy to see the tradition continue on.
I was on tech for that. That was awesome.
Here's $25 for the Metroid Prime 2 run. I'll put in another $50 if you guys do another Thundercats Ho during this run. Yes, that Oracle of Seasons run was fantastic.
What a good place to again? Is there a good place to do it?
You can do it after mine.
No.
No, because we're co-oping that, man. Let's see.
There's not a good place to do it, honestly. That won't like waste time.
I'll think.
$35 from Brandon Clark. Finally get to see this live, and it's good to see all the runners, new and old. Keep it up, Testrunner. $10 from Raphael Servin. Hello, thank you for making this awesome event year after year. Also, shout-outs to the French community. Hope the MV luck doesn't get to you guys. Keep up the hype. We've already seen some MV luck this marathon. If you saw the Super Ghouls and Ghosts run.
Okay, so right now we've actually collected all of the pieces of the song. And we're gonna go back to Avias, and he's gonna put them all together or something for us, and we'll be able to go into the final trial of the game and into the final dungeon.
Yeah, this cutscene's actually pretty cool. I really like it, but we're gonna skip it. So I'm gonna say, please play through the game. I'm not gonna spoil what happens.
Levias actually has the fourth part of the Song of the Hero.
Yeah.
Okay.
So he adds his voice to the Three Dragons, and it's a cool cutscene.
By the way, this kind of sounds kind of weird, but like huge shouts to people behind me because like people are being like nice and like not talking and stuff. It's awesome. Yeah, I've sat in some previous runs where people talk like that, so really appreciative of that.
Oh, is this a bad drop? Where are we? Oh
No,
okay.
I always spawn the rainbow.
I have seen different spawns there, but for the most part,
I've
it's
spawned on the
usually that
other
one.
side of the laser before.
Yeah.
That's about it.
I think this one depends when you actually get on him.
Oh.
So if you land on him the fastest way, you always get that spawn.
Pretty much. I was kind of wondering if it worth like delaying and getting a better spawn.
Yeah.
Is Naona here yet?
Uh-huh.
Where is she?
She's over there.
Oh. Naona, you want to do the harp?
Hi.
If he doesn't want to, then I guess I'll do it.
We could each do 4 petals or
Oh, God.
something.
Like, as you drop petals, you have to hand it back to the previous person.
Wait, I know. You should both do it. 2 players, 1 controller.
So like both hold the controller.
2 players, 1 game.
Dude, let's do it.
I don't. Okay, fine. Well, let's get started. There's no way this can like even like. How is this gonna make sense?
It doesn't have to.
Okay.
You guys like need to switch chairs.
Not
No,
very
we
good.
don't. We're fine. Okay.
You hold A.
It doesn't actually do anything.
Follow my lead.
Okay, let's go. Hold it up first.
No.
Faster. This isn't working.
Dude, it's better than the other ones. Don't even worry.
Better than mine somehow.
That was like the best harp we've had all day.
I'm laughing too hard.
You guys are closer to the sunset bar. You got better coverage.
No, it's better for you.
I was sad. I missed 2 of the harps.
Yeah, you actually had good.
I didn't get to see
Mine
them.
was terrible, trust me.
Alright, here's the last trial. It's in some ways my favorite one.
Yeah, it's a good one.
It's got a lot of really cool tricks. I probably won't fail it, and
Probably.
probably is asterisks, because especially at the very end, things can go wrong. But
Didn't Prax's world record run fail this once?
I don't think so.
I think it did.
Maybe.
Because
I don't know.
He went
If
for
he
tower
failed, he-
first and died there.
Oh, yeah.
Which isn't a huge mistake, but
Maybe that route actually slower now. But yeah, I'll probably be fine. I haven't failed this in like over 6 months, so obviously it's impossible to fail it right now.
I'm not sure if I've ever failed this trial in a run. Actually, yeah, I have. Yeah.
I failed this trial at the end of a 100% run.
Oh,
Lost world record.
dude, the end of 100% is stacked. There's like there's a couple parts where you really have to concentrate, and you're just like done after it.
Nothing like losing a run 8 hours and 20 minutes into it.
Make sure I don't get caught. Oh, the bench. I get stuck on the bench a lot. Link likes to stand on benches. This should be fine. You see that watcher on the left? He should be in a good cycle. He's gonna be on the right here. So I can run right past here and not even worry about him. Go straight diagonal at it. And then when I come back around here, he's gonna be going towards the left, which is really important. Or wait, right, because it's the other side. But because if he comes from the other, he travels more distance on one side of the box here than the other. So here I can push this 3 times really easily, get on and still get it. If it goes the other direction, you can still make it, but it's extremely tight. Unless I missed that, did that shit.
Alright, that's good. Oh, what?
This game hates me. I don't know.
I do a different route through here, and I don't do that.
This is a little tricky because like there's basically no setup.
Okay.
You just have to go. It's all like muscle memory because it's like no real visual cue. You're running behind a pillar. It's like not really a big deal.
There's a cool little clip coming up. It's not really like a clip in the traditional sense, but it's kind of neat.
Before that, we have Jesus Link, which is
Oh, yeah.
a fan favorite. A lot of people are like really surprised, like, oh no, you got caught, and you're like, wait, you can run on the water?
Yeah.
So it's pretty cool.
You run out of stamina here, though. You're dead.
Yeah, it is easier. You want to make sure you have audio. Yeah, that's what we haven't mentioned. We use audio cues like heavily for stamina. That's how we're able to like stop using stamina like right before it runs out, like every time, pretty much.
Yeah, like you could just listen to the beeping.
Yeah, the beeping is really important. This should be fun.
Yeah.
Oh, dude,
I think the angle is good. Just.
There
Okay.
you go.
That saves like 10 seconds, somewhere around there.
And so this guy's in kind of a weird position, so what I'm gonna do is you're gonna run up here and then jump off like that. You can still make it. If you fail that fence clip twice, then you won't be able to make that in time. So it's really important to get that on your first 2 tries. There's Ladderdorf.
No, that ladder dwarf's not here yet.
Yeah, you can like jump off these fences, the ladders. I've been doing the whole run, but we haven't really talked about it.
Oh yeah, like stamina in this game, a lot of people don't like it. Or there's some people that don't like it, and honestly, I wouldn't run the game without it.
Oh, please don't take this to me. Sometimes you'll get caught like while you're falling down, and then you'll land into it. Like weird, I don't know, waste some time.
Okay, so we're coming up on the final dungeon. It's definitely one of the best dungeons in the run. And it's one of the most challenging as well.
Yeah, that trial went pretty well, so I'm pretty happy with that.
There's some really cool tricks in Skykeep in the end of the run.
Yeah, like pretty much there's something in every room.
There's also a $250 donation from Seth Tollefson. It just says, because.
Okay. It's always a good reason. I know Indy says he likes this little sprint right here, the Skykeep, because almost the same sprint you make at the beginning, very, very beginning of the game.
Yeah.
And have this like cyclical like thing.
To call back.
Okay, so if we could somehow figure out a way to get this Stone of Trials early, we'd skip basically everything you've seen in the last hour.
Yeah.
We've been looking into ways to do it in back in time, like trying to get the trial to load in the back in time, but it seems to be set up really well to prevent that from happening.
There's a lot of technicalities that I could
it's
go
very
into
hard to
details,
explain.
but yeah, I would be explaining this for like an hour.
And then Chaco would, I think, be the best at it, but it's very complicated and not really relevant.
Layman terms, basically, it's like you could theoretically do it, but the game crashes. So it's kind of silly.
So this dungeon is like a big sliding puzzle. There's 8 different rooms, and you actually outright skip one of them.
It doesn't do any glitches. You just use the puzzle correctly, and you'll just completely skip one of the rooms. It's really important because that room happens to be like the longest room.
Isn't it like 7 or 8 minutes long or something?
It's really long.
Yeah.
You have to fight like 2 Moldorms, and there's also a puzzle as well.
And it just so happens that the other longest room in the game has a big skip in it as well.
Both of them are fire. Oh, God. I have so much trouble like picking up these pieces and moving. Move. I wish you could move them with the control stick.
Yeah, that'd be
really
nice.
easy.
So we're gonna, I think we used the slide puzzle like 4 different times. I think it's 4.
Yeah,
4 times.
It's possible to have some, I think there's like a couple solutions that involve solving it with only 3 times, but you have to go through that really long room. Like you have to go through every room, so it's not worth it at all.
This is Testrunner's favorite room in the dungeon.
I hate this room. Why you do this in the game? This is like an easy shot, so I don't want to trouble with it.
It's pretty precise, honestly.
Yeah, it's actually, it's really precise, but I say it's easy. But the thing is, you're not supposed to use the air at all. You're supposed to use the beetle. There's various places in the game where you use items that weren't intended, and also you can like skip that first like turning wheel. You stand on the very, very edge, and like move forward a little bit. If you're on the exact edge, then like you'll get like clipped by the wall, and then you'll get clipped by the wall, and then you will just like fall down. Beat this camera. Okay, that one okay. Except for those arrow shots.
This room has a very interesting technique, not seen throughout the rest of the run.
Yeah.
We're not really sure why it works, it just kind of does.
I have a few theories.
Yeah, we don't know for sure, but
yeah,
it's
hard to like probably like.
I think it's because hitboxes.
I think it's because it's only 30 FPS. I don't know.
Maybe it's voodoo.
So what I would do is I wait for him to shoot, so he targets basically where. Oh wow! Way to get trolled, me.
Is that even gonna work? Testrunner does different strats than me. Okay. Dude, you just barely got it.
Dude,
though.
I'm getting trolled in this room now. Yeah, I have a different strat for that ladder that I don't think anyone else uses, which is faster, but I don't know. You get trolled by the ladder door very frequently. Right there. If I didn't go for it, I didn't think I had a good angle. Alright, so this is where it gets interesting. So to carry this time shift warp through the whole area, but I'm just gonna leave it there.
Yeah, you don't really need to do it.
So there's a whole bunch of these like eye switches that are being blocked by those fences, which get destroyed by, they get removed when you bring the time shift zone. The first one you can just shoot just from below it, and that's pretty straightforward. Makes sense, right? It doesn't cover from below. The thing is, there's 5 more eyes they have to shoot, and those ones are a little weird because you can't shoot below it based on like their positioning. But you can still get them anyways. And these shots are pretty precise. Which I'm apparently.
So as you see, you just hit those 2 through the fences.
Yeah, it's position dependent and like angle dependent. So like between every shot, I'm actually moving, which isn't very noticeable.
Nice.
Nice.
That was not very good, honestly.
I've thrown away 2 PB runs.
As long as you don't run out of arrows, I guess it's
Yeah.
fine. But that was definitely a lot more misses than I would have liked.
That strat was actually found
Pretty recently.
Yeah.
Was it Fennec?
Yeah, Fennec found it.
Fennec played this game for like a week and
Fennec found some pretty cool stuff in this. I kind of wish he stuck with the game.
Fennec's all about the Korean version of this game.
Yeah. You got the Korean version basically just to see how much faster it was.
Apparently it doesn't have cistern clip.
It doesn't surprise me.
This is my favorite trick in the game coming up.
Yeah. This is actually one of the earlier tricks found in the game.
I think Kazooie found this.
Kazooie found a lot of really cool stuff in this
Yeah.
game, so shout out to him too.
Normally this room is just, it's really long and it's kind of an auto
It's like
scroller.
basically
You
an
have
auto
to wait
scroller.
for it.
It's like Fire 6 where you hit those little water droplets and you have to ride like a platform down the lava.
It's also really warm in here, so we want to skip it as fast as possible.
Yeah, I'm so bad at this. Also, something
I am
will
too.
just, something will just auto grab that vine.
I think you're a bit too high.
Yeah.
There we go. So that's called claw shot clipping. You would think it would be useful more places in the run because you can do it in a lot of places, but it's the only place where it actually saves time. And then you can just claw shot back up at the end of the room.
And boom.
Yeah, most places you'll
There's
just
the Triforce.
void out.
Okay.
But for some reason, there's an invisible floor under this floor. Nobody knows why.
I think it has to do with the lava.
Yeah. Because it has the same dimensions as the lava does.
every room that I know that has lava has a solid floor below it. It's invisible.
So in Skykeep, we're going through and we're collecting the 3 pieces of the Triforce. There's 3 rooms that have these pieces, and we have to go through and collect all those. And once you collect the final one, Skykeep's over. There's no final boss of the dungeon. It's kind of like the final boss of the game.
Yeah, the final. Yeah, this dungeon kind of goes right into like the final bosses essentially. Like it's pretty intense end of the run.
Yeah, there's some good stuff.
Yeah. Between like the Bokoblin base and Tatones, and then you immediately go like into this stuff. A lot of like different strats you have to do here. And the final bosses are pretty intense.
Yeah. Unfortunately, there's like a minute time saver in the Horde. It used to be somewhat inconsistent. Now somebody found a setup that works pretty well, but it's still not 100%.
Except for I use it like a slightly different setup. I think at this point, like everyone uses like a slightly different setup. My setup is like overly complicated, but it works sometimes.
But unfortunately, there's been many runs by everybody here that have come down to, oh, do I hit this trick?
Yeah.
If not, I'm not going to PB. If I do,
There's a point I was extremely consistent with this,
you don't have a shield on.
So this fight, I'm doing a little differently than last time. I'm stabbing much faster and just kind of going for it.
You don't want to take damage in this one either.
Yeah, yeah, I don't want to take damage either. This fight's actually significant. There's 2 big differences in this fight, or I guess 3. First of all, I have the Master Sword, which is longer, which makes the stabs easier to hit. Second of all, this like track right here is about half as long as the original fight. And the third thing is this guy's actually left-handed, which I don't think actually changes anything, but yeah, that's a thing.
Yep.
No, it definitely makes it easier.
Oh, I see how it is.
Oh.
Shoutouts to minimal shield damage so far. I took the 1 hit on
Oh yeah, you forgot
blindfolded.
No, you killed it. Oh,
But yeah, we're good.
They took a couple hits on Spellmaster. One of them didn't do any damage though.
yeah. It took an 8th damage.
Yeah. So a lot of people ask me when I'm streaming this, can you really do the whole run with the wooden shield? And once you practice it a lot, it's not hard. There's not a whole lot of places you'll take damage. And anything in the first couple hours, as long as you don't outright break it, it's fine because you'll just heal it up with your potion.
Yeah.
I remember the good old days of Iron Shield
The
Clan.
Iron Shield Clan.
Yeah.
We would pretty much everyone, all Zelda Skyward Sword speedrunners at one point start off in the Iron Shield Clan, and then eventually you graduate. If you do the if you're in the Iron Shield Clan, you have to make sure to grab 100 rupee in Ancient Cistern, which wastes like 2 seconds, but it's something
But then you have to go to the bazaar and buy it.
You have to, well, that's assuming you break the shield, yeah, which you probably do. But you have to make sure to actually grab the rupees like preemptively. If you break your shield and you don't have the rupees, there's like nothing you can do. Yeah, hopefully we don't break our shield. That would be really bad, by the way.
Yeah. I don't know how we'll do demise without the shield.
I don't expect. Yeah, there are shieldless demise strats, but
Good luck doing it.
doing a 2-player 1 controller. Yeah.
We're just assuming we're gonna have the shield, which it should
We
be
could
fine
do
at
it
this
though.
point.
I think we'll be okay.
Yeah, we just have to wing it.
Yeah, we'll just wing it. We'll be fine. That worked actually pretty well before.
One of the nice things about 100% runs is you end up with the Hylian shield, which is unbreakable. So it takes a little bit of the pressure off the end of this.
Yeah, a lot of people ask me, are you getting the Hylian shield in my runs?
Yeah, I get that question too. It's like,
I know,
that will take me about 20 minutes to get the Hylian shield and it saves 0 time. So I don't know why I would get it.
Getting the Hylian shield takes like 18 minutes.
Yeah.
If you're lucky.
Yeah, there's a lot of luck there.
You have to get some fast bosses. Oh yeah, you can just jump over these guys. Also, I found if you don't flip the camera here, these guys turn around slower. That's experience.
And you have a good camera angle as well.
This one's pretty straightforward. This room's a little harder.
You have to kill everything in this room to pass, or to go to the next one. Oh,
It's fine. Well, no stash.
that's not.
That's fine. Don't worry about it.
Then you get the blindfold ready, right?
Oh, not with 3 hearts. This is a really bad place to die. There's another Stall Master fight in here, like the one I did blindfolded, but
It's also a little different.
it's different because there's also other enemies in the fight, and if you don't get them and you're blindfolded, it's basically over.
Yeah. So there's a risky strat, but I think I'm just
Don't do it.
I'm just gonna not do it.
Yeah.
Sometimes I drop a bomb here and it still doesn't kill all these. So bomb will instantly kill these cursed goblins. If you don't kill them, then it really sucks.
That should be good. That rupee.
I was hoping it would despawn before I did that, but I tried. Oh well. Yeah. Like I said, you usually grab rupees on this fight. Huge. Ooh. This jerk face.
Okay.
So okay, yeah, you guys saw it better on his fight because that very last attack, sometimes he gives you a chance to get 3 hits, sometimes you have a chance to get 4 hits. It's completely random what attack he does.
Thanks for the fairy. I appreciate it.
Yeah, so normally when I do speedruns of this game, I don't get that fairy.
But since we're co-oping Demise,
we're getting for
doing
marathon
safe strikes.
safety. Yeah. For comparison though, like I usually generally go much riskier on health than most people do. Most people usually go with, well, they used to at least. It was 11 hearts and the fairy.
I still haven't made the switch.
Yeah.
I had a run once where I forgot to actually get this Triforce piece. I just ran
It's
by.
like you just opened the gate and walked through.
I ran by it, got the 3rd Triforce piece, and it like put me back in the dungeon. I'm like, what?
Luckily, you can just walk back and get it.
So we're about to enter the final room of the dungeon, at least the way we do it.
This one's got some cool strats in it too. This is supposed to be, this is like the linear room. So,
Yeah.
And linear is generally considered like the puzzle area, so this is gonna be the puzzle room basically. If he has a text box for every Triforce room. So these 3. Hello. There's like an enemy in this room. I don't even know why he's here. I'm just totally ignore him. I can't get a good spot.
Yeah, there's a precise arrow shot here. You can kind of see, yeah, nice shot. You can see the top of that, and you can actually hit it with an arrow.
I had trouble getting a good position, but whatever.
I can't remember what you're supposed to do, but I think it involves like
You
the
have to go
time
all the way
shift
back to
stone,
where
yeah.
you pick up the stone and shoot from there.
Oh.
I got this. It's fine. So yeah, you're supposed to. Yeah, I don't remember exactly what you're supposed to do for that. I think you're supposed to have the stone on the outside and then like have a path going across or something like that.
I think you're supposed to bring it with you.
Well, if you bring it all the way with you, there's a wall block the.
Oh, right. You like drop it off in the middle of this hallway.
Yeah, you have to block it off. I think you drop off like halfway across, not like in the beginning. Dude, I ran out of stamina.
Yeah, you
again.
dropped that a little too soon.
I was the thing is, there's the reason why I drop it early is because there are Deku Babas in the middle, and I don't know, I just don't want to deal with them. But I could have gone a little further.
So we're pretty much done with Skykeep. The last part of this run is really intense.
Okay.
Oh man.
Where even is the stone right now?
It's on the. It's still on the thing.
Oh, what?
So it's okay.
What the hell? Well, okay, I'm gonna say that I've never done it before.
I have.
Okay. I have thrown it not been far enough for whatever reason to hit the thing, but I don't think I've just jumped off from the second platform. Jumped off of this first platform. Huh, that was interesting. I don't know how that happened.
So the reason you have to throw that there is there's a barbed fence that you need to despawn.
Get down. And this is the end of the dungeon.
So up next we have the Horde, which is pretty intense. We have Gearham 3, which isn't too bad. And then we have Demise, which we're going to co-op. Normally it's not too bad of a fight, but it's going to be intense co-oping it.
Because you never know what's going to happen when the person next to you doesn't do what you're trying to do.
No, Demise actually has some really cool strats.
There's actually several ways to fight him that are all really fast.
I think Indy's going to show off a cool way in his glitched run.
Yeah. No, he's going to show off a few cool things about that, not just the fight itself. So.
I have some fun plans.
Yeah, you probably show you something you've never seen before. All right, so this area is like the horde rush. There's this, like I said, there's a skip in it, and yeah, I'm really hoping I get it, because if you don't, you're very likely gonna take a lot of damage in addition to losing a minute.
Yeah.
Basically, the way the horde rush works is that it's the same spiral place that you did the prison fights, but now we're going the opposite direction, and there's walls, so you can't just jump down. And as you spiral down, there's periodically fights that you have to do. They get harder and harder as you go. But on the second fight, there's moblin fights, and moblins have shields. If you remember, you can run up and jump off their shields. If you do it just right, and it's a pretty precise trick, then you can jump off their shields and over the ledge and skip on the fights. Also for this, I'm kind of doing the zigzag pattern to try to manipulate where the gaps between the enemies are. And also I roll right into here, which hopefully gets a good spawn. If you don't roll right there, they're gonna spawn in a circle around you. That spawn's not that great, actually.
If you're gonna spawn in a circle around you, it spawns in a circle.
No, that's not circle. No, when a circle's they're not circle around you. It's like just a circle.
That was actually a good fight.
Yeah, that was really good. I still need to kill these guys because I use a setup that involves
that. You don't need to kill that guy.
I have to play it safe. The thing is that I'm gonna need to use some enemies' positions as visual cues, and if there's too many enemies on the screen, enemies are getting despawned. So I'm gonna make sure that they're dead.
So this is Horde skip, hopefully.
Skip, fight, Horde skip, Horde skip, Horde skip, Horde skip, Horde skip, Horde skip.
Nice.
Yeah!
That's a big skip.
Yeah, I'm really happy I got that.
It skips a whole revolution of the spiral and the whole fight, a lot of stuff.
It skips the hardest
There's an enemy you fight there that you never fight anywhere else. This guy sucks.
That may look easy at home, but if you try it, you will fail it, trust me.
Yeah, it's what will end up happening a lot of times when you try to run along his shield is that you'll run around it and you won't run up it. It's really frustrating. So the angle ends up being it's not only is it it's dependent on where your camera is, it's dependent on where you're standing, it's dependent on what angle you're holding the controls, and angle Link is facing, and also the timing which you jump. You can't jump right away because you have to wait for him to actually turn his shield towards you. There's all these different factors going into it, and it's really, really easy to mess it up.
There's the inspiration for Hyrule Warriors.
Yeah.
Where are the lighter mouse?
Alright, well hopefully I don't screw this up. I can't spin a Skyward Strike apparently. Skyward Strike, hello? Whatever. So, it's
no, we're good. We got the fairy. We got the fairy, man.
I'm not worried, but that was really stupid. I just did 6 damage for no reason at all. Because I couldn't charge a Skyward Strike. I'm a little worried about it for the Demise fight, by the way.
Oh, we're fine.
I'm gonna play that old save. It means I'm gonna have a second hit here. It's actually faster to jump down for each one of these because the final blow is much shorter.
This is the fight we use the Skyward stab in.
Yeah, you'll see it.
Yeah, he has 3 phases.
There's actually you want to do some horizontal slashes here, and then otherwise he won't do that block attack. And if you do that, you can get 3 or fewer of those directional slashes there, which are really slow. If you just go straight at him and there's lots of vertical slashes, then he won't do that counter attack at all. Nice. And then you have 4. So if it's 2v2,
oh, dang.
barely 3. If you do perfect, you actually get 0, but It's a little risky, and I don't want to. It's like marathon safety.
Good luck with the Skyward Strike.
Good luck with Skyward Sword, right? Seriously. There's only like 2 more Skyward Strikes for like the rest of the run. Let's not let them fail. So this boss is pretty cool. I really like the strat for this. The strat for this boss has changed a lot over time. This is the most recent. Normally it's a 3 cycle, but like I said, there you go.
Oh, the sad. Oh,
There you go, got it. So you get in 2 cycles, because remember, the 3rd cycle lasts with 1 hit point, and that Skyward Spat. Yeah. There you go.
Yeah, the Skyward Stab actually hits twice and it kind of stuns him.
Okay.
Let's do this.
Let's do this.
All right, here we go.
There's no way this could possibly fail.
So we're doing Thundercats round 2, right?
Ooh, that frame perfect menu.
Yeah, that was good.
It's like a really tiny thing. If your menu is frame perfect, you'll never see the cursor like around the selected options.
So I'm on the nunchuck. Testrunner's taking the lead.
He has
mode.
movement, shield, and spin attack and final blow, and I'm like the sword slashes and spin attacks and the final blow. We have to do this in sync. If they don't
All right,
do
you
this,
ready? Let's do it.
let's do this.
Nice first phase.
Nice.
So, you can do some like really risky slashes.
Let's not.
between
Oh
this.
wait, yeah, let's do
You
it.
can do
Let's
some
do
really
it.
risky slashes
Let's do
between the
it.
shield dashes that no one really does them because they don't actually help, but they look really cool. Cool
Oh,
Sky
dude.
Strike. It's happening. Here you go. Come on. There you go.
Nice.
Time.
Nice job,
Well,
man.
at least something well.
That was beautiful.
That's about as good a
I
demise
guess we just
fight you'll
pop in
see
English
normally.
now, or?
Yeah, Indy's gonna show us how to beat the game in
I
like
love the
7
credits.
minutes.
Just a quick thing I'll point out is a lot of people don't know. You can play the harp during the credits, but that's like a little thing.
Your stupid sense.
Yeah, it's on the bottom, dude.
Alright, so what was the time on that?
Oh yeah.
Sub 5.4, yeah, that's all I wanted.
Okay. I mean, that's still like not good, but that's fine.
It's like 10 minutes.
10 minutes.
It'll be shorter,
And
but
it'll be run by Indykenobi.
I mean, 12 hours.
It's only
I'm
slightly
kinda
faster. It's
rusty
like
at this
a little
game,
less than 5
so-
hours actually.
Yeah, give me 3 days.
yeah, it's copied. I got it.
Good luck, Indy.
Come on, load disc faster.
I'll like
Sitting
switch
in the
spots with you,
chair, or am I
Indy.
just sitting here?
Yeah, you'll switch up.
Yeah.
Oh, did we only have
Yeah.
Yeah.
You want to sit here or?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, I'm kind of lazy. But don't step on it, at least, at the very minimum.
Yes, we will not stop.
No, please
Yeah, I'll
don't.
move, don't worry. Just getting everything calibrated. Do you want to do the sensor bar, or are you okay where it is?
I don't even see it. Where is
It's
it?
under the table.
Oh, wow, cool.
Yeah, so you can like just point it flat and it goes up the TV. It's ideal.
Okay.
Yeah. Alright, I'm gonna get out of here.
All right, so I'm not as good at this game as
We got
Taylor
this.
and Testrunner are, but I'm gonna try and beat it a little bit faster. What was the second file name? Was that still Mark? Do we know? What was the second file name in the donation one? Second place. All right.
Well, Mark, you still get
Mark,
your
you're
file.
gonna get to see your name twice. We ready timer for this? Ready?
All
All right. 3, 2, 1, go.
I wouldn't really worry about the time too much for this.
Yeah, I'm not really. I don't know. Like I said, I'm pretty rusty, so we'll see how it goes.
I'm hoping that we can see some cool stuff shown off.
Yeah, I might forget how to do it. I don't know. We'll see.
We'll see.
So if you
Accidentally.
You accidentally do a 10-hour run.
Alright, so you start with nothing. It's the same as a normal run.
I hit the door frame.
Hit the door frame.
That's part of the run.
Beginning run is pretty much the same.
Yep.
And so is the middle of
But
the
you'll get to see the joy of English text.
Oh, yeah.
Yes. So I hope you remember how the Japanese text look.
And I hope you enjoy the speed of Japanese now when you start seeing English text. Yep.
You can practically read it. Oh yeah, I've done this run so many times. I'm always amused that Horwell's impressed I'm playing hero mode. That's what he's impressed about.
He's got short-term memory loss.
Alright, I did miss the boxes. I'm not that rusty.
Alright. Yeah, there's some things in this run that I'm embarrassed of how much I've practiced. And one of them is running up those boxes.
It's not as easy as it looks.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Killing yourself here is actually a lot harder than it looks.
Yeah, this isn't easy either. I mean, you can line it up and everything, but like,
Yeah, but when you do it fast, it's hard.
I'm trying not to be, trying to be a speedrunner. Alright. Okay, we're good.
Okay.
I died though.
Very impressive.
That's the glitch version of Skyward Sword again. Alright. I died, so I better reset. Oh gosh, sensor bar.
Yeah, it's cool.
It's down there. Yeah.
So one big difference, if you saw the beginning of the any % run, is he didn't save before
Wait,
doing
I
this.
didn't save?
Crap.
Crap!
You'll be fine, don't worry. I think, maybe.
No, I really want to save though. I'll go
save top
yeah,
over
I'll
here,
save
yeah.
down at the statue.
That'll be good.
How's that sound? Sound good? All right, here we go. Save strats. Oh no, let's just start over. All right, we're gonna start over, guys.
Yeah,
I'm sorry. We keep the timer running and everything. But
it was a bad run anyways.
yeah, I told you I was rusty, right?
That's alright.
All right, so get to do the little rolly thing again.
Yeah. Hit the door frame.
Watch all these lovely skip all these lovely cutscenes again.
In English.
Yeah, in English. Oh look, I changed clothes.
What's that like? Golden sword on your
I
back.
don't know, what is that thing?
You have quite a few rupees there.
Forgot the door frame.
Why is, I don't understand what's going on. Why is my stamina so shiny? Okay, so what's our goal in this game? What are we
I
trying
think
to
you
do?
need to beat the final boss, which is Demise.
All right, well, where is he?
I'm pretty sure he's in the green pillar place.
All right, we'll go there.
Where'd you get all those rupees?
I don't know.
Maybe that's how they do the door frame? I don't know.
Maybe Link's a hoarder. Oh, you're right, there are symbols. And my hearts are shiny too. Ooh. Shiny's good, right?
Shiny is good.
You could just do a spiral charge.
Oh, my bird's pretty smart.
Your Marvin's a fast learner. Been practicing without you.
Yeah, seriously.
He probably already has like an 8-second time. Oh, I didn't even know there was this many places to land.
Yeah, geez.
Someone already explored
Who's
it.
talking to you?
I don't know. Who's that purple blue girl? She doesn't have any arms.
I guess Bruce must have already explored this place for us.
This is New Game Plus, apparently.
Yeah,
Bruce already went through, yeah.
I'm on a roll, guys. All right, so this is the real Link to the Past.
Dude, where'd that come from?
I don't know. It looks cool though.
It must have been
More
there.
shiny, right?
It must have been there for thousands of years.
Yeah.
Ancient technology.
All right, so this Demise guy, he's like at the bottom of this pit, right?
Pretty sure.
Okay.
Whoops.
Nice.
Oh man, there's sparkles when I land.
Oh man.
Are you like a vampire?
Alright, so this demise guy is probably pretty easy, right?
I have a 0% chance of return.
Oh man, that's not very high.
Yeah, not really.
I'm gonna go back to the start.
Alright, I got this. I mean, Tessera and Tila had some cool strats, but I got strats. Skipping cutscenes.
Did you get my problems?
Oh, jeez, he's huge.
And the hair.
I'm out of here. Alright, well that didn't work. Let's try this. Oh, ow. No, still didn't work, but...
Do it again.
Over here. Over here. Nod. Alright. Oh, touche. Turns out you don't need a shield for this. Nope, nope, nope. No, no, no.
Bad demise.
Bad demise. No biscuits. Time. Yeah. I don't see why this game's so hard. That's not bad.
We could have just done this like 100 times.
Yeah, yeah.
That long boring
Seriously.
run.
I know, right? How many other games could we have fit in 5.5 hours?
Think of how many spinball games there would be.
Yeah. Yeah.
Just ask Maddie, he can tell you.
All right, yeah, so that's the file duping run. So what happened there is the third file was a completed file that was saved right before the demise fight. And earlier today, I drank a Guardian Potion Plus, which gives you invincibility, and a Stamina Potion Plus, which gives you infinite stamina. And the, messing around in Bit that I did basically copied all the characteristics from my third file, because Bit reads stuff from file 3, right? Copied all of that into file 1 when I saved, but because I selected it while it was still a hero mode file, I could start the file like it was a new file, so it played all the opening cutscenes, and then spawned me in Link's room like it's supposed to at the beginning of the game.
With 6 hearts.
But I had everything from the third file, including 9,900 rupees, the true Master Sword. I had the Hylian shield, I didn't show it off.
Even had the
Probably
sparkles.
should've. I had sparkles. The sparkles were the invincibility potion. And
Maybe Link's just bad.
the only thing you don't have is your hearts. For some reason, it defaults you to 6 hearts. If you have life medals add 1 heart to your life bar. It adds the 2 hearts, but they're empty. So you can have 6 out of 8 hearts when you spawn. So that's the power of Bit, and that is why we insist all files be empty when you start a speedrun. So yeah,
And I guess Skyward Sword, thank you for watching.
we have confirmed the eradication of the Demon King.
Yeah.
Thanks, everyone.
All right, that was Legend of Zelda Skyward Sword. RIP headphone users. And next up, I believe we have Rayman Legends, which will be a race between Fearful Ferret, Spike Vegeta, and Uber Goose. We're gonna run an ad real quick. We'll see you in about a minute. All right, welcome back. We're setting up for Rayman Legends now. We have a $50 donation from Simo Helgren. Greetings from Finland. First time watching a GDQ live. As it is my birthday and Skyward Sword is one of my all-time favorite Zeldas and games in general, I found it appropriate to donate during this run. Keep being awesome. A $100 donation from Sebastian Simon. I didn't think it was feasible to finish this game in less than 6 hours. Perhaps I'm Ganon to link others to this video to inform them and save them from my demise. Please don't imprison me for this punishment. Couldn't help but donate again, this run is too good. Winner of a rock, paper, master sword between runners gets to choose. I think they're gone now. $35 from Corey Harback. Hey all, Demonstray again here with only my third donation all marathon. Meant to donate on 3 other occasions, but my work schedule got in the way. Couldn't resist the temptation of these prizes. Shoutouts to Bananas chillin' on the couch. Glad I could catch some of the season's run earlier. TLoZSR and Testrunner for Bromance of the Year 2014. Good luck for the rest of the run. If you're just joining us, this is Summer Games Done Quick 2014.